Hey everyone, let me know about volume and everything. Let me get this. Here we are. Alright, cool. How's everyone doing today? I know actually live streaming in the afternoon, it's super bizarre. It's good, thank you, Nicolay. Move that over. Hey Tristan, how's it going? Yeah, so as I said, school's kind of winding down for the semester, so I'm going to be live streaming a bit more. I really got a huge big inspiration with the Runekeeper over the last 3 weeks, and I've just been like grinding on this class, really trying to figure out like what the magic system is going to be. Hey Tyler, how's it going? You've been using my wizard fixes from the... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Delivine. It still needs some changes. It still definitely needs some changes, but I'm happy with kind of the reception of how that one's been going. So I wanted to kind of look at the Errata Pdfs because I know that that's what a lot of people are talking about right now. No hard feelings between us about silvery farms. Yeah, hey, everyone's got their different opinions. Some things are going to be appropriate for their tables. I just think that silvery barbs, you know, after everything that's gone on, even the errata, well, I say the errata, the stuff we'll talk about, yeah, right in here, we'll kind of open up with that, and I'll talk about why I still think that this spell is a bit too insane. So, silvery barbs, okay? We now have the errata clarifying specifically that this thing does not override legendary resistance, okay? So let me read this off and let me still talk about why I think that the spell is still too insane. Very worth a ban, in my opinion. Can silvery barbs still affect legendary resistance? No. When a creature uses legendary resistance, the creature turns a failed saving throw into a success, regardless of the number rolled on the d20. Forcing that creature to re-roll the d20 afterward doesn't change the fact that the save succeeded as a result of legendary resistance. No amount of re-rolling can undo that success. So, make sure that you guys can see this pretty well. And let me know if that music gets to be too loud. So, this spell is still too good. Like, I mean, in it's overriding legendary resistance. I'll say I made my original video not under the fact that I made the point that it could be interpreted to do that is not the main reason for its power, in my opinion. The mechanic is still way too strong for a first level spell, and because it was a first level spell, it still has implications for other later level mechanics. First and second level spells are just designed different. They're built different simply because Wizard has a certain class feature, and that is Spell Mastery. Now I know that most tables probably won't live long enough to see this feature come into play, right? But it still is a mechanic of the game that we have to consider, and this specifically being tied into first and second level spells means that at later levels, that spell is still doing a lot of work. That spell is worth casting with a first, second, third, possibly even a fourth level spell slot. And if you're just able to cast that spell at will, how Silvery Barbs works if the original roll had advantage, I would actually refer you over to Wintry Wyvern's video on that. I didn't really cover all the advantage disadvantage stuff in there. The fact that that doesn't apply disadvantage, the reroll itself is not disadvantage, has implications in that you can apply that on top of disadvantage. So if the thing still succeeds with disadvantage, you can then use Silvery Barbs to cause like triple disadvantage or double disadvantage, something like that. It is way too good. I think that Silvery Barbs, other than the fact, if I'm just to completely remove the fact that I just don't like the spell, like for narrative, I don't think that the spell really achieves what I think it intended to do. It doesn't have any counters in the form of if a creature is immune to being charmed or frightened, whatever you want to say. I think if you said that creatures that are immune to being frightened are immune to this effect, you could probably leave it as a first level spell, and I'd be like, okay. It wouldn't have so much spammability up at the 3rd and 4th tiers of play. Because to a wizard, what are first level spell slots after 9th level? They are shield slots, really. You're just going to spam all the first level defensive stuff for you with your first level spell slots. It's way easier for you to do that. Silvery Barbs is worded in such a way that it negates magical resistance. It isn't disadvantaged as it should be. I agree with that. If it's implied, then you should use it, and the spell was trying to achieve a blue deck from Magic the Gathering. But it was repurposed from Silver Quill, which is a white-black, and like, I mean, I just don't really, it's just super not, it doesn't really justify itself narratively enough for me to think that it's worth it to keep it in the game. Just my personal opinion on that. But I do want to look at some of the big changes that happened in the errata. Really just, I mean, whenever I say big changes, there's not a whole lot of big mechanical buffs or nerfs that we really saw. It is worth talking about some of the things that we see in the player's handbook, and I believe it'll be worth it to look at Tasha's and probably Volos. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. That's one I haven't looked at yet. Let's pull this up. So the player's handbook errata. Make sure that this still looks okay on screen. Then what it should do is act as a shield. Where was that one at? It's a massive wall of barbs that redirect an attack back to the attacker. Possibly. Just a reroll on a first level spell slot is anything but weak. Yeah, no, Nikolai, that it is an insanely strong spell. I mean, basically, like everybody I've looked at on YouTube, we're all pretty much in agreement. Everyone in the designer circle is like, this is probably the best spell in the game. Literally, it's that insanely strong. The best spell, practically, right? I'm not talking about Wish. You know, everyone's gonna point to Wish and everything. Yeah, sure, whatever. Practically, what players are going to get a hold of, yeah, Silvery Barbs is that damn strong. Okay, so that's my piece on Silvery Barbs. If I need to make a video on that, you know, later, then should do a live stream on spell design. I probably should, actually. Ross just wrote something like 180 new spells for UAH, which I'm like, all right, cool. Then it would be worth it to hear your like perspectives after that gargantuan task. But yeah, there's certain things that you got to keep into consideration about spell design, because every little bit of it has a mechanical purpose. Every single aspect of a spell has weight. It's not just its description, you know. The fact of, if you put something on the wizard spell list, it can be snagged by Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster. You know, you've got to consider things like that. Anyways, so let's talk about this errata for the player's handbook. Number one, the big thing. If you see this new tag next to something, then that means that it's brand new changes that have happened. Everything else is just historic, right? So the big thing that they did with all the races is that we've essentially removed all of the alignment stuff, which, like, I mean, I'm 100% behind. I don't think that, I think the fact of your alignment being tied into your race is such a, like, weird thing that they did traditionally. Yeah. Oh, hey, Ross. You wrote just over 50 new spells for UAH. 173 is the total number in the book. Okay. Still, need to get your perspective on that. Okay, so let me say this. Alignment being tied into race was such a weird, like, why was that ever a thing? I never saw anybody actually play that out. Like, nobody that I ever played D&D with used that to influence their character building, like, ever. Even if they were like, I want to roll up a UNT Pure Blood, like, yeah. So, really, there's not a big iffy thing in there for me. The thing that I do see, the Drow got a big change for... If you're changing alignment, Drow do have a narrative, and I'm not a lore master here. This is something you'd have to go check with, like, AJ or Mr. Rex. The Drow lore that appeared in the Player's Handbook is really, really tied into specifically the cult of Lolth, the Spider Queen, which is why Drow tended towards evil, and people were using that to think that they could only be, like, evil Drow, and there's just some, like, really uncomfortable potential, like, mirrors of, you know, real-world racism that just, like, doesn't need to be a thing. It just doesn't. Here in the alignment section, if they're clipping out all that, it's nice to just, like, give a little clarification there. Let me see. Is that pretty much it for races? Did any race get, like, a massive change? Okay. The Darkness of the Drow sidebar has been completely removed. It'd be interesting to see what they do for layout with this now. So, what I will say in regards to the races, I will say that what they really need to do is they need to give human and half-elf some love, because those are two races that got a variable ability score change, like a flexible ASI, which means that their power budget was somewhat eaten up by the fact that they had a flexible ASI, which made them way more adaptable for a variety of different classes, right? People like the ability to just play whatever race that you want with whatever class and not really suffer a kind of penalty for doing that, right? Which is why ability score improvements were removed from race. And I feel like that's totally fine. What I think needs to happen, though, is that human and half-elf deserve a little nice... It doesn't have to be a massive buff. Just something to incentivize picking up one of those races. You know, I wrote, for humans at my table, they get this adaptable trait that lets them study, and then they can pick up a proficiency that's temporary, or possibly an expertise in a skill that they already have proficiency with, if they spend a couple hours studying up on that thing. I thought that that was kind of a cool play into humans being kind of the flexible race, kind of a feature. And with half-elf, I personally allow this, like, kind of skill floor feature with Diplomat, where they have, like, if they roll a 7 or a 6 or lower on a charisma check to negotiate politics or whatever, it's considered a 7. I don't know. I probably need to look more into half-elf lore for something else to give them there. But they do need something to kind of make up for the fact that they lost out on the flexibility, right? Let me look at this. Alignment on the race section always seemed like something to inform DMs what the other races were generally like. Yeah, but if this game is going to be like, you can build your own worlds, then, like, they should just leave it up to the DM to determine that. I still don't think that really making the statement that this race is always going to be, like, whenever you're dealing with Dragonborn, they're always going to be temperamental. Whenever you're dealing with half-orcs, they're always going to be brutal, like, you know. Open up the potential expression of what the races could be for other people that are building their own worlds. That's the way I look at it. I think that removing alignment from race is generally just a healthier way to do this. I do think that it's weird, though, that the races that got innate spellcasting, like Tiefling, didn't get the cleaning up of you can use a flexible ability score for your casting, like we saw in Fairy. It's Fairy, and then wasn't there like a more recent one that got it, where you can use Intelligence, Charisma, or Wisdom for the spellcasting ability, as well as any spell slots that you have to cast those spells? I think that that's like something that just needs to kind of be a thing. I feel that it is a buff in a way, but it almost feels more like it's a quality of life improvement. If we're talking about the general aesthetic of playing that race, that's what you would really want to do. You know, this is added to your spell list, and you can cast it using any spell slots that you have. I might have some reservations about what spells could be race spells. I still always worry about Armor of Agathis getting thrown out to other spellcasters, but, you know, I think that if we're going to move in that direction, we need to see that blanket apply to all the different races. Hexblood. Okay, Hexblood, you're right. Isn't Maximus D&D said, isn't the first rule of the books, everything is optional and these are guidelines? Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact of whenever they put something in the book, some people consider that whatever is in the book to be like gospel, right? It's worth it for them to take this step of just removing the alignment. It's less words for them to print. Why is it such a big deal, you know? Alignment can have its own section in the book and be whatever, but I don't think that assigning a race an alignment and saying that, well, you know, drow are just generally evil, I just, meh, I don't even really care for that. That just feels like it's trying to hold back some people's world building. Maybe if they did like a Forgotten Realms campaign setting book, and then they got into it there, where like, okay, well, drow tend to be of this alignment because of XYZ thing. You know, oh, hey, thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate that. 40 plus viewers and 9 likes. We can do better. Hey, thank you so much, man. You know, they can separate these, and it does literally nothing to the mechanics of the game. So I really don't understand why there's some people that are so die hard on this remaining in there. But I will say that it seems to be a fairly small demographic of the TTRPG community that is so dead set on alignment really being tied into your race. Yeah, it just doesn't make much sense to me for narrative at all. I think you can remove it and it's going to be just fine. Okay, so that's my perspective on alignment being removed from race and all that. To simple starting out DMs, it does make things more bothersome by having to think about, instead of being able to just draw from the books, especially if they remove content lore. I don't know that it's more work to really consider if a character is evil or good. Make it on the character, not the race. Like, that's yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to have to go and sort through a bunch of rules as a DM to kind of determine that. Yeah, King T said it. The campaign setting books are where alignment-based races should be covered. I'd agree with that. Zandy Game said, I'd love for them to just say what general societies and actions are of different races. Like, it works generally get supplies by raiding towns. Great, tell me. It's not evil, it's just what it is. And I can see that, again, in a campaign setting book. If these are just going to be the races, let the races be a lump of mechanics, and let them tell the story, right? I think that might be why they did the custom lineage thing. Because, like, I think Wizards is just kind of at a point where they're like, you know what? You guys do your thing. You make your own races. Here's the template. Go for it. We're done kind of fighting about this, you know? Anyways, so let's move on to some of the other stuff in here that are kind of the bigger changes, right? Cleric gets bonus cantrips added. This is at page 61. You know what? I should probably have a book on me for this kind of stuff. But we can just kind of determine what these are going to be, right? Bonus cantrip on page 61 doesn't count against the number of cleric cantrips you know. That's what we usually see anyways. Acolyte of Nature, this is going to be for the Nature Domain Cleric. The following new sentence has been added after the first sentence. This cantrip counts as a cleric cantrip for you, but doesn't count against the number of cleric cantrips you know. Was that not a thing? Did that cantrip initially apply against Nature Domain? Maybe they've changed the errata here? Does anybody know? Was that not a thing originally? This cantrip counts as a cleric cantrip for you, but doesn't count against the number of cleric... Because if that wasn't the case, then wow, Nature Domain was even worse than I thought. Delivine, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. Keep up the awesome work. Love your Wizard Homebrew errata so far. Thank you. Hope to see other classes get similar treatment for balance, enjoying the homebrew. Hey, I appreciate that. I do have my 5e overhaul over on my Patreon if you want to go check that out. It should be available for free. If you can't find it, let me know. Tristan said something like the trait slash ideal slash I bond flaw might be interesting for races instead of alignment. Sure. And I'm kind of whatever about that. Maybe if that was a generalized table that you could roll on, I think people might like that a bit more. Like a D100 table that you roll that stuff out on. Give more character expression, right? Alex tells Ro, yeah, the PHB, it just says at first level you learn one druid cantrip of your choice. Okay. So then that is a buff. Good. They needed that buff. I would also say it's possible that, like, you could just say that you can learn druid cantrips with that cleric and, like, it would be fine. Like, yeah. So in my setting, if I want, this is from Trek, if I want tribes of raiders, I'll just have tribes of raiders with humans, orcs, etc. in them. I was never a huge fan of Tolkien's notion of racially uniform nations and cultures. Yeah, and again, like, in some worlds, like, that can be a theme, and it can totally work. If you look at, like, Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, like, they all have a... I don't want to say a justified reason for it, because that sounds meh. There's a historical reason why the races are separated in Cosmere as the way that they are. There's history behind it. Not so much anything that defines the race itself, but it is somewhat racially motivated. And it doesn't do it in a way where it's just like, well, because they are this, then... like, I'm trying to phrase this correctly, but it's the way that it's handled over in Cosmere, and I don't want to give any spoilers either. Okay, just go read Mistborn. Please go read Mistborn. It's handled in a way to where the history sets them all apart, and it's not trying to glorify, like, any sort of, like, racial essentialism or anything. It's pretty clear as to why the villain did the thing that they did, and that's why they're distinct from each other. I don't want to spoil anything because it's an amazing fantasy series, but go check that one out. Yeah. Character expression, what is this? Hey, Rich, how you doing? Okay, so let me move on from that one. Avatar Battle, this is a buff for War Domain Cleric. Non-magical weapons has been changed to non-magical attacks. Good. Okay, so the big change for this is with creatures that have natural weapon attacks, it wouldn't have originally applied to that Avatar Battle, because those aren't always weapons. Like, if it says natural weapons, you know, sure. But here, non-magical attacks, good. It needed this change. If you get punched now, and it's an unarmed strike, this is still going to apply, which, like, that's nice. And I'm not saying that this is all that War Domain needed, but this is at the very, very least something to help clean that up. War Domain still needs just buffs overall. Very, very much of that opinion. Possibly even a complete rework. It's just, I think that War Domain is just kind of bland, right? Like, I mean, is it cool that you can add this plus 10 bonus to the roll? Sure, but, like, it's boring, you know? This doesn't feel like it's really evoking that feeling of, like, I'm a war cleric, right? And this being the use of your Channel Divinity for a one-time plus 10 bonus to a roll of an attack roll, since Channel Divinity can now be used to replenish your spell slots, I still don't think that this is all that great. I really don't. I just think that there's so many other domains that you can go for that are going to do everything that War Domain wants to do, only better. Like, for example, Forge Domain. Seriously, if you want to be the tank cleric that War Domain wants to be and just cannot be, please go check out Forge Domain. Forge Domain is absolutely sick nasty. This Artisan's Blessing is an incredibly flavorful use of your Channel Divinity that completely tells the story of what this cleric wants to be, what this subclass really wants to be. Yeah, War Domain, a domain about fighting stuff, because other clerics don't apparently Right, like, if that's their one shtick, then, like, meh. Guided Strike, if you replace this with something that's, like, you know, advantage on saving throws against being frightened, something to, like, boost morale, that's what I did whenever I was working on that. You figure that the Dancer's Rallying Harbinger hits closer to a War Priest than a... Yeah. I wanted it to feel that way, right? I wanted that whenever I was designing the Rallying Harbinger, I wanted it to feel like you are a living war banner, and everybody that sees you is going to get some kind of a boost, right? That's what felt so sick to me. You know, taking inspiration, sure, from like Haka War Dancers, I wanted it to feel that way, right? The Dancer's whole shtick is like people that can see you get buffs. That felt so right. Give War Cleric Battlemaster maneuvers. That's like the band-aid fix for everything, it feels like. Does this option not feel super great? Give it Battlemaster maneuvers, it'll be fine. Oh, and also it doesn't help that, like, I mean, War Domain gets Flame Strike. Oh, come on, give them a better 5th level spell than this. All the other stuff you can see I rate as a purple, but this is such a huge blemish. Flame Strike is so terrible. So terrible. Wait, what? They buffed True Strike? Hang on. We gotta skip to that immediately. No way. Where you at? What? I don't see a True Strike buff. Tyla? I don't see no True Strike buff. Unless it's hidden in here somewhere. Okay. Alright. So, let's move on from that one. Oh, hey, Spencer, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. Yeah. We'll go over the Errata, and then we'll go over the Runekeeper. If you're around later on, pop back in. At this point, the correct Errata would be to buff Flame Strike. Kind of. I actually learned this from Heavy. So, the big reason why it seems like Wizards of the Coast is so scared to buff up 5th level spells is because of one subclass. The Evocation Wizard gets their Overchannel feature. And Overchannel will go absolutely nuts if you've got a spell that deals more than 10d8 damage. This is the big reason right here why it seems like they don't want to buff up some 5th level spells up above that 8d6 damage, right? Now, is that the proof of concept? No. But what they could do for Overchannel is switch it like what Heavy did, where it's 7th through 9th level spells. That feels sick. That feels super cinematic. Now, sure, the damage probably needs a nerf. I heard that in the comments. Gotcha. I understand that. But the point is that this is supposed to be incredibly cinematic. And if you're going to take that damage as a result of, I need to do the max damage with this, that is story driving right there. And that's what I mean by something that is more aesthetically inspiring and pleasing to design with, right? Like, the world of The Witcher has a deadly magic system, right? People straight up get sacrificed for a fireball spell. Like, literally, a person that has lived 20 to 30 years, their entire life is going to be just expended because, yeah, that world is scary. Chain Lightning 5th or 6th. The problem with this right now with Overchannel is actually, where are you at? The problem with this right now is actually Flaming Sphere. Because it needs to clarify that it's at the time of the casting, not the entire duration of the spell. So if you're using Flaming Sphere, cast this up at 5th level, it's doing max damage. You know, sure, we're only talking about 5d6 fire damage maxed out, so 30 flat damage. And does it end, does that, you deal the max damage with it end whenever you cast it, so it's only that one turn? Or does it keep reoccurring every instance that this is going around out there on the battlefield, right? So that's worth figuring out. And it does say when you cast a spell, you can deal maximum damage with that spell. But it doesn't say anything about does it reoccur, right? It says if you use this feature again, but that still doesn't clean up whether or not that is, you know, the reoccurring instances of damage. That could really use some refining on that. Hylix music. Yeah, the soundtrack to this is insane. I love the music to Hylix. Okay. So... Wait, I heard they're considering nerfing the Turtles' racial hold breath feature from 1 hour to 60 minutes. Oh. What's funny is you say that, but I'm sitting here thinking like, wait, what does that change? Could that change something? Does it actually change something? It might, because this is D&D. Okay, so let's move on from that one. Druid. Bonus cantrips. I'm assuming that this is for Circle of the Land. Now this is going to apply to where it doesn't count against the number of Druid cantrips you know. Was that really not already listed? One additional Druid cantrip of your choice. It feels like that should clarify it right there. One additional, right? But it apparently didn't? Was that a question? Was that really ever in question? Sure, okay, they cleaned it up. Whatever. That's whatever. I did hear the expansion soundtrack. It is, like I said, that is one of the most interesting video games in terms of its sound and its general aesthetics. Me as a massive Frank Zappa fan, I adore the Hylix soundtrack. You guys should go check out that soundtrack if you haven't already. The game itself is just bizarre. Okay, so moving on from that, what else is new? What's interesting, I will say, Water Whip actually becoming an action. Some people are going to call this a nerf, and I initially did agree that it would probably be a nerf. However, if you consider the fact of Monk just got... This was in Tasha's. Yes, okay, so key fueled attack shifts it to where now you can make that unarmed strike as a bonus action on your turn. If Water Whip would have stayed a bonus action rather than an action, you couldn't have Water Whip something and then done Stunning Strike. You would have had to do the Stunning Strike thing and possibly blow all that stuff on your action. Yeah. Mechanically, does this shift a whole lot for them? Kind of. Is Water Whip really one of the premier things for 4 elements? I will say that most everybody feels, at least in the design sphere, that 4 elements feels pretty good after Tasha's. It is surprisingly not all that bad anymore. You still have to spend the 2 key points as an action to create a whip of water that shoves and pull a creature to unbalance it. Now, it does have a cool combo, right, where you can pull it in towards you, bam, hit it, and Stunning Strike it. So, I don't mind Water Whip all that much. I don't mind it being an action. It might look like a nerf, but I think that overall, the sequence of the Monk playstyle is actually pretty nicely tied up and clean now. I kind of like that change. One that's made even better as a result of Tasha's being out. None of the big changes here. Okay, no new changes here. Again, all the alignment stuff. Final sentence has been replaced. Okay. Alignment in the multiverse. The first 3 paragraphs have been replaced with the following. For many thinking creatures, alignment is a moral choice. Human, dwarves, elves, and other people can choose whether to follow paths of good or evil, law or chaos. According to myth, the gods who created these folk gave them free will to choose their moral paths. Alignment is an essential part of the nature of celestials and fiends. Both types of creatures are associated with metaphysical planes of existence, specifically the outer planes that embody certain alignments. For example, most devils hail from the 9 hells, a plane of lawful evil. A devil does not choose to be lawful evil or tend towards lawful evil, but rather it is lawful evil in its essence. If it somehow ceases to be lawful evil, It changes to something new, a transformation worthy of legend. Okay. So, just, I guess, clarifying what it means to be evil and the fact of certain planes do specifically embody morality. So, yeah, cool. All right, there's some flavor for you. Water Whip does deal great damage. I think that 4 Elements Monk is worth reevaluating after specifically that one feature in Tasha's. I might look at it again because it's pretty interesting, but Key Fueled Attack, I think that this very much makes it to where 4 Elements is looking very playable. Okay, moving forward, feats. Heavy Armor Master. In the second bullet, non-magical weapons is now non-magical attacks. Okay, so same change that we saw for the War Cleric. Is there anything else in here? Any new spell stuff? Find Familiar got a change. Okay. What happened to Find Familiar? The third paragraph has been replaced with the following. When the Familiar drops to 0 hit points, it disappears, leaving behind no physical form. It reappears after you cast this spell again. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss the Familiar to a pocket dimension. Alternatively, you can dismiss it forever. As an action, while it is temporarily dismissed, you can cause it to reappear in any unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. Whenever the Familiar drops to 0 hit points or disappears in the pocket dimension, it leaves behind anything it is wearing or carrying. The 5th paragraph has been removed. So, what happened here? Did it say originally... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to grab a player's handbook. One sec. Okay. Ow. Clone got changed. I'll go check that here in a sec. Was there something new for Paladin? Hey, out of D&D, how's it going? Was there something new for Paladin? Nothing brand new for Paladin. But we're going to take a look at Find Familiar. So what happened? I mean, this is one of the most popular spells in the entire game, so it's pretty important to figure out that this thing still works the way that we thought. Find Familiar. Okay, so this is the 3rd paragraph. When the Familiar drops to 0 hit points, it disappears, leaving behind no physical form. It reappears after you cast this spell again. And my version of it doesn't have a period at the end of that sentence. Weird. I don't know, is that... Can you guys see that? Oh, no. Okay, it's not worth it. Oh well, it doesn't have a period. That's funny. The pocket dimension stuff is the same. Wasn't it already there? They moved it up. They did move that up. They combined paragraph 3 and 5, correct. There's something new here, though. Hang on. What'd they add? Causes to reappear in any occupied space. Whenever the Familiar drops to 0 hit points or disappears in the pocket dimension, it leaves behind in its space anything it is wearing or carrying. That was not in the original spell? Wait. Was that not in the original spell? Was Find Familiar just a freebie Liamon's secret chest? Wait, what? Was that spell even nuttier than what we have been using it for? I mean, I have never seen a player actually do that, where they took their familiars, like, they took a thing with them into the pocket dimension. But that's super funny. Wow. I mean, technically that's a nerf. Technically that's a nerf, but like it's, yeah, it shouldn't have been doing that anyways. That feels more like a bug. Like this is one of those Bethesda bugs, right? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Like, yeah, 5, 6, 7 years later, that's super funny. Wow. Okay, yes, it needed that change. Find Familiar is already a very, very good spell. It did not need to allow you to also get Secret Chest as a part of the spell. Okay. All right. Good. Good change. Good change. Yeah, I have been studying this game for I don't know how long, and I didn't know it could do that. I mean, I guess it's one of those things, right, where it says it because it doesn't say it, apparently, like, whatever. That's super funny. Well, it's a well-deserved nerf. I hope none of you all had to deal with that spell, like the Familiar taking away one of your big bad evil guy's magic items or something like that. That is super funny. Used to have a 100-foot range? Oh, where it could reappear? Really? Does Find Familiar not have a... What? Because, I mean, if it... Wait a second. If it... It doesn't disappear if it's more than 30 feet away from you, right? Because if they nerf that... If they nerf that, then this spell is markedly worse. It still says while it's within 100 feet of you. Here. Must be within 100 feet of you. It doesn't look like that part of it has changed, because that's the real weight of Find Familiar, is that the Familiar can go out and do the health action for you. Yeah. And if you go Warlock, man, I still think people are sleeping on those new invocations. Pact of the Chainmaster or Investment of the Chainmaster or something like that. Investment of the Chainmaster is insane. You guys, I have not heard anybody talking about how that can just knock stuff unconscious like crazy. You go Pseudo Dragon or Imp with that, and it can use your spell save DC rather than the Sleep spell. Guys, it is so good. It is so good. Okay. Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. Any creatures inside is now any creatures or object left inside, so I assume that is they are shunted forth. Okay, I'm gonna have to start banning these bots in here. Hang on a sec. Not this one. Go over here. Let me see here. Goodbye, Chain Benny. Yeah, if somebody posts a link up in chat, do not click it. I'm just going to give you guys a warning. Don't click any of the hyperlinks in chat. I've had, I guess since I'm now doing live streams a bit more often, there's been a lot of bots posting stuff up here. Please, please, please do not click any of the links in chat. If you have one you want me to check out, please post it over in Discord, not in my YouTube chat. Yeah. Join up with the Discord, by the way, if you haven't already. Okay. So, oh, someone said clone got to change. In the components entry, hold a medium creature is now hold the creature being cloned. In the description's first sentence, a living medium creature is now a living creature. Okay, so you can clone non-medium creatures now. A sealed vessel is now... Okay, so they just cleaned that one up. You can... I mean, is it a buff? Sure, because you can now do this with small and large creatures. Yeah. It is a buff. It is a buff. I don't know about massive. I think it's very, very nice. Apparently not. I mean, it's an 8-level spell. Younger version of the same creature and it remains inert. I mean, is this really a massive... Like, time to clone the Tarrasque. It has to be a living creature, so good luck. I mean, if you want to clone the Tarrasque, you try. Let me just say, for the most part, this is a DM-facing spell. Are the players going to be using this a whole lot? Maybe. Like, they're going to clone themselves, and then that way they have a backup character? Sure. You need an invite to my server. The invite should be, if you look at my channel, the channel banner, it should be on the top right, whenever you look at, like, my channel dashboard and everything. Let me just... Edit invite link expires after. Do this after a day. Okay. This is going up in the YouTube. That's where you can join up with my Discord. Just be sure to check out the rules on engaging with all that. Okay. Cool. This is mostly a DM facing kind of a thing. If your DM is using this to... Wait, does this work on undead? So the Lich can clone itself. I mean, if you homebrew it, does the Lich have clone? I mean, if they were thinking of only Liches are really supposed to be the ones that have that... No, Liches don't even have it. Okay. Interesting. Why would anyone ever decide to be a Lich if they could just use the clone spell to have essentially the same effect without becoming undead? If you're going to use clone, it's like a nicer way of doing it. The idea behind like ascending to Lichhood is that it's supposed to be easier for you to be able to just be immortal. It's a different path to immortality rather than like this is the only means of living forever, right? This is the more like mad scientist, I'm going to, you know, Venture Brothers myself. Like, I don't want my son to ever die, so I'm going to make 100 clones of him kind of a thing. Oh, which, I guess spoilers for Venture Brothers. Yeah. I mean, you could, as long as you have the, as long as you got the diamond and all the stuff, 2,000 gold piece sealable lid, you know, whenever you're up here at, what is this, like, is that, no, it's not 17th level, I think it's like 15th level, not a big deal. What if you make a clone and turn into a Lich, then, your clone comes back as the normal version of you, I guess? Living creature sounds like it excludes undead. Okay. That's a very good point. Okay, so yeah, this is the mad scientist way that you're going to be immortal, right? This is the good aligned way, even though it's necromancy, but yeah. Okay, so clone, I think, is just working to where, I mean, realistically, who's going to be using this? The DM. In most campaign settings, the DM is going to be using this spell as a means of keeping their villain alive, right? And a high level villain. I mean, one that can cast 8th level spells, you're maybe throwing that at 13th level characters. Maybe. Well, that's a new character idea. I highly encourage you guys, whenever you're trying to come up with a character concept, if you think about a spellcaster, look at the 8th and 9th level spells as the big reason why you want to grow, why you want to keep gaining power. Because those spells can drive an entire, really compelling storyline for you. Let's take a look at some of them, right? I know that my live streams always get off topic, but hey, these are fun talking points. Okay. So, what are some of the really cool ones in here? Demiplane, Earthquake is always fun. Feeble Mind, Foresight, Gate. Okay, Gate is such a cinematic, campaign-like, defining spell. I love this thing. You conjure a portal linking an unoccupied space you can see within range to a precise location on a different plane of existence. You know how I know that this is already a really, really cool, compelling way to write a character? Because this is what they did in Castlevania, okay? Go watch, I don't want to spoil the second season, but you should definitely, if you want to see how to write a character around a spell, keep this in mind and go watch the second season of Castlevania. Oh, man. Yeah. One of your old research buddies is lost in another plane. You guys were fooling around with some kind of magic that wound up getting him lost or whatever. Yeah, that is so sick. Imprisonment. I mean, like, this just lasts until it's dispelled. You're trying to keep something that you know can't be killed locked up. Like, you know, yeah. Look at whenever you are a spellcaster. Think about what the ultimate expression of the character is going to be, and that can totally fuel your backstory. I love that. True Resurrection was the one for me whenever I was writing Sir Hammond, because my entire reason for Sir Hammond being a devout cleric was to bring his daughter back from death. Sir Hammond wasn't originally a Warforged, a golem. We were rolling with that. He wasn't originally a golem in the world that we were playing in. He was originally like a dwarf from like 500 years ago. And the way that he was going to, he was like tending to his daughter was by dedicating himself to this god. And now that it had been 500 years later, he was like, this is my path now. This is how he meant me to give my daughter like the life and everything. So it was going to be via True Resurrection. And yeah, that just fueled so much just for me. I love it. Yeah, anyone can send a message through a wire. I want to bend reality to my will. Think about that. You know, I love that as a form of writing a character. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the PHB errata. I don't think it's super worth getting into with the stuff that's in Curse of Strahd. It's all pretty apparent as to why they changed a lot of the really uncomfortable uses of the word gypsy in that book. So Curse of Strahd has gotten changed. What I am curious about, by the way, if you're going to play Curse of Strahd, check out for the next 5 minutes. I'll give you, yeah, ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so Curse of Strahd has got some pretty big plot twisty moments in it. Have we... Okay, this is all that they're going to include. Vistani thugs. All they've really changed that to is thugs. Yeah, so this is what I mean. They changed the box text for gypsy over into man. Vistani here, Vistani there. Okay. Female humans, male and female human thugs. Is this just a means of them making sure that, I guess they're just adding in what stat block it's supposed to refer to? I guess. The thing I was curious about... Okay, so have they touched the windmill at all? Does anybody that's run Curse of Strahd, do you know about the... have they made a sidebar or any kind of mention as to, like, content warnings about the windmill? I'm just curious about that. I mean, and this is spoilers for anybody that's not aware. Oh, well, we'll get over into all that. Oh, wait, been removed from his... What? What? Curious. Okay. All right. So this is a little. This is a really touchy thing. This is one of the only books in which they specifically make reference to the death of children, and they've gotten. Whenever I say some backlash, I don't want me to say backlash, as this is the one thing that people have pointed to and said, yep, you got to get this out of your books. but there is a point that makes reference to some hags that are grinding up children. And it is, I remember in Adventures League, we had a few people that got upset with that. So wizards can't grab them. Oh, huh. So, like, I mean, if they added a little sidebar about that, maybe about how you could change that out, that was also an area where it could cause a TPK extremely easy. And it's kind of notorious that if you run Curse of Strahd, because it's the windmill in this area, players are notorious for trying to go and speed run that windmill. And other than the fact of, yeah, there's a pretty unpleasant thing that happens in that windmill, they're all night hags. It's a coven of night hags that you run into, and you can run into them at like 3rd level, like possibly even earlier. There's always going to be a new or old word that offends someone. Well, and you know, this thing with the gypsy here, okay, I can agree that like there's no reason why to use this term. I think that they're trying to get as far away as they can from real world cultures, so that I'm fine with. It's not like it upsets me at all. I'm also not Romani, so most Romani culture I've really gotten into was studying, and it's unfortunate that it's named this, I guess, but gypsy jazz. But even, I mean, Romani people named it that, so I don't know. Say whatever you want to say. Well, within good reason, watch your mouths. I don't know. Don't be assholes to people. Now, the one thing I will say, okay, and this is as somebody that wears a prosthetic that, I mean, hey guys, you probably noticed the eye patch. If you haven't, hey, here you go. Okay, so Esmeralda is a character in the in Curse of Strahd that has a prosthetic leg. There has been some back and forth about whether or not this is offensive for her to hide it or be really proud of the leg and show it off and do whatever. Whatever it is for the character is, I think, like, representing every disabled character as if like they're always going to throw it out in the open is like, I think it shows a bit of a misunderstanding as to what people who go through disfigurement really go through. Some people, like, I wear the eye patch because like it's an empty eye socket under there. It makes me more comfortable to cover that. Would I do a live stream without the eye patch on? Probably not, because like it just makes me more comfortable and it makes me feel a bit more at ease, right? I don't like sleep in it or anything like that, but it's something that I know that I wear not only for my own comfort, but also for the comfort of other people. Because yeah, it can be a little upsetting to just look at somebody and see that they've got no eye there. That can be like a, whoa, okay. You know, so I wear the eye patch for my own comfort and the comfort of other people. It's why anytime in a video that I've ever taken it off, I've always given the disclaimer of like, hey, just so you're aware, I'm going to take this off and talk about it, right? So whether or not this character has suddenly gotten the courage to like wear her prosthetic out in the open, hey, that's, you know, whatever. I do think that if you're changing the personality of a character simply to check a box of now I don't think it was ableist to say that she kept it secret. I had a conversation with Les, who was Freezy Pop in the Discord. Les, who unfortunately had to leave the community for some personal reasons. You know, Les was living in a wheelchair, basically. And we talked really often about disability representation in D&D, in just tabletop games and in anime and everything. And, you know, he was one of the people that I had asked about this, and he thought that it was kind of like, it's not a great representation of what it means to be living with a disfigurement or a disability, because not everyone is going to like want everybody to know that that's a thing that they're dealing with. If this is going to be the new big thing for her, that now, yeah, but I don't know that Wizards of the Coast was necessarily being ableist with the original depiction of Esmeralda. And this is without, again, I'm not super up on the Ravenloft lore. I just remember we were talking about this in particular, and I don't think that somebody including a character that has a prosthetic and kind of wants to hide it, that can be a really good endearing moment later on where they finally bring that up. But I don't think that every single character that has a disability or disfigurement needs to be this like, hey guys, check out my fake leg, you know. Anyways, so that's kind of my take on that. Gothic trinkets, they fixed the typo, I guess. And then the tree blight now has different hit point calculations. All right, cool. How did D&D said, the bone grinder windmill that talks about grinding up children does need a warning in the book. I would definitely agree with that. You disagree that Madame Eva's leg change was not needed? I mean, again, hey, I could be wrong on the lore. If someone wants to correct me on that, I'm more than happy to hear it out. But my take is generally that I don't think that it's ableist to include characters that are more reserved about their disability. That's my take. Like, I mean, yeah. I think if you're writing it in a way to where it's not cartoonized, then you should be fine. Like, again, if that's a theme that you want to check out, then I would say, you know, do your research, consult somebody that's actually living with it, talk about it, and make sure that you're not unintentionally possibly poking fun at the disability. That's the way that I think you should approach that. Bilbo Backhand said, I haven't ran Curse of Strahd, so I don't know how crazy the description gets, but I feel like old witches eating kids is some basic creepy fairy tale stuff. Yeah, it is. And I think that Curse of Strahd is probably one of the only D&D books that I would recommend should probably come with a like either on the publishing page or on the front cover, you know, it deals with a bit more mature themes than other books. Conventionally, D&D books, if we're talking about liches reanimating the dead, that's very cartoony fantasy, right? If we get into actual depictions of like child death, or, you know, talking about some of the themes that were kind of about like obsessiveness and like stalkerish in Curse of Strahd, then it might need to come with some kind of a content warning. And like, I think that people just need to be responsible with knowing what is going to upset them and checking out reviews of the stuff that they're going to spend their money on or that they're going to play in before getting into that experience, right? And this is also just like another aspect of just be kind to people, right? Like, just talk stuff through. You know what's going to be right for your table. As long as you have that session 0 and you talk it out, like, handle it responsibly and just, yeah, don't be doing things to intentionally upset people. Like, you know what I mean, the real life upset. You're trying to mess with their trauma upset. They didn't do anything wrong. I'm guessing this personally haven't read Curse of Strahd, but at the same time, I think Esmeralda's character should determine how she reacts to showing her, like, yeah. Wizards trying to be safe ends up biting them most of the time. Love your channel. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and sometimes it's more so that people are trying to see. The thing that I push back against is, how do I put this? The thing that I push back against is whenever it's very reactionary, right? Whenever it's reactionary because one person started a Twitter thread that got 1,000 likes, right? Or whatever. If it's reactionary in that term, then are you pleasing really the masses or just that one person and their influence or their sphere of influence, right? I don't think that it should ever be like one person determines the what is or is not acceptable, especially not Twitter users, because we've seen how Twitter can go. You know, I think that Wizards of the Coast needs to... How sick nasty my hair is today. Hey! Right? Rocking the silver fox look. A content warning seems more appropriate since they shouldn't be obligated to shy away from more mature topics as long as it isn't presented with hateful intention and execution. Correct. That's the take. That's Mr. Hat and Clogs. That's the right take. It does have a disclaimer. Is that a new disclaimer? Because what I think would be more appropriate... Where's that disclaimer at? Can anybody give me a page? Just not the disclaimer we need. Cover, forward, introduction. Probably in running it, right? It's not in running the campaign from what I can see. Some anime hair? Really? That's just me putting a part, like, over on the right side. Humor, details, horror, the unknown. I am where it is 75 degrees here. No, and I agree with Silas. I agree with Silas, except I don't want to get into some fatal territory with that. I want to make sure that there is a general level of acceptance for what is or is not, like, acceptable to go into an adventure or a D&D book just in general, right? Yeah, Tyler, if you can let me know where that content warning is, I would really appreciate that. Because where I think it needs to be is right here. Somewhere on the cover, right? Even if it's just a sticker that you can peel off and it doesn't damage the book. Because as I approach the age of where I'm, like, you know, looking at becoming a dad, especially as a teacher of middle schoolers, I really would appreciate getting some kind of a heads up as to what's going on in there. I had an instance this year where I was trying to talk about creepy music, and I was like, Night on Bald Mountain. There is a classic scene from Fantasia where they animate Night on Bald Mountain. Chernobog is raising up spirits and, you know, yada yada yada. I was showing this to 7th graders, which is a fine age to show general Disney stuff, right? What I didn't know is that in the Night on Bald Mountain, because I was like, yeah, it's in Fantasia, it should be fine. Night on Bald Mountain, there are several harpies that are naked in that. And I was like, ooh, okay, stop, okay, move on, right? It's just one of those things that, like, I wish I had, it was on me for not really, it was kind of on me for not totally comprehensively reviewing that, and that was my bad. But the word I had just kind of gotten was, like, Disney stuff is just kind of okay. But anyways, for those of you that don't know, there's definitely a Disney movie that has nudity in it. But if I had gotten that heads up, well, and it, again, it's on me, but it's a PG movie. It's a PG movie. Anyways. Curse of Strahd has a tiny section before the contents page? Really? How small is that? I see no content warning. But I do have the 3rd print. I don't want to linger on that too much, but, like, I don't see a content warning in here. Yeah, if it's a joke disclaimer, then that's just about the Wizards of the Coast writes those in all their publishing pages. Well, yeah, you can remove anything not apt for people of that age group, but that's also, like, on the DM, and, like, I'm running a tabletop RPG class next January. Well, I guess next January. January, okay. And I want to make sure, like, do I really need to read through absolutely every single book, or give that disclaimer to all these kids, like, hey, you guys can play the adventures from every book except that one right there. Don't pick up that one. Yeah. What are they going to do? They're going to go Google it, right? This dread adventure is kind of a warning. Anyways, okay. So the other ones that I'm really, really concerned with, what are they going to do with Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide? Is Undying Warlock going to get any changes in there? Radiant Sunbolt. Wait, what? Oh, that's a big... Okay. Okay, so there is... What I'm saying is it needs some kind of a content warning in Curse of Strahd. Some of the younger viewers, like in your 20s or something, might not really agree with that. Oh, hey, thanks, King T. Yeah, if you're... Well, if we're still going whenever you come back, you're welcome to come back and hang out. Yeah, as I get a little bit older, I'm starting to realize, you know, that there is a purpose behind rating systems, warnings, and all that stuff. Whenever I was a kid, I was like, give me Grand Theft Auto. Don't put that M sticker on there, you know, whatever. I'm not, whatever. But it's worth it to just let people know the kind of content that you've got in your work. You don't want someone to unintentionally be that kind of upset, that level of upset from your work. There's a reason why, like, I always tell people, like, Pet Sematary is one of my favorite books, but you should know that you should not read that book until you are in a very, very good, positive headspace. Especially not... I tell people, the worst thing you could do to yourself in regards to a reading experience is read Pet Sematary immediately after experiencing the death of a close friend or family member. Pet Sematary will dig up all kinds of trauma and grief that you did not know you were, like, not done dealing with. Yeah. You gotta be mature enough to know where to apply mature topics. 100%. It's always a bunch of immature, kind of tasteless people that come up with systems that, like, try to make, you know, sexiness as a mechanic. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, there's a really good quote from what is it? Gravity Falls. I think it was like Stan Pine said, yeah, only nerds would think that charisma is a superpower. Or like is a magical ability or something like that. Oh man, I love that show. Please, if you're looking for something to watch over Christmas break and you haven't seen Gravity Falls, you need to go binge that show. Gravity Falls is one of the best pieces of animation, probably rivaling Avatar: The Last Airbender. Please, 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 go check out Gravity Falls. Am I saying to ban all books? Yes, only buy homebrew. Only homebrew. We know how to write for D&D. Wizards of the Coast doesn't. Only buy our stuff. Yes. Okay. Oh man. Side note, Stephen King is, yes, remarkably bad at writing some mature themes. Yes. Yeah, cocaine-fueled Stephen King was not great at, he's particularly bad with, bedroom scenes. So, anyways. Okay. Alright. So are we good with that? Are we good? We understand? We understand kind of where we all sit with Curse of Strahd changes. Because I know I haven't really made a statement on that anywhere. But I think, like, as someone with a disfigurement, like, I hope that, like, hearing, I guess, my perspective on that kind of helps out. It's not that people just don't want disabled representation. It's just that it feels like you're kind of giving everything a bit of a, like, well, yeah, look at you. Like, I don't know. It feels like rather than actually take the time to understand why people might try to hide a disfigurement or something, they're just like giving them a trophy, showing them up, and they're like, here you go, look at, yeah. It feels like another version of, it feels patronizing and cartoonizing in a way, and that's not good either. It's just not. But as to whether or not that's the way that Esmeralda should be depicted, that's, like, you know. Anyways, so Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. I'm only interested in one thing out of this, and I move on pretty quick. Are they gain all expanded uses? Okay, that's all older stuff. That's all older stuff. That's all older. What's the new thing? Rakish Audacity. Okay, if they haven't changed this in... Did they change this in Xanthar's Guide? Because I didn't see Xanthar's Guide in the list of books. Tokenization. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right there, Tristan. If you're just including somebody that, like, tick off a checkbox, like, you know, hey, yep, they can't complain that we were being ableist because we did this, bam, then, like, don't do that either. Is the Rakish Audacity change all that big? I mean, I guess if it was something newer, then it's something that they would have included for Xanthar's Guide, so... They removed Keen Senses from half-elves? Oh. Oh, was it because, was it just redundant? Because didn't they get proficiency? Well, wait, Keen Senses would be... Oh, I don't know. I don't want to dive too into that rabbit hole because I don't even use Skag. I don't know too many people that actually use Skag, so I'll move on from there. Okay. Tales from the Yawning Portal. We can move... Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. What were the big changes? Alright, so these are all new as far as I'm concerned. I'm looking at mechanical stuff. I'm trying to find... Was it just perception? Huh, okay. This is all just cleaning up. Okay, custom lineage. They added the ritual tag where it was supposed to be. Good. Okay, perfected armor. In the Guardian subsection, the first sentence has been replaced with the following. When a huge or smaller creature you can see ends its turn within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to magically force it to make a strength saving throw, or you pull or push it up to 20 feet directly to an unoccupied space. Okay. So... Oh, God, they're gonna make me... What's this exercise program? Okay. Okay, what'd they change? This is in armor. Man, in this class. Battlesmith, artillerist, armorer. Okay. In the Guardian subsection, the first sentence has been replaced with the following sentence. So originally it said, when a huge or smaller creature you can see ends its turn within 30 feet of you. Okay. You can use your reaction to magically force the creature to make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. Okay. Pulling the creature up to 30 feet towards you. So they nerfed it? They nerfed it by 5 feet? What? They nerfed it by 5 feet? But... directly to an unoccupied space? What? Like... what did that change? I mean, like, yeah, sure, okay. Is it a nerf? Yeah, but, like, What was the point? Towards you to an unoccupied space. You pull the creature up to... It just removes the weirdness of pulling it to your space. But that covered it originally, it looked like. Okay, I don't want to get super hung up on that one. Is it a nerf? Sure. Is it necessary? I guess. I mean, if you're able to... Because my thought is, if you're pulling it, that is always going to be logically towards you, right? Now, if you just pull it and you can move it around like that, that's some ridiculous, like, movement control that you're causing there. I don't think that they're going to go with that route where you can just manipulate its position and possibly meat grind it with, like, certain spell combos. I don't know. If that's much of a change, then, like, meh. Okay, repeating shot. In the second paragraph, the first sentence has been replaced with the following. If the weapon lacks ammunition, it produces its own, automatically creating one piece of magic ammunition when the wielder makes a ranged attack with it. This creates a weird vagueness that's going to be argued for no reason. I can see that being a problem. Okay, I'm just going to keep this out, apparently. If the weapon lacks ammunition, it magically creates its own. I mean, repeating shot is a crazy strong infusion. Okay, originally... Yo, when's the exercise video coming out? The second paragraph, the first sentence has been replaced with the following. The first sentence originally read, if you load no ammunition in the weapon, it produces its own. Oh, okay. There's just a weird, there's a weird narrative with that they fixed. Okay, that's it. Is it a buff? Sure, but it's just a narrative fix. Okay. Animating performance. As an action, you can animate one larger, smaller, non-magical item within 30 feet of you that isn't being worn or carried. Could you originally animate a magic item with that? If so, that's hilarious. Okay. Animating performance. First sentence of animating performance. No, okay. Larger, smaller. Okay, so they just changed the word target to animate. That isn't being worn or carried. Oh, because you can animate. Okay, okay. Here's why they changed this. Because with the original version, you could animate something someone is wearing or carrying. That is too funny. Oh, man. Okay, so you could literally animate someone out of their clothes. Like, out of their armor, animate their sword, whatever. Yeah, that needed to be changed. Okay, that's real funny, though. That is super funny. Okay. Disarming strike is not a disarming attack. And defeats entry. Who cares about that? Full depth is okay. Okay. Gathered swarm in the second sentence until you die has changed to while you're alive. Okay. Strength saving throw has been changed to strength saving throw against your spell save DC. That's for Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. That's okay. Eldritch Adept is now applying to where it's more versatile for your intelligence. Okay. Your spells. Okay, the rest of that just got cleaned up. Alright. So, Tasha's didn't get the nerfs it needed. The fact that they didn't touch Twilight Domain or Peace Domain is insane. Those both still need to be absolutely nerfed down into the ground. They really need to rework those. The last one I'm going to take a look at before we go over to the Runekeeper is going to be Volos. And this is mostly just going to be the same stuff that we've seen before. There are a few aspects of this that are worth kind of talking about mechanically. Alignment traits, like we saw in the player's handbook, have been removed. Kobold got quite a lot of stuff from their lore gutted, from what I remember. Characteristics that it might possess. So they're really taking the approach to like really soft-handed changes in regards to how they want to tackle some of the some of the alignment stuff that's associated with monstrous races. And again, this is going to be completely DM dependent, how your DM wants to roll with, like, if you play a monster, what's going to happen. Yeah, the clerics that are in Tasha's need toning down. Yeah. So they're taking a very, very, I don't mean to say like a heavy-handed approach here. They are deleting a lot of lore from monsters that are now available for you to play as races, because they don't want that to decorate, I think, some of, or possibly inspire some potentially like racist analogs. So it sounds like that they've mostly done what they can to take the baseball bat to that side of their lore. I'm looking at, okay, now as far as that side of it goes, play the race you want to, play the alignment you want to, like, you know, talk with your DM and all this stuff about, like, seriously guys, I will say that 99% of the issues I see, or like questions I have come up in like my DM advice channel, or on Reddit, could literally just be resolved by you just talking to the people you're playing with. I know that there is such a thing as social anxiety and all that stuff, but like, for real, communication is so key in games like this, guys. Like, for real. Oh my god, I'm gonna ban all that VAR tech, all the FYI, yeah. Anyways, so YouTube wants to worry about the dislike button, yet we constantly get bots spamming everything. Let me get that banned. Boop. Boop. Get out of here. Okay. Yep, they should just adapt to the setting. And I would agree. I would agree. It needs to just be, include this stuff in a Forgotten Realms campaign setting book. That, like, yes, just include it in a campaign setting book. If there's a reason for the cultural things that come up around alignment, include it in there. Talk about why, you know. Your culture does not inherently define your... It can help to shape your morals and ethics, but it's not intrinsically tied into who you are as a person, and especially not your race. Like, yeah. They're not based on any real-life country or people. I don't get why they're cutting the lore. If you look at... I'm gonna step outside of D&D here for a second to use another analog here. Because this is an example of how an author's fantasy description of a race it shows some inherent racism with it, okay? And if you look at the way that goblins are depicted in Harry Potter, they are very, very clearly drawing on Jewish stereotypes. Now, looking over here at what happened with D&D, it was the idea that orcs and some of the lore that was given to them were, and this is a whole thing that blew up on Twitter last year, that orcs were being described with traits that were conventionally assigned long. I say long, it really wasn't. Okay. Orcs were conventionally being described with words that were used to vilify, Africans. And just honestly black people in general. So it's a tricky thing in that we try to see if it was, people were saying that it was coded to where some of the terms that they were using were coded in a way of mimicking real world racist stereotypes, right? So, because this got to be a pretty big talking point, that's what started moving forward the idea of we really need to discuss why Wizards of the Coast feels that race and alignment need to be so intrinsically tied into each other, right? Or why certain races were getting negative intelligence scores. This can all be drawn as parallels to possible real-world racism, right? Now, even if the coding isn't intentional, people will read into it, and there will always be ways. And there are ways to avoid that as a writer. Yes, there are. There's a reason why sensitivity readers are a thing. You don't agree with that orc take it all? It was a Twitter moment, and you know, I pushed back against it because I thought that, and this, I pushed back against it, and I just thought it was. I thought it was a silly moment where we're looking at people that are getting offended on behalf of black people, right? Because you notice that a lot of the people that were in that chat or that were on those threads were definitely a bunch of pasty white folk, you know? So I called it out, and I was like, guys, if we're going to go this far into it, we can literally say this about any race here. And I didn't really take into thought the fact of assigning an entire race traits like this comes off as pretty, I don't want to say problematic, but racially, I guess it is problematic. You're saying like racial essentialism with that, right? Now, what I will say about that is I don't think that it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to give races those traits inherently. You can talk about a culture or a society that does that, but the moment that you start to say that this entire race acts like this, there's a problem. And you can literally write the same amount of lore, the same kind of lore, the same exact lore about a society or a culture and not make it problematic. It's where you put, it's where you're putting the lore that does or does not determine whether or not, well, how do I say it? Does or does not determine whether or not a thing is yada, yada, yada. Does determine the intent of it, right? So if I say that like orcs are all savage and barbaric, okay, these are terms that were used back in the day to describe certain races of, you know, real world race, right? Now, if I say that this tribe of orcs, we know them to be barbaric, you know, savage, brutal orcs, then we have a shift as to what the onus is on, right? Is it on the race or the culture that determines this? That's at least the way that I came to understand why the problem was brought up, okay? I also had a talk with Eugene Marshall of Arcanist Press. I hope I'm getting that right. Eugene is the person that wrote Ancestry and Culture that blew up. And Eugene did address a pretty big issue there. And it's that these mechanics of the game could intentionally, or I say intentionally, could artistically draw a parallel to these kinds of issues, right? These kinds of ideals, we'll say. And that's where I think that it's okay. Like, I don't see why it's not all right to just decouple the two and move it over to a society, right? A society, a tribe, a whatever you want to say, right? And I think that it's actually more interesting to do that because then you have like possible moments where people are at the table role-playing out like a shift in their perspective on someone else, right? A real Legolas and Gimli kind of a moment. You know, those two are pretty racist against the other, at least before they meet and become friends, you know, and then it becomes like they're thick as thieves in the end. So anyways, that's my thought as why they are doing that. Okay. And I agree that race is not a great place to put things like that. Those are things that could easily define a culture rather than a racial trait. That's me tying everything up, putting it in a box, putting a big nice bow on it. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Drunken Yoda said the problem is that there is no true definition of what race is in D&D. I think that race should at most be a heritage, you know, well, I say a heritage. It is an ethnicity, right? The problem is that race traits are at times biological and at times cultural. And that murkiness is going to lead to possible problems. You can decouple the two, and it'll be fine. Orcs trended on Twitter for a few days. It was people getting mad, thinking it's racially slanted. Well, there were other reasons behind it. The person that originally made the Twitter post that got it started, you know, especially with them promoting some of their own work on, like, hey, if you're gonna call someone out, like, this is one of the things that I hate about TTRPG Twitter. If you call someone out, and then you're like, oh, hey, by the way, here's my OnlyFans. Like, what is that? Like, yeah, let's shame Wizards of the Coast for this book. By the way, here's my titties. Pay me $5. Like, what is that? Oh, man. Yeah, that... oh, my God. And I'm sure that clip is going to get used against me or whatever. Anyways, you know, I think that sometimes people are calling others out to clout chase, not because they actually feel like there's a problem with it. Now, the orc thing, sure, you could dive into it, and it required a much more nuanced discussion that clearly should not have been had over a Twitter post, right? And it wasn't as if the person who originally was saying that was doing a good job at explaining what the issue was. We've since had time to kind of talk about it and figure out that, yeah, even as designers, we just don't think that this is a great place to put it. Hey, John, thanks for showing up, man. We're talking. And yeah, so Twitter's gonna Twitter, but that doesn't change the fact that this was something that was worth having a talk about. And I think that the shift over is actually making it's making the game better, okay? We are making a healthier game that allows for a bit more character expression, because now your background could be a good place to put those cultural traits. We could give background some good weight in D&D as to what it means for your character, kind of like what I'm trying to do with the Runekeeper. And, you know, making it to where these biological traits, these are going to be like your ancestry, to use Eugene's terms, or your culture, you know. So I think that the separation is fine, and I think that it makes for some more interesting character building. We think of race as centaur, half-orc, and there's so much more: location, cultures, ideals, and such. Yes. Yes, I agree. If we look at the word race, it could be part of the problem. There's only one human race. People of different skin color are not different races. The characters in D&D are different races. Yes, they are biologically different. Yeah, and I want to say that that's your, like, that is your, like, they're different species in D&D in a way, but overall the creature type of humanoid is, yeah. Oh, okay, I knew that they had used they, them pronouns. I didn't know that. Okay, so Gwen, that's my bad. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay. You see the extra credits video where they literally had a frame where they physically compared a black... Oh, no. I remember seeing somebody kind of briefly cover that, but honestly, the content that was coming around that time was more so trying to capitalize on kind of the overall reactionary nature of most of Twitter at that point. And no one was really doing a great job of explaining why the problem was there in the first place. It was just that they were saying, like, you know, oh yeah, well, they're saying that black people are like orcs. Now they're the real racists. And it's like, no, that's not the point. Like, there was a much more nuanced discussion to have been had there. Yeah. Anyways. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat as well. Yes, Tristan got it. I clarified that part. Yes. The actual lore itself is a bit hazy. Sort of evil characters, cultures, mishmash of contradictory. Yes, yeah. Okay. So I hope that works. Mr. Hattenclogs, I agree, Terran. It could lead to awesome setting changes to apply variant cultures. Yes. Cool. Okay. I know calling people different species is correct, but weird. Yes, and D&D. Yeah, because species has a kind of weird scientific feel to it that feels like it's almost dehumanizing in a way, and I don't like calling, like, yeah, this is your species, right? It almost feels like you're supposed to be you're like an animal walking around. I don't know. There's a guy for newer DMs. Yeah. Well, and the alignment section is like, if it's supposed to be the guide, then like, I mean, I don't know, talk about their culture then, like where they typically come up or whatever. I think that if newer DMs really want that information, then like they'll seek it out. I don't think that putting it in the player's handbook is like a great thing. Yeah. Kind of break the ideas of races being different species. Well, okay, interesting, but also note that the only race that's able to mix with others in the D&D term, God, I really, I need to figure out the phrasing on some of this stuff, but they always combine with human, right? It's like human and elf makes a half-elf, human and orc makes a half-orc. It's not orc and dwarf makes a half-orc or whatever. And I think that that's more on human being kind of adaptable, right? I think that kind of plays more into like their fantasy of being a human, is like they are the general kind of versatile, flexible race, which I think gives them a really interesting flavor if you kind of lean into that. It's not really correct though. It's all fantasy nonsense. There is no real world equivalent to having humans and demi-human like things together. So just pick the word with the least racist baggage. That works because it's all make-believe. You can still to say that it's all fantasy nonsense and it doesn't really draw real-world parallels is kind of like saying that people don't write music or art or create art to kind of address real-world issues. Writers will do that all the time in their work. They will try to come up with possibly a way to think a little bit more about an issue. I think that even Tolkien did so with, like I said, Gimli and Legolas, right? Talking about people that have inerrant kind of racist ideals, and why that's just so ridiculous once you get to know somebody, right? Okay, so it was a big diversion from everything we were talking about here, but I do feel like it's important because this book in particular was the one that got called out. Volos Guide got called out last year, right? So, look, just as far as this book goes, the stuff that got taken out was some of the problematic stuff that went into some of the monsters races. Orcs completely lost the menacing trait because, yes, okay, we're talking about something that's more of a personality or cultural trait rather than something that's so biologically determined. Now, what I think is weird is that they went with something that doesn't exactly... Sorry, that was getting on my nerves. Something that doesn't exactly, I think, address the issue. And I don't know that I really want to get into that in this live stream. I will say that, like, replacing the menacing trait that was intimidation with your proficiency in 2 skills of your choice from, and it is a buff. This is like, I don't know, I guess it's like they're still trying to blend culture and like race in here. Yeah. Orcs aren't menacing, they have a primal intuition, right? I don't know, that's what I'm not saying, I'm not trying to say that this is still potentially problematic. I'm just like, look, we've figured out how to fix this. We've figured out how to change this in a way to where, like, we separate what are the biological traits from the cultural traits. Anyways, all right. Could it be that, like, biologically you're just more in tune with animals? Sure. That you're just more acutely aware of social cues? Sure. That you're just meaner? I don't know. Sure. Biologically, that you guys are yeah. Well, this is whatever. It isn't a massive buff. It's actually really nice for them. Menacing intimidation checks just don't have enough real weight unless you want to play an asshole in the game. So there you go. What else is big in here? What are the other big changes? I do know. Wait. What? Someone said something about Kinku. Wait, were Kinku in this book? They were, right? Was there a change to Kinku? Oh, just removed alignment. Okay. Goliath got a buff. Okay. So they are resistant to cold damage, and they are acclimated to high altitude. So they actually made Mountain Born actually get some real weight here. I'm all right with that. Triton got resistance to cold damage, and they got dark vision. Okay. That's all good. Bugbear not changed other than alignment. Hey. I love Bugbear. Bugbear is mechanically one of my favorite races in D&D. The reach alone, I'm so happy with that. It makes me want to roll up so many different Bugbears. It's just so fun. Even if it's not all that strong, I still feel like it's just so fun. Yeah, the Goliath buff did appear in Rime of the Frost Maiden, but it looks like they're just making it, like, universal. So I'm fine with that. Yeah, and Bilbo, like, I understand that. That's why I was saying that, like, it still felt like it was a missed thing. Yeah. Okay.
I'll see you later.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
I'll see ya. So if that's all that was new, yeah, Bugbear, Polearm, Master, and Sentinel is the one that everyone's like, yeah. Okay. So as far as I can tell, those are the big player option focus changes. Okay, we've been talking about that now for about 2 hours. But from what I can tell, mostly cleaning up, mostly quality of life changes. There are very few actual, how do I put it? Buffs, like mechanical buffs and nerfs here. So I mean, that's what I was mostly kind of concerned about. We did have the talk about, you know, should races have XYZ thing in them, which I think that it was good to actually have that discussion. I haven't seen a whole lot of people really talking about that stuff here on YouTube, because I think that more often than not, the comment sections on those tend to get a little heated. But we'll see what happens with this one. Anyways, I think that overall that's going to be a better change for it. I think that the game is going to be in a much healthier state, and we're going to start to inspire some more interesting world building, rather than to say, oh, you're an orc? Cool, everyone in town's going to hate you. Like, come on now. That's such a boring way to DM. Okay. So, the big Feast de la Resistance. I took 2 semesters of French. So, Runekeeper. Let's get into the meat and bones of what this live stream was supposed to be. Let's get that out of here. Did I hear Matt Colville release a new Monster Tamer class today? Are they... Oh god, I really shouldn't say anything. Yeah, I should. Are they gonna price it at $4.99 and then wait for reviews to come out and then change the price to $15.99 or $14.99? Just saying, MCDM. Okay. So, Runekeeper. For those of you that have not seen, is it $15 starting out? Good. Well, good. I won't say anything here, other than what I've already said. I did get a review. No, not a... Wait. Did I not? I always get review copies of MCDM stuff. Did I not get a review copy of this one? No, I did. I did. Yes, I did. Okay, so are they just going with a Pokemon trainer route? Oh, I don't know if that's going to zoom up in on that. But yes, I did get a... There's the James Introcaso. All right. So, no, I have been wrapping up this semester with, I've been trying to finish up my grade book and make sure that any questions and whatever while students are going into finals get answered. So, and that's part of why I'm working on a class now, is because I'm not going to have a big project over Christmas break. I've got all my grade book done, and I was like, all right, I want to take a look at this one again. Yeah, back to my work. So, there's a few changes that have happened with this one. If anyone has questions about it, let me know. But I will show you basically what's going on with it right now. And I will bring up any questions as to why things got changed. Well, I'll address some of the big changes here. Metaphysic. The lore of it. Okay, so I talked about this a little bit in my last live stream. I should probably unstrike that. Okay. Oh, there goes my backlight. Ugh. Come on. Give me a little bit more life. There we go. Sorry, my backlight just went down. That means I've been streaming for a long time now. Okay, so... Why should someone play a Runekeeper from a story standpoint? Why should I play a Runekeeper? Alright, so let me talk about this one. The Runekeeper. My thought on this one is I try to always justify why is my thing this whenever I'm going into designing, okay? The reason why I designed the Dancer is because there was no way to play a straight up martial support outside of, and I mean support as in buffer debuffer, outside of some specific Battle Master maneuvers from the Battle Master, right? You would take, there wasn't a class that was built to be a martial support. And it was Rogue Watson that said in his merchant review, he thought it would be way more interesting if the merchant didn't get spellcasting. And I agreed with him. But as I got through designing that class, I was like, it just makes way too much sense for this to be a spellcaster. Way too much sense. And I'll get to that, Nikolai. So whenever I got onto the Dancer, I was like, all right, this is going to be my martial support. How can I make that work out? And that's where I started looking at different video games and what they had done with Dancers, and it was always action economy boosters. And so that's why I was like, oh, sick. Okay. Yep, that's what mine's going to be in D&D. This is going to be the action economy support character. And so far, the input I've gotten has been like, I've been pretty happy with that. Where do I get my side panel art from? You mean, okay, this right here I made myself. I did 3 years of graphic design in college, so I'm pretty good with vector artwork. This over here is stock art from Adobe Stock Art that I licensed. And if you see over here in CC Libraries, it'll show you some of the artwork that I've licensed from Adobe. Okay, so that was originally this picture right here. Okay, and what I did was I took it over into Photoshop. Let me move that down here. Boom. I took it into Photoshop. I took some watercolor brushes with a vector mask. Or, sorry, wow, layer mask. I'm not sure if you can see down here. I apply that layer mask onto it, and then I just start painting with a watercolor texture. And then I apply this in the background to give it some more solid kind of color blocks. Yeah. And then I take that, export it as a JPEG, apply it as a... I put it over my parchment layer. And then I apply a transparency. Where I go here, click it, effects, transparency. Now it's multiply, right? So normal, it's just going to be white parchment in the back, right? Or sorry, just white in the back. Go over here and I choose multiply. This means that any of the whites that appear in the image are now going to be transparent. And it basically makes it to where any of the color that's here, I think it's like, it doesn't remove the alpha channel. I can't remember how it works. But basically think of it as any color, any darkness that is darker than what is below it is going to show. So if this was on a black background, nothing would be showing. Does that make sense? If it was, the opposite of that is screen. Okay, so if I choose screen, suddenly that's going to vanish except for everything that is apparently lighter than the image behind it, right? So if this is a black background, all this stuff is going to pop, okay? That's a basic thing on these two transparencies that I work with the most. Basically everything else that's in here, I hardly ever touch. Like, hardly ever. Multiply and screen, that's the reason why they're up here at the very, very top, are going to be your two go-tos. Every once in a while, I see somebody use darken, which kind of does the same thing as multiply. I just tend to get better results out of multiply. It looks like it's actually sitting on the page. Let me, while I'm doing that, because this is make a good segue here, let me show you guys how I actually do this process right here. Okay, I'm going to hide that mask for right now. I take the image I want, put it up in Photoshop, go down here, I add the layer mask. Up here, I make sure that the layer mask is selected. I make sure that I'm coloring in black. I make sure that I'm coloring in black. Let me try this again. I make sure, oh, I got the eraser selected. I make sure that I am coloring in black with a watercolor brush. Boom! Here's the advantage to doing this, okay? I'll show you guys. You can get the 5e look pretty well. Yes, I'm fine with doing... Some people have asked me to do some graphic design tutorials and just some layout work. I would like to do kind of a masterclass at some point on that, because I would love to help people move away from using GM binder and all that stuff, because this is just it's a prettier way that if you want to get into professional design, this using InDesign, Photoshop, Illustrator, these are going to be the ways that you should really be making your stuff. Yeah. Now, I also have a lot of experience in graphic design because of my, background in college, but it's still not anything that someone couldn't learn with, spending some time working in these programs. Well, it's the kind of 5e look that they developed, right? Now, I think that this is okay. It is super simple to do. This is very easy to do. Now, what I like to do, and kind of my signature thing, I'm trying to develop this now, okay? You'll see me moving forward, because coffee got kind of known with me as, I'm the dude that drinks way too much coffee. I like using a watercolor brush behind it of a coffee stain. And this is kind of a way that you know that, like, I will have done a layout. You'll see somewhere I'll try to more tastefully hide a watercolor brush of a coffee ring. Kind of like that. And usually I'll only do the one. And I'll hide it in a way to where you can't really tell it's a coffee ring. But I know. And what I'm going to start doing with all my classes is, you'll probably see on the official books, they usually include a, like, kind of a runic piece of artwork behind it. And that's just a circle. So I'm just going to start putting coffee rings behind mine because I like the look of it. Whenever you have a table, like, on top of that, I think that that looks really good. Anyways, so that's how you do those. And what's helpful is to apply just a little bit of darker color behind it. Let me get rid of this. A little bit of darker color behind it to make it feel a little bit more solid on the page. You'll definitely be on the lookout for coffee stains. I'm gonna try to be using them a little bit more. I think it's a nice little quirk. But yeah, so that is what I take. I export that as a JPEG with the white background, okay? And then what I'll do is I'll take it over in InDesign and I will put it into my background. Now, I could just paste it on top of this page right here, but that creates an asset that will get selected anytime I do this, and I don't want to mess with my background. So I go up here to the parents. It used to be called master pages, and I actually apply it up here. So anything that I want to have that background on it, I will use this parent and apply it to them. What I do to try to optimize my PDFs so where they don't take just forever to actually open is I'll usually take the entire parchment look that I have here, other than the page number and the footer, and I will actually export that as its own JPEG, and then I'll bring that back in over here and it'll be the solid image. That way, whenever it's loading up the actual PDF of it, it's not trying to render the effects or anything like that. It's just, it's getting another solid JPEG image that it has. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. If you're doing PDF optimization, that really, really helps. Okay. This is a vector piece of artwork that I created. It's just supposed to be like a Runekeeper, like holding their hand up with like a rune on the inside, and then, yeah. But I guess now that they're not the glyph magic user, the kind of glyph look doesn't look great. I don't think anyone's going to complain. Okay, so let's get into this thing. The Runekeeper. I talked about this a little bit on the other stream, but it's probably worth it to just do a refresher here. So what is the Runekeeper? Runekeepers are ponderers of ancient and unchanging truths. Runekeepers gain their power through the contemplation and bending of the laws of reality. For runes are not some mere alphabet, but sacred and infallible diagrams of the plan of creation. As the name suggests, Runekeepers are the preservers and torchbearers of this knowledge. Not only do they keep this wisdom alive, but it is their burden to also protect others from its potential dangers. If the runes call upon you, the following sections detail everything you need to know to play a Runekeeper. Universal truths. Whereas a paladin's spells are granted through sacred oaths, and a cleric's devotion to their deity grants them an understanding of divine magic, the Runekeeper's contemplation and study of runes gives them their access to divine magic. As wards of runic truths, it's not uncommon for some communities to take in Runekeepers as priests. Homes might bear the signature rune of such a priest on their doors, jewelers may make pendants of this rune as protective charms, and the particularly devout may wear them on their robes or as tattoos. The pen is mightier. Magic has always been intrinsically tied into the spoken and written word. Verbal incantations are required to cast most spells. Spell scrolls and spellbooks are themselves capable of carrying the power of the spells they describe. Even speaking the name of certain devils can be enough to banish them back to the hells. This is more than just folklore and superstition. Words have power, and Runekeepers may be thought of as the ancestral onomancers in worlds where the magic of names plays such a key role. Okay, sorry, I got... One sec. Your internet started getting jumpy. Is that a me thing? Because it was YouTube yesterday. Let me double check. Ah, what's going on, YouTube? Are we good? Are we? Oh, no, wait, go back. Hey, Treant Monk. Okay, I think we're good. At least on my end. I don't know, Trek. Check your connection. Okay. Rich Mary. So JPEGs are faster loading than transparent PNGs. You learn something new every day. They are quicker to load by orders of magnitude. Okay. JPEGs file sizes are generally like in the kilobyte range, sometimes in the megabyte range. PNGs are almost always in the megabyte range. So sometimes JPEGs could be like 10 times smaller than a PNG. So whenever you're trying to create a document with PNGs, the PDF that you export is going to basically have a cache of the PNG files, and that increases the overall size of the PDF itself. Whenever you reduce those down to JPEGs, it cuts down your load times of your PDF and the overall size of the PDF significantly. This is something that I had to learn after Legends of Frozenfar, because the first PDF that I exported of that was like a gigabyte for a PDF. That's insane. So I had to cut that down and try to optimize it a little bit more. And this was the way in which I found like we could more easily optimize PDFs, right? If you wanted to export it to where it's all JPEGs and put that back into a PDF, that tends to look pretty bad. The quality is never really consistent for that, and people like the ability to select text from a PDF and just copy it over, right? To anybody that's worried about someone stealing your work or anything like that, you just got to get over that. I've had a lot of people ask like how I feel comfortable with people possibly taking my work and everything. I'm like, most people know me as the merchant, or the dancer designer, right? So if somebody sees like someone wholesale copy my work out there in the wild, they're usually kind of quick to get called out. I've only ever had that happen maybe once. Put that out here. It's just not a thing that really happens all that much in this scene. Come on. Is this just because of this? That's right. Okay, so as you can tell, this is just, we're working on some layout work here. I will probably go through here in a little bit and move this over so that this doesn't run into this over here. You guys are seeing me not be super happy with my layout work. Okay. Because what I'm trying to do is free up some room over here to where this is all going to fit back on this page. I know, super enthralling live stream we've got right now. I will get back to that. Or will I do it now? Am I just going to do this now? Do it now. And you can come up here if you want to. If not, that's cool too. You do you. Boom. Boom. Okay. All right. Now that we're done with layout fidgeting, we can start talking about this thing. Okay. So, how do I think that this is justified being a... Yes, orphan words are the worst. How do I justify this thing being its own class and not an entire separate, like, subclass, right? What is a Rune Keeper's relationship with philosophy, personal moral codes, and religion? So, my thought is this. A cleric is a priest. a Paladin is like a Crusader. The Runekeeper is a Philosopher. Okay? Orphan Word, we'll talk about that here in a second. Orphans and Widows are, it's a layout thing. I like the idea of these are the Divine Philosophers, which is what I think a Divine Intelligence caster would be. Okay? I think that makes the most sense. So, I was like, okay, so are we just going to call it a Philosopher and give it Divine Magic and say that that's a day? No. It needs to have its own unique spellcasting, and I think that you guys are going to be really happy with the way that this is going, because especially those of you that wanted an intelligence-based Warlock, I think you're going to have a lot to love here. So, what is Orphans and Widows? Orphans and Widows in layout work are whenever you see a word that either hangs down below and is kind of singled out, or hangs out above, but it's supposed to be from a previous paragraph, right? So it's like if you look here and see this supplement, and this is out over here, okay, this is called an orphan. That means that this one is this is an orphan word that is detached from the paragraph that it came from. Whenever you're doing layout work, orphans look terrible. If it was a widow, it would be over here, and it's just a single word over here. It has a very rude name. So we have means of, like, InDesign has a code, whatever you want to say, in here to automatically kind of fix that for you. But yeah, you have to watch out to make sure that, like, in that situation, this whole sentence right here, or these two, were clipped out and were underneath this right here. So if you want pretty layout, the thing to do is reduce the amount of times that people have to read on another page for that same paragraph. Just a little tip. Okay. Yeah, I guess if it had spellcasting, it would just be kind of wizard at that point. Yeah, that was my thought. I didn't want to just make an intelligence casting divine caster. I had to write an entire system to justify why this thing existed. Lucky for me, I had kind of already done that last year. However, it's still a pretty monumental task. There's still a lot going on with this one, which I do want to get into, but I need to be sure, because it's been a hot second. I need to let the dogs out, or else they're gonna start peeing on stuff in there. Okay, so give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna run out there with them, and then we're gonna get into the core of the Runekeeper. Some of the things I've changed since the last time that you all saw this thing, and I want to talk about some of the amazing critique I got from two designers in particular, and I'll show you the consulting work that whenever we're doing this kind of level of design, like we want to make a product that we want to sell for, you know, we want to make a professional product. I'll show you why it pays to pay consultants to work on your stuff. You guys are going to see Ross Lizer and Trekoros's feedback for this class. I got an amazingly deep amount of feedback on this one. Not only from them, but also from the community that was telling me what they liked about, you know, what they saw so far. But yeah, we will be getting into that one. Let me go let them out. You guys listen to some music for a little bit. I'll be right back. Alright, before I get super into this one, hang on one sec. There we go. Alright. I'm just going to show you guys the cool coffee mug my students got me for Christmas. Hang on. Oh, it's, number one, it's an amp. So already, yes, awesome. Number two, this thing is massive. Massive. It's like a whole liter of coffee I got in this. So yeah, very Merry Christmas to me. I saw this box and I was just like, yes, what? Oh. Man. Yeah, it was a super heartwarming, yeah, I saw that and it was like, aw, you guys do, I'm your teacher, yay, like, yeah, this is from my guitar students, so, What song does it play? Oh man, I was trying to think of a coffee pun and it's just not happening now. Pump up the jams? I don't know. Okay. So, on this thing. So, let me look at this real quick. And pull up Discord, get that out of here. Okay, so I got two really great designers giving me feedback on the Runekeeper. So the first one I want to take a look at is Ross's, because Ross helped to really shape a lot of the core thing I had to figure out before I could move any further was going to be runic lore, because runic lore is going to be the way that you learn runes, the way that you invoke them, and all of that. And I needed to make sure that it wasn't confusing. What are they outside of being priests, as in their role in society? Here's what I think you're going to be really kind of stoked to hear. Runekeepers can also be thought of as the arcane demo man, in that you are going to be the character, I think, outside of combat, that is making sure that characters don't accidentally blow themselves up or curse themselves with a magic item. Whenever, you know, the rogue might be really good at disarming physical traps. The Runekeeper, their role is going to be as good as the rogue is at disarming magical traps. I thought that felt super in theme. And it's something that, dating back to, I think, 3rd edition, they had kind of established for the Runekeeper, or the Rune Caster in previous editions. So here, you're going to get a feature called Arcane Metaphysic. And I'll talk about this one. Well, you know what? I'm skipping around. Hang on. I'll get there. But otherwise in society, dwarves were using them to, and oh wait, just you wait. I have a plan for dwarvish runes that is going to be so fucking funny. I want to make it happen. And I'll spoil it now because at some point or another I know I'm gonna scroll down there and you all are gonna see it anyways. There's a piece of artwork by Dean Spencer that motivated me to make dwarf runes out to be this way, because what dwarves have done with runes in the past is use them to make machinery. And by machinery, my lean into that was with a piece of artwork by Dean Spencer that is a dwarf piloting a runic mech suit. So what I want Dethic to be able to do is, if you go down that path, there needs to be a possibility for you to do what dwarves were doing with runes and animate machinery to potentially make a mech suit. I'm like, if I don't hit that theme, I'm like, I feel real sad. Because what you're going to get out of Giant is going to be a little bit more spicy Rune Keeper, or sorry, Rune Knight. that can do the Gish thing really well. But going down this path, I think that like it's kind of my thought that the Rune Knight is, I think someone said it in the last one. It's like, you know that there's an entire iceberg there and you barely saw the peak. And I 100% agree with that. Okay, never mind, this is cool too. I want you to be able to basically take a suit of armor and turn it into your mech suit in a way. Now, Armor Artificer is basically the Power Armor Artificer, right? You can make Power Armor and use that. No, I want you to be able to make a golem, and you animate that golem. Like, that sounds... Yes, I want that, you know? I'm glad I got you all's approval. See, but isn't it illegal for a 5e class to give you anything more flavorful than advantage? Yeah, you know, that's fine with me. My only request is if WotC comes to arrest me, they finally bring me some review copies. Alright. So, Ross fixed this. Ross gave me critique. So, anytime I'm going to make a class, I always give a pass of it over to Ross to consult with. Every time that I get consulting work back from Ross, it immediately improves everything to a point of where I'm like, I feel like I can finally move forward. I have my proof of concept here. So Ross's initial critique, whoop, okay, so let's just start from the top. Whoop. Let's start from the top. Because this document is already 20 pages, I'm going to mostly ignore the lore and gameplay narrative for now, and laser focus on the mechanics. Though for now, I won't worry too much about balance unless I find something I feel is particularly egregious. Pretty much, we're focusing on if things 1, work, and 2, work as you intend. If I've left no notes about a feature, it means I think it is totally fine as is. Okay, so the base class... wait, I know that is super... What is it? Is it boop and then... How do I zoom up on a document? Oh, probably right here. Is there not a way for me to make that? You guys can probably read that just fine. Yeah, breaking the law, breaking the law. So the base class. I know that runes are this class's whole shtick, and it's a great shtick it is, but 6 of the 8 base class features contain the word rune, so I'd recommend using some synonyms, glyph, sigil, symbol, font, etc., or talk about them using some more broad language descriptors, if only to add some variety so that they don't become too conflated and homogenized in a reader's mind. Yes, I 100% absolutely agree with that, and I don't like the fact that so many of the features themselves have rune, runic, rune, whatever, master of runes, even though that is the main thing for this class, right? Eyes of the Runekeeper, this is a holdover from the Warlock Eldritch Invocation. I feel like if the Runekeeper didn't get Eyes of the Runekeeper, then yeah, it wouldn't have worked, right? So, runic lore has to be a thing. Runic dialect, I don't know. I don't know that it has to be a thing. Maybe Keeper's dialect? You know? Or like ancient dialect, or I don't know, something like that. Eyes of the Runekeeper, rune basically has to be there. Arcane Metaphysic, pretty happy with that. Cataphysis. Cataphysis is it's a philosophical practice of, let me read this again. Have I heard of College of Shadow Bard? Not familiar with it. Let me pull up the actual definition of this. Whispers Bard. So cataphysis it's a form of rhetoric in which you use affirmative statements to discuss a subject, and that you are reaffirming the truth of a thing, which is kind of like the rune's whole like lore shtick, is that they are laws, they are physical laws of reality, right? Watch the VOD from... Oh, thank you. So, to me, this reaffirmation, right, for cataphasis, I wanted a way in which you could attune to more runes, right? If a rune was going to require attunement, then you need to be able to get more of it, more of them, which is a big part of why the Artificer gets so many attunement slots, because they're going to make a bunch of different magic items. Will this class use any of the Rune Fighters runes? You said in your last live stream you wanted the two to line up. Yes, it does. All the runes that appear in the Rune Fighter, or the Rune Knight, are in here. I do think that Wizards of the Coast messed up a little bit, though. And that the runes that are in the Rune Knight don't match up with the runes that they created for Storm King's Thunder. The runes that they created don't hold over the same. They aren't the same features. And it wasn't impossible for them to make them an analog of each other and make it to where the lore doesn't clash, right? That's another big hang-up of mine about the Rune Knight, is that the lore isn't consistent with what they already established in the game. So I don't feel so bad about taking some of the stuff that's in the Rune Knight and kind of cutting it up and putting it somewhere else. And I'll hint on that. Ild is my big, this one seems to have messed up. And that I think that the identity of Ild makes a lot more sense with the rune that appeared as the Opal of the Ild rune in Storm King's Thunder, and what is on the Ild right now makes more sense as an infernal rune, where you are summoning fiery shackles. And if like infernal or, you know, like devilish runes are going to be like about, I try to think of the character of them, right? What would these different rune languages actually mean, right? Like we have transmutation, evocation, abjuration, enchantment, all these other spell schools, right? They all have their own identities, and a spell and its effects determine what school it falls into. And I think that you can do the same thing with runic languages. So what I thought of was, like, for whatever I wind up with the infernal runes being, right now I think I've settled on Verazad, but that could change because Verazad is an actual typeface, not a specifically a runic language. Where'd that text go? What Ild makes more sense to me as is a rune that imprisons somebody, which makes a lot more sense if the identity of giants is not supposed to be strictly like imprisonment and all this stuff. What is going on with this one? Hang on, sorry, I'm trying to fix a layout thing. What is happening here? Boom. Boom. Okay. I just couldn't figure out why that text wasn't displaying. Now, the kind of thematic I am trying to pull around these like demonic or devilish runes is that they're going to have themes of enchantment, loss of control, imprisonment, pain, onomancy as a form of banishment and control. Whereas giant runes, their themes are force, dominance, and resilience, okay? So, like, for a giant, the giant is going to be the good Gish. If you want to make a really good Gish Runekeeper, you should probably study the giant runes. If you want to make a really good blaster, you should probably study Eocharic or Janti, which are going to be the primordial runes. Eocharic or draconic runes. If you want to go with the all-out tank, go Dethic, right? This is probably going to be high tank, high utility. Transmutive high utility is probably going to be Apothic, which is a language of alchemy. But I think this idea of you want to be a hard control, kind of a damage over time character, I think you're probably going to look at Dark Speech or Infernal or Verazad, whatever I wind up naming this thing. Now, Ild, as it appeared in the Rune Knight, is very damage over time kind of torturer in a way. you summon these fiery shackles and then they restrain the target, whatever. To me, that made a lot more sense if that was on one of the devilish runes, right? So rather than put that over on the Ild that's going to appear over here, I kind of pieced that out. Where's that? Yes. Okay. So I took that out and put it over here in Fury, which is, funny enough, the infernal word for fire. So what you can do with Fury is whenever you invoke it, you summon the fiery shackles. They last for 1 minute. That's where that wound up, right? The way that the mechanics work in here, these are programmed to work the same way that Runic Invocation works for the Rune Knight, okay? But the layout is different. Because there's going to be so many of these things, I couldn't just really take the way that the Rune Knight had written them out, where they're all subheaders. This is an inline subheader right here. Instead, I wanted to piece them out to where they look a bit more like spells, because whenever somebody reads these, they're going to understand, oh, okay, spell format, and it's just going to click in their head, where do I find this info, etc., etc. What was I thinking? I hope that answered that question. I felt like yeah. A whole class a whole subclass focused on CC is risky because CC in tier 3/4 just kind of blows due to legendary resistance and big saves. Definitely works for the theme of devils though, and I think that's fair. I need to figure that out, because I mean, I don't need to hyper focus it on CC. I need to look more into, like, you know, blood magic, all that stuff that devils are associated with, and try to make it a thing. How many scripts have I made? As in, like, how many languages are there right now? If you're asking about the actual typefaces, I have those are ones that I've licensed from different typographers out there. I've gotten pretty serious about it, so I've actually paid to license some fonts, and I developed my own layout for it. The layout, the actual code for how I type these out, these aren't images, these are actually fonts. This is, it's a bit, it's not that this is a super complicated script that you'd have to learn in InDesign, but you do have to be familiar with line styles. Let me show you. Not line styles. Drop caps and nested styles. Yeah, so line styles. You have to be a little bit familiar with what these are and how, yeah. How many runic languages? Right now, I think that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I want to cut a few. I don't need to release that many and kill myself by not actualizing this, or not being able to reduce my scope. Will my voice last 2 hours? It will, because I've got some of these guys right here. Yeah. So, I learned this from choir. By the way, me teaching choir this year has actually helped out in live streaming and video recording. These things, Fisherman's Friend. Oh my god. They are super cheap voice lozenges, but they work better than anything I've ever used. On top of me having to yell over middle schoolers and sing and everything, these are lifesavers. For real, if you've never tried these out, they're super cheap. They are very cheap, and they are the best lozenges you will ever get. So, I have to be able to limit my scope here. I could go on and write an ass ton of runes, okay? I could write 200 runes for this thing. Now, what that's going to do is that it immediately starts to hurt my player and DM buy-in, because they're going to see a document that huge and feel like, oh my god, I am overwhelmed by what all's in here. And I don't want to make it feel like you have to crunch out a character in order to just play this thing. I would like there to be options, but I don't want the options to lose people. Does that make sense? For right now, the only runes that we have, yeah, analysis paralysis. That is a very, very real deal in design. We have to consider that whenever we're designing a product. Because if somebody can't understand what the hell is going on with this class at their first read, then you've hurt your first user experience there. There's a reason why positions like that exist in publishing. Yeah. So, what I think is good to go with is about 25 to 26. Because, hey, there's 26 letters in the English alphabet. I thought that was cute. Also, the Runekeeper right now, and once I get into its runic lore feature, you all see kind of, yeah. I think whenever you open up that much territory, like this has 200, like if this has 200 runes, right? If this thing has 200 runes in it, and people open up this class and see that it is a, and people see that it's like a 50-page document, they're going to close it out. I just know how that works. You know, if they open it up and they see, okay, 20 pages, but it's a brand new magic system, how easy is it to understand this magic system? Guys, I actually think it's easier to understand runic invocation than it is to understand spellcasting. I think that we've simplified it very, very thoroughly. Because what I did was I tied cantrips into spells. Whenever you get a rune, you basically get a cantrip level power and a spell. In a way, it can be thought of as, and the reason why I justify that, and I don't think that it's that insane for their power budget, is because a lot of these runes aren't getting you like damage cantrips or, you know, whatever. Some of these are pretty minor. I will showcase, there was one by, who was it? Dirge. Dirge over my Discord server. Because some of my Discord server, what do you want to say? Contributors? Some people over my Discord server, sure, have been kind of throwing their own runes at me. And there was one that Dirge came up with that I was like, dude, I did not have an idea for really what Primordial or like, you know, the Jaunty runes were going to be. And then you showed me with Satum. Satum is so cool. Maxwell, yes. Oh, this, bravo. This was so cool. Okay. The only thing that I did here was give it a little bit more mechanical weight, and that it's going to feel like about cantrip level power. But a little bit weaker than cantrip. I would say maybe common magic item, maybe. This is basically going to be a magical compass for you, but a very specific magical compass, and that it only points to one direction. So, Satum, this is Jaunty. Translation into speech and water. Prerequisites can only be inscribed on a seashell. Language, Primordial. You have to know Primordial in order to learn this rune. So, hey, your language choices are going to actually matter now. Hey, Hercrab, how's it going? So, invoking time of one action. So, what does this thing do? Whenever this is inscribed on this seashell, a creature can hear the sounds of the location where the shell was inscribed if the shell is held to the ear. If it was inscribed in a market, they'll hear the faint sounds of bustling traders and cart traffic. If it was found on the seashore, they'll hear distant crashing waves and soft winds. Upon hearing these sounds, this is the thing that I added here. Upon hearing these sounds, the creature becomes aware of the direction of the location, but not its distance. Now, when invoked, for 1 minute, the holder can communicate simple ideas with beasts that breathe water and has advantage on charisma checks made to influence them. They can understand the meaning of the holder's words, though the holder does not gain an ability to understand them in return. This is so nice for like what is base level power for some of these. Now I do think this one probably has the room to open up to 10 minutes because it's simply a social check. I think that would be fine. This is nothing but social stuff, and if you're going this far into like, this rune is totally speaking to me right here. What's the feat that gives you 4 languages? Overpowered. Now, basically what that feat is going to do is open up how many runes you can learn. That's going to be effectively an expanded spell list kind of a feature, right? If you pick up that feat, it will allow you to learn runes from other languages, but it doesn't inherently like give you a straight up buff. What it can do, and I think you guys are gonna like this. Where's Booyah? Booyah. Somebody in the Discord mentioned that goblins had, at some point in lore, had runes. And I was like, okay, yep, here we go. As soon as somebody said goblin runes are a thing, I was like, you're damn right they are. Okay, Booyah. So this is one that I'm sure is probably going to change over time. But what this does do is show you a scaffolding for how runes are going to improve in damage. Okay, so Booyah, Goblin rune, it requires attunement. Some of the runes require attunement, some of them don't. Translation, the common word for this is magic. Prerequisites can only be inscribed on a spellcasting focus. You have to know Goblin in order to learn this rune, and the invoking time, we'll worry about that here in a second. So, passively, when a spell of first level or higher is cast from the focus, roll a d4. Number 1, or on a roll of 1, the spell is cast but targets or is centered on the caster. Number 2, the spell is cast but any dice rolls for damage or healing can only roll no higher than a 1. 3, the spell is cast normally. Or 4, the spell is cast as if it had been used using a spell slot 1 level higher than the slot used. When invoked, that's an action or a reaction, which you can take when a spell is cast using the focus. The focus explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 3d6 force damage, and be pushed 10 feet away from the focus, which is then destroyed. The damage dealt by this increases by 1d6 for every rune that you have inscribed from the Goblin runic language, or that translates to magic in common. I love this. I absolutely love this. This feels like, if goblins were going to do something, if goblins were going to have a rune that could enhance a focus, how would goblin runes enhance that focus? It would just blow up. Like, I almost thought it might be worth it to put it as a 1, where like maybe make it a d20 table, and on a roll of 1, it becomes invoked, whether or not the invoker intended to invoke it. And like, it casts, yeah, very Nilbog, right? Oh man, I love this so much. I might engage on the whole new level. Oh, thank you. Okay. Would you need to get a new focus each time it's invoked? You'd have to reinscribe it. So that, okay. Yeah, Gavov, why do you have 14 ones? But like, okay, I follow a design principle that Heavy told me. He was like, whenever you're designing something, if it makes you laugh, that's the right way to design it. Like, and it's not true in every case. Like, it's not as if something has to make you laugh in order to, like, you know, make the cut, right? But usually, if what you were thinking of, if you feel like the mechanic that you wrote is enough to make you, like, crack up, then yes, that is the direction it needs to go. And I feel like it's just so, oh man. But yes, this could mean that you as a goblin could inscribe it on a spellcasting focus, just a wand or whatever, throw it out there, and then you have a little magic grenade. And that is so funny to me. Does it do anything in terms of balance? Like, cool, the goblin now has a very expensive grenade that they can throw out there. It is, it's one of those things that you have to look at and think like, you know what? It may not be optimally the best thing in the world for me to use, but god damn do I want to use it, you know? Now, and see, Alex, that's why not every explosion in D&D. See, these are like some of the dumb questions, and like I say, sorry, I don't mean dumb question as in you asked a dumb question there. It's some of the dumb things that you ponder, or I ponder, whatever. I don't mean any offense. It's some of the things that you ponder that you never would have had to think about because you just sort of think that it's kind of common sense. But the fact that you don't clarify that it's destroyed by the explosion could mean that the explosion originates from the focus, and the focus is fine, and then you leave it up to that interpretation. Or you can specify that it is destroyed, and it does everything that you intend it to do mechanically. That's the kind of thing that we think about whenever we're designing. We have to think about the resolution, right? So whenever you're designing a thing, any feature, it has to have like a condition, which is usually something, trigger, right? This could just be like, cool, you have resistance to cold damage. Well, the trigger in that is whenever you take cold damage, the resolution is you take half damage instead. Bam. So whenever I say that something explodes in D&D, I'm not stating whether or not the focus itself is destroyed, so I have to clarify that. It's weird, like, once you get into that, like, the less questions you leave people with whenever you're designing, the stronger the inherent design is going to be. So whenever you're tying everything up and making sure that the mechanics all make sense, people are going to be much happier with your final work at the end. Yeah. So, all right, base class. This ties back into Ross's critique. And it's that Ross gave me a critique. Where was it? Runic lore. Okay. In the inscribing a rune section, there's some confusion created by the second paragraph that I feel needs some clarification. Can you have any number of runes inscribed onto things? So it does say that you can only have one. Or is there some limit, such as the vague number of runes you know? The way that the last paragraph is currently worded leaves some vaguity as to whether that limit is the number of runes you can inscribe on objects at the end of each rest, or whether that's the maximum total of things you can have described. So this is because I pulled it from the Rune Knight, and the Rune Knight is very vague about that. Now, the runes end, basically they do a rest reset on the Rune Knight, in that the runes only last there for the period in between rests, okay? And it says, hard set limit, you can only have one rune inscribed on an object at a time. I don't like that for the Rune Keeper. I think that the Rune Keeper should open that up a lot. So I want you to be able to inscribe more than one rune on an object. That's going to be kind of some of the power that this thing gets. What happens to powerful magic items like the Staff of Power? It just explodes? Ooh. Hang on. It needs to say... Yeah, you can't destroy magic items with that. That would make it way too strong. Good catch. Good catch on that one. Okay. Okay. So, what Ross was trying to ask, essentially, is how many runes can you have inscribed, and how is that any different than runes that you know? And I agreed that there was some fiddliness with that. Mostly because I had just kind of basically grabbed all of this and made it a core class feature. Honestly, all of the rune carver stuff is a little bit murky, and then it's not super clear as to how you're going to get the runes, how they you inscribe the runes, yada yada yada. It's probably fine for a simple system like this right here, where you have about 7 runes you can pick from, and that's it. Which again, that's kind of boring, right? So, wait. Another possibly dumb question. Are spellcasting focuses considered non-magical? They let you use magic. From what I understand, they are non-magical. It is something that you focus spells through. And that they are just normal equipment. They aren't actually listed as magic items. In D&D, if it does not specifically state that it's a magic item, it is not a magic item. But that being said, let me double check this. I want to make sure that focus itself no. Focuses are not themselves magic items, according to the equipment section. So, yeah. Okay. If that's the case, you can grab a stick and say it's a wand. Okay. So, and this is a fair thing. You have to make very sure whenever you are designing with a class resource, which this one will have, and what's effectively the number of runes it can invoke. It's a kind of a loose resource, right? Wizards have spell slots. This is a very easy, like, bam, I have this number of this thing that I can use to make things happen, right? The Rune Keeper, its spell slots are always tied into the spell itself, right? So once I invoke that rune, I can't invoke it again until I finish a long rest. This is Vancian magic. If you played Chrono Cross, it's going to feel a lot like that magic system over there. So you're going to prepare these runes, and whenever you invoke them, that rune is not available until you finish a short or long rest. There you go, you Warlock fans out there. Here's your Warlock magic. Now, short rest refresh. Why is it a short rest refresh? Because the Rune Knight is a short rest refresh. So, I don't mind that, but it is something that I'm having to really keep in mind whenever I'm designing for this thing. I don't know that it can inherently get any more of that resource that it can invoke than the Warlock, which is a problem. I think that my problem now is going to be that I don't know that I can make it to where you can invoke the runes twice in between rests. But, and this is kind of the back and forth I've been doing whenever I've been designing this thing. I personally felt like the runes that I wrote in here, I was like, man, I've got to measure that power as if it's a spell and a cantrip. And if you can use it once, boom, there goes the spell slot. You can't have that back until you finish a short or long rest. Warlock, but my problem is, this is how they did it on the Rune Knight, and this is how I really have to do it. Where's it at? Yeah, short or long rest. They didn't budget the Rune Knight in the same way. They don't think that the Rune Knight is, at least what they give you here, they don't think that the Rune Knight's stuff is like cantrip level power and then spell level power, right? But my justification here is that the Warlock gets short rest refresh on a 5th level spell slot eventually. The Rune Keeper, their runes don't always level up with them. So some of these runes might just be, yeah, sure. No, I want the Warlock. Give me Warlock. The Warlock is going to get 4, ultimately, its ultimate power is 4 5th level spell slots every short rest. But I don't know that the power of these runes really gets to this level of, 5th level until about here. So it might be okay. Yeah, I don't want to budge from the short rest refresh. I really want to keep that in there. But if I'm doing the comparative analysis, someone, like, I've got to consider what the arguments are going to be against this. Why somebody wouldn't allow this on their tables. And inevitably, I'm going to get the comparison of, well, but Warlock only gets their stuff back on a short rest, and they only get that many of it. So yes, yours is busted. But Warlock not only gets these spells, they also get invocations, and they also get cantrips known. So the way I'm thinking about it, that is introducing a system that I have seen others try to do. This is to Ben Winfield, Major and Minor Runes. I don't like the idea. Reason being, it creates another level of complexity, number one, that I'm not a big fan of. Number two, that is not the way that they've designed runes for 5e. I think the growth for the Runekeeper should come in versatility rather than power, if that makes sense. Each rune is static, the power comes from knowing more. Exactly. If you look at Artificer is really my only fair comparison, and I know I'm going to have people that are going to ask, why is this thing not just an Artificer subclass? Because this is way too deep. The system itself is going to be way too deep, I think, to be tied to a subclass. I'm going to go crazy trying to ban all of these bots. Okay. There we go. So I think that the system is way too deep to be tied to a subclass, which is why, number one, I'm decoupling it from fighter. Number two, I don't know that this system is going to be entirely like 100% clear, or 100% compatible with a character, or as put onto a class that also gets spell casting. It possibly could, but like in a way that's going to be so nerfed down that it's not going to feel like you're going to get any of your features. The most I can really justify you getting as a character that has spell casting, like a rune invoker as a third class, or, you know, a subclass, is like maybe 3. And that just doesn't feel cool. You know, maybe like if you were an artificer and you foregone whatever, one of your infusions to learn a rune, maybe that makes sense, right? Because the scaling is kind of on par. But I do think that some of these runes might be just better than some of these items that are in here. But I'll figure that out. I'll cross that road when we get there. I'm just throwing my thought process out there into the ether right now. Most non-martial classes grow in versatility and power. Versatility alone might not cut it, though I suppose playtests might say otherwise. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards. This is going to be a thing that, like, once I get the 1st to 10th level playtest feedback back, we'll see what happens. But the first piece of feedback that I was getting back was universally that, like, runic lore tied into glyph magic seemed like it was just way too complicated to understand. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You know, maybe if it was specific, like with this Rune Knight is the way that I'm thinking that subclasses have to work for it. Where, you know, with the Eldritch Knight, one of the big restrictions to this is that the only spells that you can learn, except for at certain languages, must be from the Abjuration or Evocation spell lists, right? So my idea is that the Rune Knight is an Eldritch Knight that is essentially restricted to only learning runes from the Giant Runic language. What are runes lore-wise? Runes are diagrams of laws of physics. They are the... If we want to get, you know... In the beginning, God spoke the universe into existence and everything with it, right? Well, God must have spoken some kind of a word there to create. So therein, words have power of creation. Words have power to dictate laws. Words are a means. There must be some word that one could speak, hypothetically, or speak it in such a manner that allows them to tap into that power, right? That is kind of where it kind of stems from. You look at almost any creation story in fantasy, and a lot of them have to do with either speaking or singing the universe into existence. Tolkien, if you read the Silmarillion, literally they sing the world into existence, sing the universe into existence. Yes, it's literally like you are able to contemplate on these words of power, what these runic diagrams are, and bend those realities. It's such a cool system, and everything that I really wanted out of, like, I want to be a time wizard or a space wizard, a gravity wizard, whatever. It's everything about that magic system I would have really loved, but like I couldn't find the right words to shape it, you know. I will also say that, like, part of my reason for designing this, if the weave is a notepad, runes are code. Yes, there you go. There you go. Right there. Yeah, and then Goblin is just really bad dwarven code. Oh, man. Yeah, Goblin is a virus. Goblin runes are a virus. That's like, oh, I love that. Yeah, universal binary. These are they are less, like, the names that we gave them aren't necessarily always the word that they represent, but it's how we kind of understand and label it, right? We understand a rune and we classify it, but that doesn't mean that that's actually what that word is, in a way. But with all the lore that's tied up into them, I wanted to make them an intelligence caster because I was like, well, yeah, they're philosophers. This is super cool. I could make a philosopher and justify it getting spells. This is sick. And then once I read into the lore, I was like, oh, they're divine casters. Wait a second. We don't have an intelligence, like, religious character in D&D. So, yeah, part of, like, if you look at some of the subclasses, or some of the classes I've designed, the merchant is my answer. It is like it is the charisma artificer in a way. I like thinking about designing kind of in lumps like that, right? The merchant is charisma's answer to artificer. The dancer is supposed to be the, like, support martialist, right? It is almost in a way like charisma's answer to monk. Into this, the Runekeeper is kind of like intelligence's answer to maybe Warlock, maybe Cleric. There's like a blend in there, right? So I could make a Posse Runes homebrew when this comes out. Okay, so I'll show you something. If you're the kind of DM that likes making runic languages, or that likes making languages for your own worlds, and you see this class and you really, really like it, and you want to include it into your world, but you think, oh man, but the races, I haven't really designed, like, I haven't really designed a language to kind of support that. But I really want this class to be in here, and yada, yada, yada. Let me... Sorry, I've added a lot of text to this, so some of this text has gotten pushed back further. Okay, bam. I am following Ross Leiser's lead here. And I'm setting you up with a means for you to create your own runes, for your own runic languages, for your worlds. Now, basically, anything that you write, if you follow this template, should be fairly in check to, like, not break anything with this class. And it just shows you, okay, so the runic language, the translation, that is actually a meta tag now. Okay. Invoking time, the action required, all this stuff right here tells you how to make a rune. If you want to make a subclass for the Runekeeper, if you want to make your entire own runic dialect, this is the way, because this helps me to design, to like make my own. I keep my notes, right? But I put the notes here in the document so that you can actually take it and make your own runes with this system. I think that like level of customizability is like, yeah. Well, the person who actually really did this, and I know I keep making mention of him, but was Ross. Ross was the guy that showed, you know, the work behind the designs that went into it, and allowed you to make your own stuff using his work, right? Then Heavy was doing that by including the math behind everything that went into the gunslinger in terms of raw damage and all that stuff. If you wanted to make your own subclass with those, then yeah. So if you wanted to make your own runes, your own runic language, this is the system that yeah. So Runekeeper is intelligence's answer to the divine planar stage. Yeah. You know, I think of, do we really have a D10 arcane like swordsman? I forget. I think Vin's Magus is a D8. I think that might be, I think it might be a D8. I can't remember. But, you know, the Magus to me feels like that is my, you know, arcane paladin in a way. Bloodhunter just doesn't really scratch the itch for me. How would I turn runes into spell-like abilities, and which monsters would you give these abilities from a thematic? I think that runes 100% makes sense on like golems. If you wanted to put some onto some golems and have your Runekeeper in the back like controlling it or whatever, then like that sounds super sick. The Runekeeper needs to be, I think, you know, whenever you're watching like an action movie, like a heist, and you got all the robbers going in there, and they're talking to some guy on a computer in a van, the Runekeeper needs to be that guy in the van working, like, I'm going to shut down the cameras, whatever. The Runekeeper, are they going to have a big reason to get into the front line? Possibly. If you want to build that Runekeeper out to where you want to be a Gish, giant runes, and I feel like Dethic are going to push you up there, right? Sculptor is a D10, okay. But I think that like running with Supernal, where this is going to be the language of the gods, you know, the universal language understood by all sentient creatures of creation, and, you know, Celestials literally speak this language, this probably needs to be the healer support, right? I'm still figuring all that stuff out. As you can tell, this document is very much not done. But yeah. But how do I turn runes into spell-like abilities? If it's on their stat block, let me finish this and then I'll figure that out. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Let me write some runes first. Okay. So, scrolling back up here. What Ross did is, oh, nice. Yeah, Ogum is another one that, I think it was, okay, so Tristan, I'm assuming your Clip Eyes, was taking and kind of running with to see like what kind of identity we could flesh out for the other runic languages. But let me talk about Ross's feedback here. So in the runic invocation section, the language implies that you are only ever able to invoke a single rune per rest, which I don't think is the intention. Definitely isn't. If it's each rune once, then I think you intend the language should be, when you invoke a rune, you can't invoke that rune again until you finish a short or long rest. Now, boom. Yes. Looking back at Ross's critique, it doesn't appear that there's intentionally any way to replace the runes you can pick up if you end up not liking them. This was unintentional, and that's why I included the runic lexicon feature, which we'll talk about. Also, it feels odd that as a character that's supposed to be a keeper of runes, to an extent that they can eventually read all languages, will only ever know about 12 runes. As much bookkeeping as it would require for a player, I feel like it might be better to go something akin to a wizard's spellbook or an artificer's infusions, in which you know more runes than you're actively able to use in a given day, including the ability to find runes in the wild to learn. Yes. Oh, later, Nikolai. Yes. And it 100% made sense that if I'm going to make another Int caster, it needs something that's going to resemble a spellbook, right? So you're going to get another repository similar to that. I already know some people are going to be like, hey, why isn't this a wizard subclass? Don't worry about it. Just don't think about it. Just chill. This has got its own thing. Now, your runic lexicon. This is worded differently than a spellbook for a very good reason. You have a lexicon of runes which are fixed into your mind and contains 4 runes of your choice. Boom. You know these runes. Each time you gain a Runekeeper level, you can add 1 rune of your choice to your lexicon for free. You must meet the rune's level and language prerequisites to add it. On your adventures, you might find other runes that you can add to your lexicon, such as if a rune gives a magic item its properties, or if it is etched into a wall. Adding it requires time spent in contemplation of the rune's truths, requiring 8 hours, which can be completed as a part of a long rest. Now, what this means is, you know this rune. You know it. You absolutely know it. The same as a wizard is going to know it in their spellbook, right? Boom, you got it. Now, we're also seeing WotC is probably going to move away from the idea of burn the wizard's spellbook so that they forget all the stuff that they leveled up to acquire, right? So I don't mind writing it in a way to where once you learn a rune and you've contemplated it, you know it and you keep it, right? Now, what you have to do after that is the version of inscription, which is basically like a Runekeeper preparing spells. Now, the Runekeeper table shows how many runes you can inscribe. While you might permanently carve or paint a rune onto an object, it's the process of inscription that awakens its magical potential and makes it available for you to invoke. To be eligible for inscription, an object must be a weapon, a suit of armor, a shield, a piece of jewelry, something that you can wear or hold in a hand, or a specific object detailed in its prerequisites. A rune remains inscribed until you finish a short or long rest, and an object can only bear 1 of your inscribed runes at a time. Wait. I'm going to hang on to that for now. Anyways, you can change which runes you have inscribed when you finish a short or long rest. Inscribing a new rune requires time spent in contemplation and dedication to the rune's ideals and truths. At least 1 minute per rune for each rune you inscribe. Okay, so my question to chat is that clear? Does that make sense so far as to how you learn these things and then how you prepare them like spells, right? How you're going to inscribe them, how long they last, etc., etc. Is it possible to tattoo runes, or are there rune specific to use as tattoos? So far, I've written it to where you cannot inscribe them onto a creature. And I think that people are going to want to be able to tattoo them. Because that's the dwarf biker gang fantasy, right? I'm trying to figure out, I think that could be okay. I think that you could tattoo it onto something. I don't think there's a problem with deleting this. I think that the creature needs to be willing. You would say the tattoo itself is the thing that gets inscribed. Tattoos is a specific subclass. I think it's possible to open up that territory, or as a feat. I think it might make more sense as a feat. Are runes known just the runes that you have the language and the level prerequisites for? Yes. Yes. You must meet the rune's level and language prerequisites to add it. Yeah, so, I mean, essentially you guys get it. The rune itself acts as its own focus. And because these are supposed to be, I think AJ said it in the last live stream, runes are basically conduits where, like, you can invoke the whatever thing from, right? These are things that are out there in the battlefield that you can just go, boom, I invoke that thing, bam, it does the thing from that area. So, if that's clear, then we can talk about invocation. Because invocation is where I want to make sure that this is very, very clear. There we go. Do I really need to have the Runekeeper choose runes known? Couldn't they just inscribe them from the full list, like clerics prep their spells? That's... do I really need to have Rune Knight choose runes known? Couldn't they just inscribe them from the full list, like clerics prepare their spells? You gotta think about the narrative for that, right? The reason why, and it could open up to where you know all these other runes, like possibly a later level feature is you know all runes. That's pretty scary. You being able to inscribe them, like any rune whatsoever, is pretty sick. You can make some disgusting combinations with that. And I think that a feature, like, especially if we're going in this ideal of whatever, I like the idea of what Runechant does as a capstone, but omniscience, wait, no, omnipotence is all powerful, omnipresence is everywhere. Is omniscience all knowing? Or is that all sensing? I think omniscience is all knowing. Which I guess sensing is no... anyways. Okay. Cool. That's such a nutso capstone for what it would do. I have no way to balance that. There we go. Okay. every rune is added to your runic lexicon. That is... So, what does that do? That shifts the Runekeeper instead of it being wizard kind of base. It's now cleric base. That's all that does. I could restrict it by language. Well, here's the thing. If ultimately the Runekeeper is supposed to be the ultimate linguist, like the all-powerful linguist, this should be able to read, speak, and write all languages at some level. You know how busted that sounds? But it, like, realistically in play, what does that do? You know? Yeah, literal galaxy brain. I mean, I might even go so far as just to rename the capstone Galaxy Brain, right? Like, but like, realistically, every rune is added to your runic lexicon. You know absolutely every rune. That doesn't mean that you can inscribe. That doesn't mean that, let me rephrase that. This is no different than cleric spellcasting. This is absolutely no different than cleric spellcasting. It's just at 20th level. So, especially after a while, you're already adding these runes to your lexicon. Essentially, the lexicon is infinite. Essentially, the lexicon could already grant you this. Oh, and you guys are going to love rune chant. Because I kind of talked about this the other day. But let me show you how video games can influence your writing, okay? So, my idea was, there's got to be a video game out there that I was thinking of that I was like, oh, where is word magic really, really in play? And the one I kept going back to, so I was like, well, you know what? Skyrim has probably got to have the most famous, like, rune-ish magic, right? Like, words of power kind of a feature. And that's in shouts, right? Mobius Lexicon. So, here's what I'm trying to design around to evoke that narrative that people want out of probably the Skyrim-style rune magic. When you use your action to invoke a rune, you can invoke 2 runes if they're from the same runic language or translate to the same phrase in common. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. When you reach 20th level in this class, you can invoke 3 runes in this way. Fus, Ro, Da. Right? Like, this was supposed to be the, like, oh yes, like, actualization of, oh my god, that's what this is. That's supposed to be hitting that narrative beat of, boom, I know exactly what the power of the Runekeeper is supposed to be. Booyah, yeah, we were talking. Yeah, I think Trekker Rose brought that up the other day. Just booyah, booyah, booyah. Living RuneScape? Oh, are you asking about this? Question, does this let you invoke runes that you haven't inscribed? I don't believe so? I don't believe so. Is there something about that I should... Now, yes, it still lets you do, if you want to go booyah, 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 you can. Because you can invoke the same rune, you just have to have it inscribed 3 times. Yeah, I'm like, the 18th level feature, what about it? This is actually a holdover from the Rune Scribe Unearthed Arcana. I just kind of threw it here because I wanted people to understand, like, kind of where this all came from. But it's honestly not my favorite thing in the world. what I think could be cool is like, because I want this to be like, oh man, what all can I do? Yeah, because I used to have 20. The biggest thing I'm not sure of is the gameplay loop for this class. It's hard to wrap my head around. My ring keeps asking, what am I doing different than a Warlock? Good question. Very valid question. What this is doing is you are basically about a midline-ish, somewhat, you could be a support. It's flexible. The reason being, I wanted this to kind of feel like Cleric in a way, where what is Cleric's intended play style? Well, it depends. Are we talking about a light domain cleric, or are we talking about a forge domain cleric, or are we talking about a knowledge domain cleric, or a life domain cleric, right? They all feel different, and it's what I wanted to kind of invoke, right? Cleric in the base class is a lineup of features that set you up for what the subclasses want to do, right? And with this, I have a mechanic. And I have to make sure that this mechanic makes sense. And then, well, I have two things to worry about with this. Number one, does the mechanic work? Number two, is the mechanic fun? If both are yes, then I can develop a whole path as to, like, I can make a whole class around this, right? Like, what's the real fun thing with Barbarian? Rage, right? I want to rage, I want a relentless attack, and that is everything you know to do as a Barbarian, right? Wizard, as a whole, is mostly defined by its spells. Sorcerer, as a whole, is mostly defined by the fact that you get spells and you can manipulate them, right? With meta magic. Those are two mechanics, and they let the subclass flesh out what it's going to do in play, right? What is its position in battle going to be? The Rune Keeper is getting a very similar thing, in that your runic lexicon can shape the kind of character you're going to create. Depending on your subclass, if we look over here at Giant, the reason why I feel okay with basically ripping the Rune Knight and repurposing it, and you all will see, this feels like it still does some different things. Number one, I'm not happy with the Rune Keeper, the Rune Knight. The Rune Knight, again, it feels like it just doesn't dive hard enough into this. But if I'm also proposing something that is going to fix something I feel is busted, I don't want to get too far away from, how do I put it? I'm like, if I'm going to introduce a system that I'm like, this is going to be a fix for that, I want you to be able to still make that same kind of a character using my fix, if that makes sense. It might be worth clarifying that you can invoke the same room multiple times. Well, maybe that makes more sense. But what are you doing different than a Warlock? Number one, what is a Warlock doing? Let me hear chat say it. What is Warlock supposed to do whenever they're in a fight? See? So, there you go. Graham Cartnut is great. So, if you are in combat as a warlock, and you're doing basically anything other than Eldritch Blast, or doing something to support Eldritch Blast, and your intention is to kill the thing, you most likely aren't playing the Warlock correctly. Like, Warlocks can totally be built to do other things. They absolutely can. But that does not change the fact that more often than not, you are missing out on a core thing of what it means to be a Warlock if you are doing quite literally anything other than Eldritch Blast, because that cantrip is just that good. And that's the problem with Warlock 2, is that Warlock has gotten pigeonholed into, I am going to do one thing. The Warlock is a martial with a magic coat of paint. Yeah. You get a crossbow. Oh my god, I did this. I designed a magic item to kind of show why Eldritch Blast was so good. Is it in here? I designed a magic item as a proof of concept that showed why Eldritch Blast is so insane. Here you go. So, this is a heavy crossbow, so it's going to do a d10 of damage. Due to otherworldly magics, this heavy crossbow deals force damage. It automatically reloads, and it is remarkably light. It does not have the ammunition, heavy, loading, and two-handed properties. Additionally, when you hit with an attack roll using the crossbow, you can choose to cause one of the following effects to occur as a part of the attack. You cannot choose the same effect more than once on each of your turns. Grasp, Repel, or Lethargy, and they all just do some of the different things that the invocations do, right? Now, the reason why I showed this is because this is an absurd magic item. This is a pretty ridiculous magic item here. But this is something that the fighter could have access to. Like, if you give the fighter this, item in particular, they still can't do what the Warlock can do with the invocations that load this out at the level that Warlock can do what the fighter has to wait until their capstone to do with this. The fighter's capstone, where they can make 4 attacks with a weapon, would finally be what the Warlock is already doing at 17th level. So, you know, in Eldritch Blast, like, if the heavy crossbow has to take up 2 weapons, or 2 hands, Retrovert, it was a thing I had written for, like, a possible time magic thing for a buddy. Retrovert is just, it's a 9th level time travel spell that I had written. It's a very strong item. It's a very, very strong item. Oh, it is. Right here. This heavy crossbow deals force damage. So, with everything that this does, if I propose this is one of those, like, you know, there's a pretty famous Reddit post where somebody posted literally just the dodge action as a cantrip over on Reddit to see what the reaction was going to be like. And of course, everybody's like, this thing is so busted. Like, what are you doing? Whatever. It was just the mechanics for the dodge action as a cantrip. And all of Reddit was like, oh, what are you thinking? You can't do that, whatever. And sure, there's a few people that pulled up some hedge situations where, like, you know, Sorcerer can quicken spell it as a bonus action and then whatever. Like, sure, then you dodge as a bonus action. But, like, realistically, you have people that were super upset that it was so much power in a cantrip as an action. And the guy that posted it just said, like, guys, it's literally just the dodge action. And people were screaming about this. So I thought it would be funny to kind of try and do the same thing, but make a magic item where I was like, here you go, proof of concept right here. Even if you got rid of this, like, all this stuff down below, this still looks ridiculous. This still looks insane. If you just did this, right? people are still going to look at this and think like, holy crap, that is not an uncommon magic item. That needs to require attunement. That needs to require, you know. Okay, well, 2 action surges, sure, but Warlock can do that by multi-classing into Fighter for 2 levels. Just saying. Like, I mean, any way that you want to phrase it, Eldritch Blast is that good. I mean, if I'm just trying to write an item that is essentially mechanically the same thing, yeah, Eldritch Blast also leaves you with 2 free hands that you can wield a shield with. With this, you still got, like, you still have to occupy a hand with this. So Eldritch Blast is still better than this. You know, like, even if we said, okay, well, yeah, but it requires invocation investments. This is still nuts up here. And it's still not as good as Eldritch Blast. That cantrip is just super absurd. You know, like, yeah, you're adding your modifier to this. Cool, go grab Agonizing Blast. Like, the fact that it is split into different bolts, and that each of those different bolts can add your charisma modifier on top of it. And it's like, Eldritch Blast is such a nutso cantrip. Absolutely nutso. And if we tried to spread that apart to, like, you know, other stuff, yeah. Anyways, that is a, yeah. That's the main thing that you should be doing as a Warlock. I'm just saying. Like, you correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Eldritch Blast at one time just a Warlock feature? I thought that was what they originally did in the playtest. Which it makes way more sense as a feature. You take a +1 longbow. Get out of here. Get out. Yeah, the Warlock is dependent. Well, yes, but the fact of the matter is, this is why it's important in situations like this in Silvery Barbs, right? Oh, it was an invocation. Weird. Huh. The Warlock. So if you say that the Warlock is dependent on Eldritch Blast and it needs to be good, then it needs to be given to the Warlock as a feature rather than put on their spell list, because it literally is just the best cantrip for you to snag with a feat. It's like, it's a no-duh grab. And like, if you want to make a bard and you're not picking up Eldritch Blast, like, man, it's just so insane. Yeah, I forgot it was a wizard spell at one point. I do like, didn't they have a cantrip that was a single use of magic missile? Like, I think there was just a pew, like 1d4, bam. Or 1d4 plus 1 or something. Which was cute, you know. Eevee isn't good without Aggie Blast though. Well, I mean, it still combos so well into Hex. Well, it doesn't really matter now that they've made the Eldritch Initiate a feat. Like, I can just go pick up all these invocations as a feat now. Like, it's not that hard of an investment anymore for you to be able to power up your Aggie Blast and all that crap. Yeah, I mean, Warlock design, the problem is that Wizards of the Coast is still under the delusion that Warlock is a full caster, and that it should be treated in the same way that they treat Sorcerer and Wizard, and it's just not. Yeah, and this is the Transistor soundtrack. Darren Korb is a remarkable composer. Love his work. He's written for all the Supergiant games like Hades and Bastion, for those of you guys that go check out his work. 1 to 2 feats is a lot. Not really whenever that feat gets you the power that you can get behind that combo. No, I haven't really gone through Celestial Runes. We've just been talking about the base class and some of the critique I've been getting. Yeah, if your build is designed to where you want to be a blaster, like, you really have to be considering, why would I be doing anything else or investing into something else other than, like, those feats aren't a lot if they're doing the thing that you are trying to do with your character. Magic Missile, Minor Invocation. Magic Missile unerringly strikes a target. Choose a creature within 100 feet of you. That target takes 1d4 plus 1 force damage. Yeah. Which, I kind of wonder if, like, I wonder what it was doing in playtest that made them think, like, no, this needs to be a spell. We need to up the damage and make it a spell. Because I think it's funny as a cantrip. It might be worrisome whenever you're stacking, like, Evocation Wizard on top of that, and then, like, they're doing, yeah. Hey, Spencer, welcome back. 4 to 8 levels to get a combo is a lot. Just take 2 levels of Warlock. Well, yeah. Wait, is that Agonizing Blast? You can't get it with Eldritch Initiate? Is that real? Oh wait, what am I thinking? Okay. Agonizing Blast, where are you at? I don't think Agonizing Blast has a level prerequisite, does it? No, it doesn't have a level prerequisite. So, because it doesn't have a level prerequisite, you can go and pick this up as long as you know Eldritch Blast, which, like, you know, you can't get any invocations that have any prereqs. It has a... Oh, if it has an invocation of any kind? Or a prerequisite? God. Eldritch Adept. Oh. So yeah, then just go... I mean, you can just dip a level into Warlock, get your cantrip, and then... I mean, like... It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal to me to be able to do this insane combo, you know? And I've talked about Eldritch Blast too much. The main point of this being, Eldritch Blast and what it can do for you is typically the kind of thing that we have reserved behind some pretty significant things for other characters. For people that say that cantrip is not all that great, no, that cantrip is amazing. And I feel like some people might be, I don't know, maybe trying to defend it against it possibly getting nerfed, or like they're hiding some secret from their DM. They're like, no, if YouTubers talk about this thing too much, my DM's gonna ban it. It's not ban worthy. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's absolutely insanely strong. Something I think is ban worthy is something that, like, actually breaks the game. Something that actually breaks the game or is just not put together. Yeah, Warlock 1, but at that point just go Warlock 2. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why people multi-class into Warlock, and that's about the only reason why they go a Warlock, right? Which kind of sucks, because the roleplay behind that class is just so cool. Yeah, Hexblade exists, so, like, if you're playing a character that literally hits anything with a weapon, why not go Hexblade for a little bit, right? Well, yeah, of course Silvery Barbs is ban-worthy, but that's just because the thing will create a very unintended playstyle I talked about silvery barbs earlier on in this live stream. But yeah, silvery barbs definitely is. It's one of the only. Let me say this: I didn't ban Healing Spirit, but after a while, I can see why Healing Spirit probably needed to get changed, right? Well, it needed to get changed. Healing Spirit needed to get changed simply because I think out of combat it was just doing some stuff that it shouldn't do. And were people exploiting it? Probably. I think that the changes to it are fine and it's an okay spell now. However, Healing Spirit was not what I would say is overvalued for what the intended mechanic of it was supposed to be. Straight up, Silvery Barbs is just completely undervalued by a magnitude of like maybe 2 or 3 spell levels. And yeah, it's one of the only things that I will say. I'll say this. I'll say in terms of power, it's one of only about 3 things that I ban at the table, because it is something that I will point to and say that is too strong. That is absolutely too strong, and I will not accept it at my table. I also think that if you make one change to Hexblade, and it's fine, and that's if it only triggers that curse thing on melee weapon attacks. It does the intended playstyle of it. It doesn't synergize with Eldritch Blast. It's supposed to be a Gish. Make it be a Gish. Don't let it be the best blaster in the game. It's not supposed to be. Okay. Let me see here. So going back into this, I gotta reel this back in. So the reason why for the Runekeeper I went from what I originally had in there to where it felt like it was kind of scaffolded off of Warlock for like you can only know this many runes or whatever, to what it is now where it's scaffolded after Wizard, is because what Ross said, and that it feels really weird that these are supposed to be the premier like language, I know all these runes or whatever, and yet they're still restricted to like 12 of these things later on. And I was like, yeah, I agree. So I gutted that. I'm gonna have to redesign a little bit of the table because I think it needs, rather than a runes known, it needs to be like runes inscribed. And I need to figure out the limit to how many runes you can have inscribed at a time, right? Don't break apart my 1-column table. You're still gonna be pretty after this, right? Yeah, you are. Oh, love it. Okay. So, runes that you can have inscribed. The runes that you know are covered in here by your runic lexicon. So this table is going to determine how many runes that you can have inscribed at a time. So the limit, yeah, they can know potentially every rune, which becomes definitely every rune later on. Rune Chant being able to use that 3 times needs to be probably their what I call their like practical capstone. What white space? What you talking about? Oh, over here? I'm commissioning artwork. I want. So I love Dean's. I love Dean Spencer's like drawing here, but what I'm not a big fan of is the fact that every single time I try to look up artwork for runes, it's always a dwarf, and I want it to be something else here. Like, I don't know what. I haven't really thought that far yet, but I want the Runekeeper, this first one, to feel like once somebody gets a sense for it, we'll go from there. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out what race and everything it needs to be. The artist I've been talking to recently is... let me pull... I want to make sure his art's... Yeah. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything potentially a little risque. Guys, this is going to be so good. Okay. The artist I've been talking to about doing the artwork on this one actually worked on Monsters of Merca, which the action fiction guys did that. There's one piece of art I can't show on stream. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out a way to show this without... Okay, I'm just going to pull up like 3 pieces of his art. Okay. So Vito's the guy that... Actually, Trek knows this person. Vito did the artwork for a project that Trek and I were working on. Where'd it go? This style is so like I want to be able to kind of finance to get Vito on like the I've already talked with him. I haven't put a deposit down yet, but I mean everything Vito does, I'm just like, yep, I want that look. I want that solid on all my stuff moving forward. But Vito and I have already talked, and let me find another one of his pieces. Like, oh man, I just love the, yeah, and this other one. Like, Vito's got the style that I think is going to make it look just super polished. A Goliath Runekeeper would be pretty sweet. Not going to lie. But the problem... is just, it's the same problem it always is, right? Like, artists are going to be busy. We've got to source all that stuff. Vito is a super busy, I mean, super busy artist. So I'm trying to lock him down. I've just got to get the money for the deposit and all this other stuff. But yes, I want Vito to be the guy that defines like a Runekeeper. And then once I have enough finances, I want to be able to go back through and have him do artwork for the merchant and the dancer, because I'm like, I want a unified look between all my stuff, right? But Vito will have... Vito's artwork is going to go right here. And then, I don't know, probably keep Dean's right here, because this is just a pretty solid front page, like, bam. Dean's also got a great piece of artwork for the Dethic one, where it's literally a dwarf in a giant mech suit that I love. But the mech suit just looks like a hollowed out golem. It's great. But Runekeeper artwork is surprisingly hard to find. Like, surprising. Ooh, yeah. Gustavo Pelissandro and Augenjen Sporen? Amazing art as well. See, I can't really look up artists on stream because I don't really know. Like, I guess I could look them up over here. Sonic Frontiers runes when? I don't know, man. I don't play Sonic. Oh, Gustavo's done Arcadia. Ooh. Yeah, but the problem is whenever it comes to actually commissioning these guys, I am not saying that I don't think any of these guys are worth this, and I think you all know that, but I have to look practically at how much money I'm intended to make off of a piece, like off of some design, and whether or not I can budget that out. Gustavo, wait, I think I've actually... I don't think I've talked to this person. I think that somebody showed me their work in the past. Because I've seen that gator. Yeah, I've seen that gator before. Here, I'll pull this up over here. God, it's so good. Yeah, like, great work. But think about it like this. I've made, I want to say possibly, like, in the time since I released that to now, I've made probably about $2,000 or $3,000 off of the merchant. I've spent about $3,000 to $5,000 on artwork for it. Well, I say 5,000. I don't want to say that much. I think for the merchant I spent around $2,000, $2 to $3,000. I'm really trying to think, because yeah, it's like that was a learning experience for me. Was like budgeting how much I can really afford to love a thing that much, you know. But like, I've got to think about like what I can really afford. And what Vito quoted me was very fair for a showpiece up front. So I want to make that work. And I'd have to figure out something else for the inner covers. But maybe if the Runekeeper does really well, I can source other artwork and, you know, all that stuff. But yeah, that first commission is like, especially when you don't really know how well a product is going to do. God, that's scary. That's real scary. Because I'm like, well, I'm about to hand this guy over what could probably pay my electric, water, and internet for the month. And if this does really well, I might make that back. But artists absolutely deserve to get paid. It's just that we as designers exist in a really odd business space, right? Where I can't guarantee that what I make is going to make me that money back. So my investment is kind of insecure. I'm also an artist. Well, I'm also a designer that's in a unique kind of a position, because I do have a YouTube channel that, I mean, inevitably some people are going to go pick up my work from, because they either like my videos or they like whatever. So I can at least guarantee that probably in that first day after I release a class, I'm probably going to make at least copper bestseller, right? The 50% DM's guild cut takes any sort of investment really risky for us. Yeah, exactly. Like, maybe if they had a policy where, like, on the first day, or like even the first week of your product being up on the DM's guild, it's only a 25% cut, and it increases to 50 after a little while. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, that investment is just, it's something that you really have to consider. You just got to be smart about it. You can't, like, I would love to be able to, you know, pay out artists and all that other stuff, pay my consultants. Like, I paid Ross, you know, and Trek volunteered their hot takes over here, which next round I need to get you an actual commission cut. But what I will say is, like, any money that we put into this is money that we cannot have the expectation that we're going to make back. Whenever you start having that expectation, it leads you to spending money really irresponsibly for your design. You might love art, you know, the art of making this thing, and you don't mind shelling that money out because of the passion for it. But, like, ooh, that can be a real bad, expensive spiral. So, yeah, before you go around and blow a lot of money on your stuff, know that it's not promised to always make a return on investment. And in fact, you shouldn't be expecting a return on your investment. Yeah. Not on DM's Guild stuff. Anyways. Was there anything? Yeah. Living Rune, I want to cut. Because it's a holdover from a previous, like a Rune Scribe. Unearthed Arcana, and I honestly just don't think it's great. I don't think it's good at evoking what it's supposed to do. Move that to 18th level. And then... So, Cataphasis gets better with you. This is going to get better with you. Yeah, this scales up with you. However, I need to clean that up. Why not set the inscribed runes to scaffold just like the Artificer's infused items? Because they aren't doing the same thing. The way that I'm thinking about them is that they're like a... they are essentially like a magic item, so you can think of as... You can think of the inscribed runes as a sort of infusion combined with a spell. Because I had them pulled up, because looking at their infused items, infusion's known. They know 4, but they can only get 2, right? And you only being able to awaken 6 runes, like inscribe them and all that stuff, is not great. Could you pay me to do a critique of your work? Maybe. It's possible. I don't know, if you want to hit me up over in Discord, we can talk about that. You know, I do it for my Patreon sponsors because whenever I can. I got real busy. There was one I was trying to critique of Spencer's a while ago, and then we had a sudden emergency happen at school, and I had not been able to get back to it. But now that I got Christmas break up here, I'm trying to get back on that. But I should be pretty available now. I don't know, hit me up on Discord and we can talk about it over there. But I need another throat lozenge. And how are we doing on time? Okay. I want to answer any questions somebody may have about the Runekeeper now. Now that you all have seen the base class, I want to make sure that, hey, well, yeah, and you've been super supportive of the entire homebrew scene for a long time, so I want to make sure it's a good critique, you know. But yeah, whenever I say emergency if it work, ooh, boy, was it ever. But yeah, so, okay, so there's a few things, a reason why I can't scaffold it like infused items. Number one, part of Artificer's power budget is this right here. Okay, so they get spells. The Invoker, or sorry, the Runekeeper doesn't. Okay, so I can't scaffold it exactly like infused items. What I think about them more of is as if you're getting a cantrip and a spell kind of combined, right? So if I think about it like that, right, I can think of it like here you can get 2 runes, 2.5 runes, 2.5 runes. Suddenly, wait, whoa, 4? What? Like, you know, so the spell slot tells me you can inscribe another one. The infusions are very good. So I think that you can think of a rune as an infusion, a cantrip. No, hang on. I can think of this as 2 right here, where you can have 2 inscribed. Boop. Oh god, I'm sure this looks great on screen. Can I do that? Well. So here's what I think if I'm making the scaffolding for this, right? I could have 2 runes inscribed. At first level, yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to give you your subclass at first level. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel like you've got a whole lot of stuff you can do. Especially with this class not getting cantrips, you have to be able to attack with this. You've got to be able to get something other than just, you get these 2 runes, right? So, their combat style has to get fleshed out by their subclass. Second level, Eyes of the Rune Keeper. You can get 2 infused items, but your cantrip's known, and you don't get another spell slot. So I can consider that to be like 3. I can have 3 runes inscribed. I get another spell slot at 4th or 3rd level. 4, easily justified. 4th level. Wait, did I say 4th level? Okay, I meant, yeah. 4th level, nothing's getting a bump. However, we get another spell slot and 2 2nd level spell slots as an artificer at 5th level. So, 2 2nd level spell slots. The 4th is kind of whatever. Can we literally just do 2, 4, 5, 6? I think you can. You get another infusion, so maybe that's 7 right there at 6th level. Okay. 7th level. 4, 3, 2, 3. You do get another spell slot, that's right. You don't get another spell slot here. However, you get 2 of the nice ones at this upcoming level, so that's got to be 10? So are we literally just going to go... $2021? Yeah, but like... I mean, okay. Kind of. Is it a lot to track? Somewhat, but not really. I don't think so. I think whenever someone's going to play this character, they're going to know what's coming up. I mean, like, they're going to know that they're going to have an element of, I inscribed this one, have I invoked it today, whatever. Not exactly. Managing 21 runes is not all that bad. Yeah, that's where I got the name for the class. Like, here's a big reason why I think that this isn't a big deal for the tracking, right? And that's the thing I'm thinking, Trek. Is I'm thinking it's got to slow down, but I don't really know how. I'm trying to justify why it needs to slow down, because right now this feels like a lot, but realistically it's not. Because if this is just your spell slot resource, then this is the same as Wizard. But here's what makes it look scary. It's also your cantrip. But I'm going to be doing this a lot. This is me thinking my way through this. However, if I think about it in the same terms as Artificer, why is that capitalized? That's weird. That shouldn't be that way. However, if we think about them in terms of them being also similar to infused items, and we try to say that Artificer infused items are basically like cantrip power, which is anybody really going to fight me on that? Don't infused items feel a lot like about cantrip power, if not a little bit stronger? In that situation, Artificer actually has something like, 10 cantrips? I mean, yeah, you might have to remember where it's inscribed, right? Like, and write that out. Like, I think that should be part of you playing this thing out. Is you're going to be planning who's got this, this, and this. That should be a part of the character sheet, right? Now, do I need to make a custom character sheet for that? Sure, I'll do it. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, infused items are at least first level power. Yeah. But the thing is that the infused items are an always on effect. So I think that it's fine to go with that for these runes. How many runes can you invoke at 8th level? Well, that's the tricky thing. You can invoke, so you can have up to 9 inscribed. And if they're all about first level equivalent power, or a little bit above that, then it is slightly stronger than Warlock spells, possibly. Leave it as you can have a number of runes inscribed equal to your level in this class. So at first level, you can inscribe 1 rune. No. Oh, no. I mean, I can see... You know, if you had gotten Runic Lore at 2nd level, I could see that. And it would actually clean up my table a lot, because I could delete the runes inscribed column. And then, bam, it's only a features and runes and a features table. Yes, cool. Like, I want to make it clean. Part of the appeal to this right now, to me at least, is that this column is so insanely slim, and yet it gives you so much. Level plus proficiency? I mean, doesn't Cleric do level plus wisdom modifier? And that might be a good means of it. Yeah. That might be it. But, oh, cantrips, they're not... If I don't settle on this now, I'm not going to ever. I think that that's the way it's got to be done. Yeah. I think that that's the way it's got to be done. Level plus int modifier. And what that means is I can get rid of this column right here. That is super cool, actually. I could make this class table insanely small. I don't think I've ever seen that quite done before. Okay. You inscribe runes. Choosing teeny tiny itty bitty class table. Which is I want that. I want that so bad. I want to be able to put a class that people are like, holy crap, this thing is strong and solid, and have it not make you track, well, have it not require like points or anything else shown onto the side. If I can make it to where that class table is 3 columns, ooh, sick. Modifier plus your Runekeeper level. Minimum of 1 rune. Why do I keep doing rhyme? This is super sick, actually. So do I do this? Indent. So I think this might need to be up here, up above. Wait. Oh, where'd it go? Bam. 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 I think that's it. Can you change the runes you're able to inscribe once you pick a rune? You're stuck with it. No, so I covered that a little bit earlier. Ross helped me to flesh out how you're going to change your runes and everything. So now that means, okay, maximum you're going to get is 25, which good. That feels about right. It would be so poetic if you could get 26, like the number of letters in the alphabet. That would be super funny. What if I just gave you one later? Actually, what's funny is if your class gave you a free rune, you can inscribe one rune from the runic dialect that doesn't count against your number of runes known. They would give you 26. That's pretty funny. I almost just want to do it just because of the... Is that a pun? Is that a pun? I don't think that's a pun. Is it just a joke? An Easter egg? But Blastic Pox. Are you going to have some classes that get runes out of the gate like spells? Possibly. But let me show you how I'm doing each of the subclasses right now. So since they're weighted similar to Wizard, right? Yeah, I got a chuckle, all right. So, okay, so let me just show you how I'm doing the subclasses right now, okay? So you know how Wizard gets their Savant features. I thought it would be cool if scaffolding-wise, especially at first level, since we're moving in that direction. If at first level, you need to be sure that you always give them a bonus language, because that bonus language is going to define how they're going to get their runes. So you need to be able to get Giant with the dialect of Giant, right? So here with Giant, if you decide to take this dialect, then what it means is at first level, Giants have an ancient proud history that tells of the fall of the fabled realm of Historia. This history is kept in their runes, which you can channel to access their resilience and might. You gain the following benefits. Jotun Resilience. Your hit point maximum increases by 2. Increases by 2. And increases by 1 whenever you gain a level in this class. Skilled Grabber. You learn to read, speak, and write Giant in one other language of your choice if you already speak Giant. The reason why I use this specific wording is because in order for everything else for this to work, you have to be able to speak Giant. And there's features that say like, you learn to read, speak, or write Giant or one other language of your choice, rather than, no, you need to have this. The one that did that, I think, was Drake Warden. And Drake Warden needs, whenever I say it needs a rework on that, it just needs to clarify that one other language of your choice if you already know Draconic, because the entire intent of that is for you to be able to speak to your dragon, because your Drake companion gets Draconic, so you being able to swap that out and then not talk to your dragon buddy. Come on now, come on. This is design basics here. You can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. Players are going to find a thing. Yeah, anyways. Further, this is the big thing here that is going to define you as a giant Runekeeper, right? You are proficient with any armor or weapons that you have inscribed with a rune from the giant runic language that you are attuned to. I feel like that's so cool. I feel like that is so sick. How do you speak giant with great clubs? Right? Like, oh, that's so sick. I love that. Yeah, like, how do you speak giant? War. Like, oh. I think that there's something so poetic in that. I love this. Why not change it to, if you know giant, then you learn another language? Because this wording covers that? Are you trying to, like, kind of clean it up a little bit? Because, I mean, that's what this should cover. And it's not like you have to change the whole list of re-rest like cleric prep spells. Yeah, you can just the idea of inscription is that, how do I put it? There's a thing to carve a rune, right? It's a thing to, like, engrave a rune into a thing. But that's not specifically runic inscription. To me, runic inscription is a process, almost like a ritual, right? Where you are almost in meditation over this rune, what it means, kind of letting the rune speak to you in a way, if we want to get poetic with it. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Letting the rune speak to you, and I feel like that there's something so cool about this, right? Yeah, I'm still here, Sandy. With Skilt Grobber, it's like, if the rune almost speaks to you in a way to where it's like, no, I've got you. The rune is giving you the proficiency. And I think that is so sick. There's something about that where I'm like, yep, this makes this feel pretty unique. Like some people have said, I think the tracking on this is fine because it's not just the Runekeeper keeping track of all this stuff. It's the entire. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, the language that you carve calls its power to you in a sense. Like, this is... You guys see where, like, all the cool thematics of this are coming from that made me think, like, I need to do this. Like, 3 weeks ago, I was like, I think it's there. I think I have the class. In my mind, I was like, I can see how this is going to work. I just have to get it on paper and figure it out. And then once I got this far, I was like, oh yeah, yep, this is a thing. Now, okay, this next feature, Seer of Lost Astoria, this is going to get nerfed because I basically tried to figure out how to repurpose the Rune Knight over here into this feature. Remember what I was saying earlier about, like, if I'm going to replace a system, I want to make sure that you can still build that same character within the system. So a lot of what I had to do with Rune Knight to kind of parse it out over here into a full class was I had to make sure that you as a Runekeeper are going to get kind of the same lineup that you could possibly get as a Rune Knight fighter. I want to basically say, if you if you gut something, if you're using, like, if you're designing something to be kind of a replacement, you need to make sure that your replacement can still make the same character as what you were gutting. That was what I really learned whenever I first saw Ben's Magus, is the Magus is a very easy replacement for the Eldritch Knight, because it expands on the idea. It shows that there's an entire character, like, there's infinite character concepts to be drawn out from that subclass, and it could have been expanded out into a full class. Now, what I think is, I wanted you to be able to roll up a Rune Knight if you went with the giant runic language here, only it felt like if you took this, your character expression options were more massive than they were if you had just been like, oh, I want to roll up this one particular fighter, right? The concession I have to make is that you, as a Runekeeper, cannot get that fighter capstone. But honestly, most players aren't seeing that fighter capstone anyway, so I'm not super worried about it. Now, what this does do, and Ross brought this up, and it worries me. Let me go over to Ross's thing. Okay, yes, this is the thing I've got to worry about. I just moved the subclasses to first level. So what I have to worry about is that I just made this a multi-class dip dream. Well, I say a dip dream. I made this a very, very tantalizing looking multi-class dip kind of a class. Now, I've seen a philosophy out there where designers kind of look at multi-classing and they're like, I just don't keep that in mind whenever I'm designing. I'm like, I think you can do multi-class designed thought whenever you're designing. Because I think it should be clear that this is an optional thing that people can do with this game, and we need to keep that in mind anytime that we're writing. People that just say, well, I don't use it at my table, but, you know, whatever. If that's the way that you're designing, know that most other tables, and I say most other tables because it's true, most other tables that are playing D&D 5e allow for multi-classing. So you gotta keep that in mind whenever you're writing. This is so trippy that you're doing a rune class because I'm making a rune-based subclass for gunslinger. For heavy arms gunslinger? So probably recommend some nerfs or shifting some of the effects of Seer of Lost Austria to later levels. And yes, I'm kind of wondering what can you get granted at first level? Like, okay, if this was going to be fine at second level because it was for third level for the other one, what might need to happen here? And I think what might need to happen is, does it have to be looking at the divine domains? Divine domain's going to feature at first, second, sixth. I don't count this one. This is not your subclass dependent one. And then like 17th level. Yeesh. Now, what's cool about this, what's really cool about Cleric scaffolding is Cleric gets you a whole lot of what it means to be that subclass before 10th level. It's part of why I love this class. It is so well put together for the front loading. Do runes have a specific an invocation limit, or would you put a limit to specific runes? If yes, then we can transfer that feature so it gives you. Wait, what? Do runes have an invoking limit? You can only invoke them once per short or long rest. Later on, you can invoke them twice per short or long rest. I would transfer that feature so that it gives the specific runes for free, but it has uses or sacrifices. I don't know, if you could clarify that, I might be able to give you a better answer on that. So, okay. You also get to use your Channel Divinity. The reason why Cleric gets a second level feature here is because that second level feature is a unique use for their Channel Divinity, right? If you're writing a Cleric subclass, that's the big reason why they get their Channel Divinity here. Now, the Runekeeper doesn't have anything built into it for your second level feature. And I don't want to, because I don't want to just make it a Cleric rehash. MCDM? Care to elaborate? I need more active music than that. I'm gonna pass out. That'll work. That'll work. Oh, I am so glad that Lena Raine is the new composer for Minecraft. Like, not crapping on C418, amazing composer, but Lena Raine, the stuff I've heard her come up with for the Minecraft soundtrack, oh. Doom Eternal music. Oh, man. Okay, this... Oh, man. What does this need? I don't know. What'd you say, Ross? I remember Ross saying, this is an instant multi-class consideration for barbs. Now, it reads a bit too much like Rage for his tastes. Really? Well, they didn't replace C418. They're just, they've been commissioning Lena Raine. If you heard Pigstep was Lena. There's also this new one, Otherworld, I think it's called. Otherworld was written by Lena Raine. It just doesn't sound like C418 is moving forward as the Minecraft composer, if that makes sense. I don't know that there's any decision around that other than the fact that Lena Raine has been like absolutely killing it. The Celeste soundtrack is amazing. That is very fair. They aren't spells. But like, I kind of love that. There's something so cool about the thematic in there. Since these aren't spells, you do have to be careful with barbarians. Do I need to write my own like little blurb on like, hey, barbarians can't invoke runes? God, really? Do I need to write that? Wait, he's the cookie clicker composer? Why is that game blowing up all of a sudden? Like, we had to take some kids' Chromebooks away because they were playing Cookie Clicker all day. And I was like, this game was out whenever I was starting college. What? So the runes do feel very barbarian-like. Nah, I don't want... I prefer to say anything that prevents you from casting a spell also prevents you from invoking a rune. I don't think it will... Okay. So the way that I would write that... Yes, that's what I'm saying. I do want a Barb Runekeeper. I think that that's sick. I think that you going Giant Rune Barb sounds sick nasty. What I will say... Where's it at? Anything... Keep in mind something about this real quick. Why would you as a barbarian still go down this path rather than going down the wizard path? Let me see it. I want to see if anybody in chat caught on to this. Why does this, even though I just put in a restriction here that prevents you from invoking it as a barb while you're raging, please tell me why you would still go down this path rather than cast a spell. Let's hear it, because, I can still think of so many sick barbs I can get, even with this restriction. big. Yeah, big is good. You can invoke it before you rage, and you still get the passive effects. Yep, there you go. So, you are divesting away from being a barbarian. However, you know why I don't mind this? Guess what ability score you have to have as a 13 or higher in order to multi-class into Runekeeper? You see how this kind of takes care of itself? Like, if you multi-class Barb over into this, I mean, go for it, because I like the idea. I actually like the idea so much that I want to write a feat that allows you to get some runes. But, like, I think people are going to wind up worrying about something that's going to wind up balancing itself out. So, in a way, I think some of the people that are going to worry about Barb multi-classing over into this are going to find that if you wind up rolling up an Imp Bard and you go Conan the Librarian, Conan the Librarian, oh man, that is so great. Yeah, it's mad, but it's mad rad. It's bad, but it's mad rad. And that makes me sad. Maybe something like a Furious Runes feat. I think that this is going to be fine. I think that mechanically, well, here's the thing, Alex. A 13 is a little bit more than what we would consider to be a decent ability score. That is most likely divesting away from your core as a barbarian, because that makes you a very mad character. Mad as in, yeah, multiple ability score dependent. If you as a barbarian are divesting away from your, like, strength, dexterity, or constitution, man, yeah, that's another really good point, Joe. If wild shape rage is a thing, then I won't worry. Yeah, getting 13 intelligence as a barb won't stop an overpower combo if that's what this is. Here's the thing, guys. You can't know if it's overpowered if the class isn't done being designed. Now, I'm not super worried about that. And here's another thing. I'm not at the phase, and you guys shouldn't be either, whenever you're writing a homebrew class. Do not try to balance while you are just trying to get the 1 through 20 figured out. You just want to get the ideas out there and make sure that they make sense, right? You want to get the narrative, you want to get the cinematics, all that stuff out there. If you start balancing in the middle of designing, you hit some roadblocks, right? You hit a point of, like, paralyzing yourself mentally. This is the thing I learned from Dan Felder last year. Well, I guess that was earlier this year, whenever we were working on the Scion, right? We were working on the Scion, and I was worried about, like, I was in the middle of working on this class, and I thought, like, holy crap, people are not going to buy into this if we don't make sure it makes sense and, like, keep it, you know, toned down. It's got to be comparable to this level spell, this whatever. And Dan was like, Taryn, we haven't even figured out the core on this. Like, let's just get stuff on paper, and then we'll balance it later. And I was like, but people won't believe that it's okay, and I'm going to be a bad designer. You just get your stuff out on paper. That's how it is. Get the ideas out there, and then worry about the balance side of it later. Yeah, because if I'm sitting here and I'm like, your reach increases by 5 feet, and I have to think about every fringe case in which that could be a problem. Like, oh, what if a bugbear goes this? What if somebody gets a polearm? What if I'm like, no, let get the ideas out there. From there, figure out how to make it make sense within the context of the game, right? From there, you start to nerf back down. Whatever. It is let me say this much. It is insanely easier to nerf something than it is to buff something. It requires about 1/10 of the time to nerf something than it does to buff it. Because if you're buffing it, now you got to worry about like, oh crap, I don't want to overshoot whatever. If you're nerfing it, sure, Reddit might think that you're a loon and they might call you all kinds of whatever. But like, for the most part, you don't really have to worry so much. If someone says that something's a bit too strong, hopefully they back that up, you know. That's why I'm really, really thankful that there's a few Discords that are playtesting some of my stuff. If a feature isn't good, all you can do is rewrite it. Yep. Perfect example, right, was I did the dancer class. It's better to go too far than not far enough, correct. Whenever I design a dancer class, let me see if I can't pull this up. So, I want to talk about a feature, or it was a flare that I had written for the dancer. Okay. Which, by the way, best Electrum seller. Go check it out if you don't have the dancer yet. There's a flare in here that I really screwed up. And it took like two words and it messed it up. But I like the idea so much that I really wanted to get it out on paper. And it's this one, Artful Dodge. This was breaking games because I had messed something up on it. And I fixed it. Because what you're seeing here is a way nerfed down version of it, okay? Artful Dodge. So the prerequisite was that you had to be 5th level to get this. The performing time is 1 bonus action. And you can't move as a part of the flare. In case you don't know about the dancer, if it gives you an action that you take as a part of the flare, you get to move as a part of that action. And this is one that you don't get to because it just does a thing for you. The duration is 1 round. So, preparing yourself to gracefully react to those around you, you take the dodge action. And it's kind of funny that we're talking about dodge as a bonus action again. If you're targeted with an opportunity attack before the start of your next turn, the attack roll suffers a penalty equal to your charisma modifier. This used to be this used to be until the start of your next turn you add your charisma modifier to your AC. That was I messed that up super hard. It was supposed to it was supposed to be a conversion of what Artful Dodge was in 4th edition, which was opportunity attacks. You have a +5 or whatever your charisma modifier to your AC against opportunity attacks. Yeah. Oh, I think it's Daniel Commercy Blastic Pox. Yeah, this Tiefling Dancer was amazing. Pretty sure it is... Oh, Brandon Chang. Who, I think I now own all of Brandon's art. Yeah, that is just such a great Tiefling, like, for this cover. I need to hit up Brandon and actually see if he might be available for a commission for the Runekeeper. Yeah, that is just... Oh, man, that is everything and more. I knew whenever I saw that, I was like, yep, that's my cover. I was trying to make a few classes like The Witcher and Destiny 2 Warlock class, but I don't know where to start. I made something out of it, but it's crazy busted. I don't know what to do. Any tips? Well, like The Witcher. So you were trying to make a Witcher class? I mean, with that much information, I don't really know exactly what to say. I mean, without really seeing it or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I show slow. What grades do you teach? So I teach middle school music, grades 6th through 8th, mostly just getting them ready for a choir concert where they sing, and yeah. And they get a kind of an intro to like music theory with my class. And then I teach 2 high school classes of beginner and intermediate guitar. So that is a mixed grade, you know, freshmen all the way through seniors. And I run that like it's kind of a guitar ensemble. They get an introduction to playing an instrument, reading music, all that stuff. And this January, I'm teaching a game design class, tabletop game design class to freshmen and sophomores. And I'm hoping to I'll also be teaching an audiovisual club, our AV club, as soon as we get that all funded and ready to go. So I got a lot of different, I wear a bunch of different hats up at my school. But it's fun. There's a lot of different opportunities that they get whenever they come to Cashel Hall. It's a really cool school. I'm very, very happy with where I'm at. And I get to design my own curriculum, which is super rare for any of you all that go into teaching. Being able to have control over your own curriculum is a massive, massive perk. I don't have to learn new, like, state core every single year. Yeah, I know music. I've gone to school for it for, like, over 20 years. I kind of know what these kids, what level they need to be at, you know? Oh, but John, depends on what you're worried about, really, like, but I hate class. It depends on what you're worried about, like, how do I put it? You're not a teacher. Yeah, it depends on what you're worried about. Hey, Irish Ninja, thank you so much. Welcome to the, insanity. So, like, okay, if you can make the assertion that what you've, if you can make the assertion that what you've designed is busted, then you can also agree that there will be a point in which it could be balanced. I think that, how do I put it? I think that what you need to do whenever you're trying to design a new class is you need to, especially for D&D, you want to always be considering first and foremost action economy. You know that in the game you have an action, a bonus action, a reaction, and your movement, right? So ideally you want to give that player something interesting to be doing with their action, you know, whatever, within that action economy, right? So what is it that makes all the different classes interesting and unique and fun to play, right? So if I look at Barbarian, part of the real fun thing with Barbarian, right, is you know that attack is going to be their main thing they're going to do with their action. And 9 out of 10 turns in D&D, the Barbarian is going to be, I run at the thing, I hit the thing. Cool, okay. So that is my established action and movement. Like, I know what I want to do in my turn. I want to hit the thing. Now, what isn't covered by the Barbarian so far is what are they going to do with their bonus action? What are they going to do with their reaction, right? So, Barbarian, what is every Barbarian going to do with their first bonus action in most combat scenarios? They are going to fucking rage. That is like, but that feels good. There's a reason why every time in Critical Role someone enters a rage, everyone's like, yeah, because it's cool. It's so great. It means that the Barbarian is now in an aggro state, and just whatever that switch that flips in our monkey brains, that is like, yeah, rage, we want that, yeah. Like, why is that so cool, right? Well, for the Barbarian, you're going to hit harder. You are going to control harder. You are going to succeed at just exerting physical dominance harder, right? Let's take a look at it. No, the Blood Hunter is not inspired by The Witcher. Witcher. It's actually inspired by The Last Witch Hunter, which was a movie that Vin Diesel was in. Some elements of it are inspired by The Witcher, but yeah. So, Ashton from Campaign 3. Yeah, I haven't really watched Campaign 3. I'm too busy to watch a 5-hour show every week. Okay, so Rage. Let's talk about why this is cool. Why does this invoke fun? Because that's our goal as designers, is we want to make something fun, right? So if we're trying to design for fun, and we look at Rage, and Rage is so good at getting that, like, yes, primal, yes. Why? On your turn, you can enter a Rage as a bonus action. Cool, I can still attack after I use this. Awesome. While raging, you gain the following benefits if you aren't wearing heavy armor. Okay. Because, yeah, I can't run around real well in heavy armor. And that's, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Cool. I'm more angry. I can grapple things better, and I can get out of things better. I can break out of grapples easier. Whenever you make a melee weapon attack using strength, so let's pause there. A melee weapon attack. Yes, I have to hit the thing in a way in which it's not relying on my dexterity, whatever. It is my muscles that are doing this. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, you gain a bonus to the damage roll that increases as you gain levels as a barbarian. Not to accuracy, to damage. Yes, because there's so much narrative, so many narrative beats that are getting hit with this, right? This is the wrong soundtrack for this. Actually, wait. Someone was saying the Doom soundtrack earlier? I agree. Wait. Let's get some. Yes. Wait, is it... Oh, I forget. Is the Doom soundtrack kind of messy on... I forget if it's got copyright issues. I don't know. I'll clip it if there's a problem. Okay. Rage. Yes. Okay. So, let's talk about this. The damage roll increases. Now, they intentionally did not do the attack roll, because it is supposed to be that you are angry and you are hitting this thing hard, right? So it is the damage roll, which... Oh. So, you also have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. That is sick. Like, not only are you hitting things harder, you are harder to hit. You are meant to get in there, and that is the tool right there. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. You are supposed to get in there and not be terrified to get hit. This is giving you tools to hit harder and to take hits as well. This is a huge power spike for Barbarian, but it's a rage state, right? So if you're able to cast spells, you can't cast them or concentrate on them while raging. Okay, good restriction right there. Probably needed that, because a lot of the concentration spells are going to be things that do like elemental weapon or whatever. They're going to enhance my attacks. This needs to be the thing that enhances my attack. Fuck magic. I want muscle. That's supposed to be barbarian shtick. You know, I'm not going to cast spells. No, I cast Battle Axe, right? So your rage lasts for 1 minute. It ends early if you're knocked unconscious, or if your turn ends and you haven't attacked. This is, in my opinion, one of my favorite lines of mechanical text that is actually flavor text, and it's so sick. This rage lasts for 1 minute. It ends early if you're knocked unconscious, or if your turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile creature since your last turn. Well, or taken damage since then. That's nice, but like that, if your turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile creature since then, this is the game telling you, here's your battle axe, go fuck shit up. This is so good. This is so awesome. I love the narrative behind that mechanic right there. I think rage is a glorious, glorious core feature right here. And people are immediately excited and they know exactly what to do with the character because of this. So good. And it's so good and so defining that, like, this is a thing that we always have to think about as designers, is we're like, there's a few things that we really, really need to consider. Number one, sneak attack triggers. Whenever we easily give something advantage on attack rolls, we have to really consider sneak attack triggers. Number two, fucking rage. Like, can the barbarians snag this and do this thing really easily while they're raging? Because, like, the barbarian's already real scary while they're out there with this. We have to worry about, are we making them even scarier, right? Three, there's issues like sharpshooter or is it Great Weapon Master? I forget what that is. We have to kind of consider those. Anything that's allowing rerolls, how often are you causing advantage, disadvantage on some things? Yeah, the stipulation that it has to be a hostile creature, right? You have to be going in there to fight an enemy. It has to be something that you should be mad at. Not a chicken, like, not a, whatever. You need to go in there and be hitting the thing that hates you. Oh, there is so much about that. That is like drop D metal. Yes. Now, another feature that is so well designed, and I just talked about here. Sneak attack. This is so elegant at trying to evoke what it was supposed to be. So much so that I could not tell you what any rogue was doing before 5th edition. Because to me, a rogue could not exist without advantage disadvantage mechanics because of this feature right here. Sneak attack is, I mean, I love rage. Rage is amazing. It's so good. But sneak attack is really great at telling you why you as a rogue are not going to be making a bunch of different attacks. You need to make one attack on your turn, and you need to make that attack very efficiently and very accurately. So that's why this is tied to advantage, right? So you know how to strike subtly and expose a foe's distraction. Once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d6 damage to one creature you hit with an attack if you have a disadvantage. 4E had combat advantage? Oh, well, I don't know it that well. Anyways, if you have advantage on the attack roll, okay? So, oh, okay, so then, yeah, okay, so what I should say, rather, is that I can't imagine a rogue that would have existed before an advantage system. Yeah, concealment and or flanking, the things that give you advantage in this system, right? But, like, now that there's advantage, there's so many ways in which this opened up rogue, right? Yeah, sure, the flanking and everything. Flanking is a real easy way to get that advantage, whatever. But there's so many other means of generating advantage now that 100% makes sense for why sneak attack would pop off, right? Like, this means you don't need to go in there and make a bunch of different attacks. You don't need to go in there and stabby, stab, stab, stab. You need to go in there and stab. Like, you need to go in there and make sure that the one stab is deadly, right? That is so cool at evoking what rogue is meant to do. So good at it. Now, fighter, I know I'm gonna need to do something on fighter eventually, because I've talked about how artistically some of these classes just aren't really great at evoking the flavor of what they're supposed to be. Fighter's not terrible. Fighter's not too bad. I think fighter in the player's handbook was more, fighter in the, fighter in the playtest. There we go. Fighter in the playtest was actually pretty fantastic because all the different subclasses got maneuvers. I've had this talked a million times. All the different subclasses got maneuvers, right? Or all the different classes got, all the fighters got the Battlemaster maneuvers, which we've determined is the way that you apparently fix fighter, right? But what we have here, is it pretty graceful? Sure. But we have a problem mechanic that's going to pop up. Fighting style. Yep, absolutely makes sense. Cool, you get to flesh out your generic fighter man. Great. Second wind. I love this so much. I really do like this feature, but the problem is that it's so defensive and it feels sort of limited use in a sense. Now, I actually really like second wind a lot. I think that this could be really cool, and it was something I actually considered to put on the dancer as kind of early, because it just made a lot of sense over there. But the problem is the dancer had to be a D8 class, D8 hit die class, and everybody's feedback was like, yeah, no, this can't be, I don't know what. I need to make sure that that is not copyright music. I don't know, it's got an anime girl album cover. Alright. Cool, back to some other stuff. Alright. I like what Second Wind does, in that this feels like it is a well of stamina. Yep, 100% makes sense. This is that health that you can regain. Very cool. Benjamin Huffman, I think, did this kind of thematic a little bit better with, I think it's Buck Up in The Pugilist, where it's temporary hit points rather than, you regain hit points. If they had made it temporary hit points, I think that this would have been even cooler. Really? Like, yeah, you regain the hit points. That is better. Yeah, but like, I don't know that it totally evokes the narrative of what this should be, right? I think that there should be temporary hit points just as an artistic decision there. Now, here we get into... Oh boy. Okay. Action Surge is very possibly the strongest feature given to any class in D&D 5e. This is quite possibly the best feature out there. So much so that, hey, I thought it would be really cool to let every single class get the opportunity to do that through the dancer, right? Now, does this really evoke anything about being a fighter, though? Artistically. I'm interested to see what chat says about that. I'll answer this question, but yeah, chat, you all tell me what's up with that. If you think that Action Surge feels like it defines a fighter, or if it's just a big lumpy mechanic that's just good. Now, John Zambrano said, here's a question. What do you think the monk needs to improve and be the physical class? I'm not sure what that word is supposed to be. Should be mixed. Well, yeah, the thing with spell, yeah, man, even spells, but spellcasting gets improved by Action Surge. To John, monk needs its disengagement tool decoupled from key. Once you do that, they feel pretty alright. It definitely doesn't define the fighter, yet you get so many people that say that, like, they want to go and take this for 2 levels just to get Action Surge, right? Because it's that good. But this eats up so much power budget. It thematically fits with the fighter really well, right? Because that's supposed to be I'm gonna take 1,000,000 slices with my samurai sword, right? Is there any reason? Yes, Action Surge is just a good mechanic. In my opinion, base fighter has 2 defining mechanics: extra attack and fighting style. But a lot of people get extra attack. So I'd like to hear this, people that say that, like, yeah, it's like, if you think that Action Surge is defining of the fighter, I'd like to hear how, other than the fact of this is an amazing mechanic, right? If you're just supposed to be the guy that goes in and hits stuff a lot, like, cool, monk does that. This isn't just I get to go in and hit stuff again, right? If that was the case, then it would say this additional action can only be used to take the attack action. But no, this is just the guy that gets to go in and do more stuff. Which doesn't feel very fighter to me. Fighter champion is the most played fighter at your table. I've had a new player swap subclasses from Battlemaster to champion. Veteran, yeah. Fighting styles arguably do more than Action Surge. I can see your argument. I can see that it's just, you know, a passive that's always on. Even if you're not talking about attacks, I still think Action Surge invokes a fighter in the sense that you force yourself as a warrior to keep killing, but not much of anyone else multi-classing. Yeah, which is why, like, I mean, if that's the case, that almost feels more barbarian, right? I actually think I'm kind of in line to agree with Robofet. If you completely removed Action Surge from the fighter, I still think that it's good. Action Surge is just a nutso mechanic. I still think fighter's pretty good if you get rid of Action Surge. I'm not saying that we should. I'm not saying that, but I'm definitely saying that fighter's still okay. I think that you could have replaced that Action Surge with something else, and like Action Surge then I don't know what. I think that you could have given Action Surge to just about any class at like 11th level, and I would still be like, that's insanely strong. That is so good. It being on 2nd level for the fighter is the one that makes me think like, ooh boy, ooh, that is, boy. Yeah, Action Surge is about as strong as a 3rd level spell. Yeah. It's just a more boring barbarian. Would I mix the monk class and the pugilist? Nah, there'd be no reason to. I would rather just play the pugilist all straight through. Fighter is way too much of a blank slate to consider it is a specific flavor to, I think. To me, the fighter is supposed to be the peak of physical prowess, and that I think you could look at as the point of, here's why fighter gets Action Surge, right? Like, if you are the peak of your physic, like, yeah, you are a glorious specimen, right? You are top tier gladiator man, right? Then like, okay, I can see that extra reserve of stamina and all that stuff. I think that there's an interesting thing that happens with fighter. An interesting thing that there are so many scaffolding choices that Wizards of the Coast completely missed whenever it came to the fighter. They could have unified all the different subclasses, and this is just me kind of doing a critique of the fighter. They could have developed so many cool scaffolding choices with the fighter to develop a through line that they just completely missed. And I think once you see it, it feels like, wow, we didn't really know what was happening with fighter, did we? Action Surge is a feat. Not everybody would take that. It would just be default the feat that you have to take, because action economy is so good. Action Surge, you can make Action Surge, you can't use it until you finish a long rest as a feat. Like, you can use Action Surge and you can't use it again until you finish a long rest, and it would still be the default pickup on every single character. It's insane. Now let me take a look. Taking the health action. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's very fair. You can make a warlord should you so choose. The build exists in D&D. It's not like you can't make a commander. Yeah. Do I think the fighter needs to be less magical or more magical? Of course it needs to be less magical. I mean, it doesn't need to be magical. It's you want a martial character. Yeah, no, Blastic Pox got it right. You are such an amazing gladiator that you can ... cast 2 action spells in a single turn? Exactly. Yeah, Action Surge would be the go-to, right? If it was a feat, it would be the go-to. Absolutely. But what I think you could still balance that around it's still requiring that, like, maybe your constitution or strength has to be above a 17 even? I mean, so that way, like, if people went, you know, con, like, super high con as a spellcaster and they diverted away from their spellcasting feature, they could get it. I don't know. Anyways. That's a hypothetical world. I don't have to dream of that. Yeah, so there's a few things that they missed that I think that could have made Fighter look like a much more exciting class and have an overall more general unified theme, okay? Now, let's start out here. Champion. You know the one thing they could have done that would have made every single Fighter subclass feel really super fucking cool? Is that on a roll of 19 or 20, something special happens. On a roll of 19 or 20, as a samurai, you can make an additional attack. You just get another attack on a 19 or 20. Bam! Cool. Sick. Awesome. There's, you know, that's before any, this is me throwing out hypotheticals. So before you guys say, oh, that's busted or whatever, I'm spitballing here, okay? So, what could happen with, like, Eldritch Knight? On a roll of 19 or 20, you can cast a cantrip. You can just get a spell surge, bam, well, whatever, cool. Do that for champion. Battle Master, on a roll of 19 or 20, you invigorate those around you, any characters within 15 feet of you, any of your allies. I mean, you regain a superiority dice? Maybe. On a roll of 19 or 20. On a roll of 10 to 20, you cast a cantrip. No, like, you know, on a roll of 19 or 20, yes, you regain a use of your second wind. On a roll of 19 or 20, you whatever, right? On an attack roll, you know what you're supposed to do as a fighter. You go in there and you attack. That's what you signed up for whenever you put this on your character sheet, right? So, yeah, incentivize them to attack. On a roll of 19 or 20, something cool happens. 19 or 20, something cool happens. I don't know, Cavalier. On a roll of 19 or 20, your horse makes an attack. Whatever. Okay, something cool. Gunslinger. On a roll of 19 or 20, your next firearm doesn't blow up. Side Warrior. 19 or 20, you regain you regain an energy die. Something cool like that. They miss such a cool through line for incentivizing you to attack. Arcane Archer, you regain a use of your arcane shot on a roll of 19 or 20, or it doesn't expend the shot. I don't know, something like that. There's a scaffolding that they missed for this that was so in your face apparent, especially on the class, that could make multiple attack rolls during its turn. Like, you could have rewarded them for doing the thing that fighter is supposed to do in a cool and unique way, and they missed it. Okay? It can't be regain an expended spell slot, but I like where your head's at. I like the idea, right? Now we're thinking. You guys see the through line, right? Like, that scaffolding was there. Today in all hail heavy arms? Yeah, okay, so, but that's the thing. Heavy did this with the gunslinger, right? But the gunslinger, this has been a thing for the gunslinger since Pathfinder. Yeah, and like a barbarian, I mean, barbarian has something that really defines what it means to be a barbarian, right? Rage. Super fine. Rage is super okay. Now, what I think, like, this having a reduced crit range is already super fantastic. You score a crit on a roll of 19 or 20. Now, if you throw that on top of other stuff, like on a roll of 19 or 20, you get, I don't know. There's something else you could really do with this to establish a more firm scaffolding, right? I think that the Samurai is probably one of the best fighters currently out there. Yeah, Banneret. Right? Purple Dragon Knight, or Banneret. I love what this one wants to do. If those of you out there have been wanting to make a warlord or a commander kind of a character, like, sure, you should definitely still play a battle master, but like, it's worth looking at Purple Dragon Knight to see that, like, oh wait, they were really trying to make a warlord, and what happened? Like, what went wrong? Well, it was way early in the system, and yeah, I generally think that this is a pretty okay subclass, but it has gotten outclassed. It definitely has been outclassed. What does Rune Knight get on an attack roll of 19 or 20? Should you really be able to invoke one of these runes again? I guess. Now we've gotten so far away, I feel like we're just chatting. But yeah, scaffolding like that, where, you know, it gets its cool improved fighting style. Bam, right? Remarkable athlete is not super great. That'll get removed from the champion and future prints because it is that. Yeah. Additional fighting style. You know what could have been really cool for every single fighter to get? A subclass unique fighting style. Which I guess is what a feature is. So I guess I'm dumb. 10th level Inspiring Surge. Well, whenever you use your action surge feature, so it's tied into that. Okay, that was my other point, is that not enough of the subclasses build off of the two big core features of what it means to be a fighter, right? Or let's even say the three big core: fighting style, second wind, action surge. They don't build off of that. Yeah, I remember back whenever Happy Fun Hour was still a thing, Mike Merles was designing a weapon master fighter. That's whole thing was, whenever you get to 10th level, rather than getting an additional fighting style, the fighting style that you chose improves. So like as an archer, you don't just gain a +2 bonus to attack rolls, you gain a +4 bonus to attack rolls, or like I think it was even like a +5 or something insane like that. While wearing armor, you gain a +2 bonus to AC, or dueling, the +4 to damage rolls, whatever. Everything basically doubled, right? So like, it was clear that they wanted to establish some kind of a scaffolding early on, but then that got abandoned. So that's like, yeah, fighter subclass critique. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, and, you know, it's something that feels like it enhances the base class in a way that justifies it being a fighter subclass. Like, you know, yeah, Cyanite, you can add your side damage to the attack, whatever. Something extra, yeah. So anyways, how goes runing? We got on this path because someone asked, how do I make a class feature not busted, but kind of cool, right? And it started as me using Barbarian as a showpiece for what is a very cool core class feature, right? Say what you want about martial power versus spell power and everything. I'm sorry, but like, it's very rare that there's a spellcaster that comes out that makes me look at a feature and think, oh, yeah, that is what I want out of playing that character. Barbarian, everything sounds drop D metal. Like, yes, you know. If I look at Monk, let's not look at Monk. Let's look at, you know, with Fighter, hey, second wind, I get it. I get what that wants to do. Rogue, sneak attack, yes. Tell me everything about that, right? But then I look at Wizard. I get my spells and I get a spell book. Yay! Like, it's strong, but I don't get the primal feeling of like, well, and I guess it's not what it's supposed to invoke, right? But like, I don't get the cool, like, yeah, I'm gonna run in there with my spell book. I'm gonna throw fire at you. I don't know, it just doesn't, yeah, it doesn't feel quite as cool. Now, there is a caster that does this very well. Boom. Oh man, is meta magic not the coolest caster feature that we have? Not only do you get your spells, right? Spells, cool. My magic, yay. The thing that makes spellcasters feel really cool is that you get to alter that magic, right? That magic is a thing that you have this kind of control over. That it feels like as a sorcerer, you have a unique facility with it that wizard can't quite grasp, right? That's what makes them feel really unique. Is like, you mean I can tweak these spells and cause things like I can cast 2 at the same time? I can cast it silently? What? Wait, you mean I can cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action as a bonus action? What? I can make it last an entire day? What? That is what sorcerer is all about, right? Like, I want to, the meta magic, number 1, what a cool name. What a name, meta magic. That is slick. Number 2, this says everything about what you want to be as a spellcaster. The sorcerer is so good with spells, they can twist them. They can alter them in a fundamental way. They have more control over a spell than a wizard does. That is so cool. A wizard might be able to cast more spells because I got it in my book for whatever reason, but like, okay, I hate that meta magic feat because of how bad it tore apart what sorcerer is to me. I despise Tasha's for adding in that meta magic feat. Yeah. It took so much of the cool identity of sorcerer and was just like, oh, here you go, wizards. Just do it with all your spells. Like, come on. Yeah, ritual casting. Fine. Totally fair. You'd make the argument, though, that blandness of fighter/wizard is so that newcomers have an easy end to martialist/spellcaster classes. They need something somewhat easy when they start out D&D, you know? Yeah, and that's fine. I don't... what I'm saying is... I'm kind of wondering what's easier for a new player. Is it that on a roll of 19 or 20, whenever you hit with an attack, something cool happens? Or here's psionic power. Here's 3 other features that you get right here. You can use these in this specific instance. Here's a special die that you get, but it's not your attack roll die. It's a special die that you get aside from that thing, but you can't use it too much because you've got to take a nap, okay? Or... let's go over here. Now, here's your spells, okay? You get your cantrips on top of everything else. Here's these spells that you learn, but they have to be from these two particular spell lists, and only from this class's spell list. Here's your spell slots that you get on top of that, and your lunchbox. Go on, go play. Now, I think what's easier is on a roll of 19 or 20, whenever you attack, which is the attack thing that you need to be doing as a fighter, right? Then something cool happens. That's how you streamline that class. That's how you establish a really cool scaffolding for it. And like, if you want the new player experience to be a little bit simpler and more streamlined, I think that's the way you go, you know? Tasha's tearing me apart, Lisa. Like, the thing with fighter is it's, fighter gets bogged down by wanting to be... fighter wants to be so many things that it just isn't. And Wizards keeps designing so many things for fighter that it just isn't. Is that the teacher voice? No, I think I'd clip this mic if I use my teacher voice. You know, the Gunsmith is not designed by WotC, and we all know the problems with Gunsmith. Okay, Manifest Echo. Okay, what would have been easier? What would have been easier about this is on a roll of 19 or 20. On a roll of 19 or 20, what's the cool thing? What's the cool thing with Manifest Echo? Is it cooler to... like, okay, I'll say this much. I've talked about this one and how it's very difficult to explain from a numbers standpoint. It's very difficult to explain from a numbers standpoint why this subclass is too strong. DMs that are out there that have designed traps, can tell you by looking at Manifest Echo why this thing causes their campaigns to kind of fold in on themselves, okay? It's because you can plan a lot of really cool stuff for your players to do outside of combat, but most situations, for whatever reason, in the dungeon scenario, most situations are really easily overcome by this thing. Very, very easily. And no matter what, the pushback that you get is like, well, whenever I used it in combat, it was kind of underwhelming because I got hit and I went down. And it's like, well, I don't care about that. That's not what I'm talking about. On a roll of 19 or 20, the attack echoes and occurs again. If you think that that's busted, this thing already gets that. This thing already gets that. This thing already gets that, and it's tied into a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. More often than not, you're not gonna run out of this. You're just not. Like, whenever you take the attack action, you can make one additional attack from the Echo's position. The only way you're gonna run out on this is like, I mean, okay, if you're blowing a lot of this on your extra attack, you're also blowing it on your your action surge. I'm sure you're gonna run out of it, sure, but like, come on, make it to where on a roll of 19 or 20, the attack echoes and the attack instance occurs again. Oh, what? We have a sudden extra attack that feels like mystical, but the extra attack's damage is force. And like, it feels like it echoed from another timeline and reoccurred again. Oh. Some people are gonna say, like, what if that, would it require another attack roll? Sure. I don't know. Let them roll more dice. That's fine. Sure. Who cares? I don't know. Anyways. Someone tagged me. Hey, here's a question because I believe you. Aw, thank you. How would I do a Witcher class? Like, you want me to come up with it on the spot? I mean, think about, okay. If your class is a martialist, the default thing it wants to do is attack, okay? You have to think about either I'm going to embrace that, or I'm either going to embrace it attacking, or I'm going to give it something that it can do rather than attack, right? So I would think if you're trying to make Geralt, what you're trying to do is lean into that idea, right? Now, what makes Geralt not a fighter? If we're going to start there, and you want it to be a martialist, what makes Geralt not a fighter? Determine that first. If it's going to be, like, we're trying to really figure out, if this is like some kind of a flow chart here. Yeah, the Witcher TTRPG does also exist, so yeah. But the flow chart needs to be like, okay, is it well, Geralt also can't cast spells. But is it going to be a martialist or a magic user, right? If it's a little bit of both, okay, cool, whatever. But is it going to be a martialist or a magic user? If it's a martialist, you need to default to, why is this not a fighter, right? So, why is Geralt, let's start there. Why is Geralt not a fighter? Because if Geralt is a fighter, then you need to ask, okay, is Geralt a champion? Is Geralt an Echo Knight? Is Geralt an Eldritch Knight? A gunslinger? A Psy Warrior? Like, you see, we're trying to eliminate the need to homebrew something. Because you can't really justify a homebrew if you can make it in the game already. You know? You can summon an additional Echo. I mean, this subclass is just, yeah. Okay, so he brews potions. So, Is he a fighter with alchemist supplies proficiency? Oh, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yes, he invokes the different runes, right? Yes, he does. He is a spellcaster. I gotta open up. I always have to do Witcher stuff over in another window because I don't know what's gonna come up. Yeah, that's right. So is Geralt a rune knight? I mean, does anyone have a solid argument as to why Geralt is not just a rune knight with proficiency in alchemist supplies? Like, okay, so if it's a hex, then why is he not just a hexblade? Because he hasn't made a pact with a certain patron? Well, that's kind of what the process of becoming a Witcher sounds like to me. You know, I mean, you imbibe in this dark ritual, and yeah. So this has been a weirdly debated thing, like for some reason in D&D 5e, his pact is drugs. Okay, so Geralt has elements of runic magic, monsters' weaknesses that even exploit them to even the odds. Okay, so then what Geralt is, and let me break this down, because if you want to play Geralt effectively in D&D, you need to be playing on a table that has Gestalt rules. So like, okay, so maybe he's got some elements over here of the Monster Slayer. Maybe he's got some elements of the Rune Knight, right? So if we're going to multi-class him, we're going to say Monster Slayer Ranger, Rune Knight Fighter, not Alchemist Artificer, I don't think. So would that be right? I mean, that sounds about right. So like, Gestalt is a system of leveling characters in which they get to take two classes at the same time. God, it's... Oh wow, we've really recycled through this. Tulok did a build for Geralt. What did Tulok say? Oh, am I gonna be... I don't want to be a React YouTuber. Okay. What did... Let me turn this down. There we go.
Back to building character, where we figure out how to play as your favorite fictional characters in Dungeons and Dragons. Remember,
this is Tulok. I mean, Tulok's done a lot of character builds over on his channel. Yeah, Ranger Fighter with a splash of Druid. Yeah.
It's ironic how popular Geralt is in the real world, considering how loathed he is in the fictional one.
I mean, I would probably say... go watch Tulok's channel. Tulok's... Yeah. Oh, yeah, my Final Fantasy... Yeah, that's true. It's been a while. Geralt, I'm gonna make this guess. Geralt is probably reflavored Rune Knight. Reflavored Rune Knight. If he, I guess he goes maybe the Herbalist kit with the Druid, and that's the reason for the multi-class, maybe, into Druid. Is there another reason why he would splash Druid other than that? And, you know, I mean, I think Monster Slayer Ranger. I mean, Geralt is a multi-class, but I guess as with any multi-class build, he would benefit a lot more from just gaining both of those labels at the same time. Eldritch Knight rather than Rune Knight? Well, he also made this before Tasha's. So he might have changed his opinion since then. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's no Rune Knight, then
Needs a horse to
he
get
made it
around.
before Tasha's.
In intimidation, we need a ton of skills, and this is the best way to get them. Before we pick a class,
Wild
let's
Hunt
bite the
Shifter.
bullet and say no, I will not be using Matthew Mercer's Blood Hunter.
I guess that makes
He's a really
sense.
nice guy, and if your DM is cool with it's giving you a +1 bonus to your AC while you're wearing armor. Light armor still counts as armor, and getting hit is
Ranger
bad.
3, and then he's gonna go... Yeah, okay. So he's picking up specific runes there. Hunter Conclave, what? Hunter, not Monster Slayer. Interesting. Just for Colossus Slayer? I mean, I would think you marking the monster would be... Produce Flaming Gust. Okay, yeah, I get it. That's where he's kind of flavoring the different runes that he... Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I get where the flavor's coming from. I get where the flavor is. Cavalier. Because he's riding on horseback? Huh. I don't know. Maybe. Warding maneuver. Is it a 20th level build? I mean, yeah, Roach is his best buddy. Yeah, but like Roach doesn't really define, I think, Geralt as much as runes and all that stuff does. Anyways. Oh, the Monster Hunter Slayer has a super misleading name and it's actually about hunting witches? What? Well, it has some anti-magic features in the... Because it has, like, something to negate, yeah, magic user's nemesis. But, I mean, that's about the one big deal that I think kind of pushes them in that direction. When you see them casting it, you basically, like, get a freebie counterspell once for short or long rest, right? And it's not bad. It's also not a contested roll. So that's a thing to also remember, is that it's not counterspell. It's when you see a creature casting or teleporting a spell within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction to magically foil it. The creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or its spell or teleport fails. Right? Wait, how does it never ever work? Yeah, they're all known as Roach. How does this never ever work? Or are you talking about this in particular? It's a wisdom save and most casters are great at wisdom saves. I mean, maybe? I don't know that this never ever works. I mean, I don't know. I think practically it'd be interesting to see what happens. I mean, I guess I can see a reason why it's a wisdom save. I don't know. I think Heavy just did a really cool idea. Always a waste of a reaction. You think it would have just been better for you to have counterspell? It seems so powerful. Because, I mean, realistically, on paper, this is insane looking. It doesn't have a spell level restriction. You know, it doesn't matter about what level the spell was cast at. It's just like, bam, you can do this. Oh, okay, I see the hang up. Okay. This is, so we were talking about action economy earlier, about how it's important to make sure that your action economy is pretty clear and not cluttered, right? This is going to compete with this. Okay? Now, the problem is this thing is going to force you to make a saving throw in order to counter that, right? Okay, well, that's going to cover some bases that this covers right here. And it's going to use the same part of your action economy. So, I would say that it's weak. It's pretty cool in what this can do. It's very strong in what it can possibly do. But in most situations, whenever something is forcing you to make that saving throw or whatever, bam, you can do this and possibly automatically succeed before the saving throw. And if that creature casts the spell, you hit it. If it was a spell that required concentration and you hit it, it just wasted a spell slot. So it's weird that it competes with this right here. But this also counters teleports. I mean, I don't know. Like, just saying, like, there is a reason why I could see this not being super great. That competition right there is not a lot of fun. I kind of wonder why they were looking at it and they thought, yeah, we're going to give you a feature that's going to compete for the action economy that this is competing for right here. That's always going to feel kind of meh. Interesting. Okay, let me check. Let me just tag me over here. I need to get out of so many of these communities that I've got on Discord. Okay. Alright, cool. So, woo! Been streaming for 6 hours now. Jeez. Okay. Boom. Yeah, it does also hope that you invested into wisdom. I just think that it's possible. I'm not one of those guys that's super upset at the fact that Ranger got spells, right? I do think that if Ranger gets spells, it needs to be a prepared caster. But yeah, I'm also just like, I've talked so much about how Ranger needs changes that I'm just kind of like over that discourse. Like, yeah. Maybe vibrate. But like, that's the important thing is like, before you make an entire class, I need to ban that. I just need to ban any of that .tech or whatever. Before you adventure into making an entire class, the important thing is that you try to discover why it's not X, Y, or Z thing, you know. And the fact of like, yeah, a bunch of people have different build concepts and how it could be the thing. Like, I think that an entire Witcher class, I just don't know. Oh man, there's so many videos out there on what changes Ranger needs. If I want new discourse, look up Critical Role new intro. What? Wait, what? Why? What happened with the new intro? What happened? Wait, new intro controversy. What? What's the controversy? Oh my god, come on with this. Are we serious? Wait. They got controversy. Why? Because they're dressed up in colonial clothes? Because they're dressed up in old time. She's got like archaeologist stuff on. What? Are we serious? Okay, so here they are. They're just, you know, they're doing the normal, like, yeah. This is actually kind of a cool thing. Yeah, he's colonial clothes. He's dressed up like a prospector or a miner. This is not colonial. Why? He's like a fighter pilot. What? Like, people are upset about this. This is not what? Yeah, colonial. What? It's a bad look for the Oops All White People campaign. People have got to find. You guys realize there are starving people in this world, right? Like, dude, I don't get it. Do Critical Role fans not realize that, like, there's actual problems in the world? So they gotta bitch about what Critical Role wears in an intro? Come on now. Because of the treasure hunting Indiana Jones themes? Why? Like, okay, like Indiana Jones, it's dumb action adventure. Who cares? Who cares? Please, guys, like, there are legitimate issues out there in the world. You can talk about both. This is not a problem. This is not a problem. This is them dressed up in goofy stuff. They're not making a political statement about this. This is them dressed up as goofy. Indiana Jones is hella racist. Look, like, oh man, like, it is an older movie. What was probably appropriate at the time? If there is like a racist theme in there, like, yeah, it's what was there was probably appropriate, like, at least okay in context for the time. It doesn't change, like, the fact of maybe some of the issues that happen in the movie. Sure, they might have been bad on some stereotypes or whatever. Look, like, this, yeah, here's the people that are going to come up with this as a problem. A bunch of white people who are trying to be offended on someone else's behalf, okay? The people that are going to be upset about this as Critical Role's intro are a bunch of white people who literally do not have anything else to do with their time. This is super, super not an issue. Are they dressed up in stuff that's like... They're dressed up this way to evoke the feeling of, like, adventure stories. Critical Role, like... Man, I am not a massive Critical Role fan because I just can't sit down to watch someone else play D&D for 5 hours a week, okay? The kind of people that are going to be upset about this are the people that have that amount of time. Okay? Like, I'm just saying. This is... It's also because it takes place in an African-inspired setting, if I understand correctly. What is the... Okay, let me read into this controversy. This is so not a problem. Unless there's something else I don't know, apparently. Like, I'm just so tired of non-issues getting so blown up in the TTRPG community. There are actual problems that occur in this world, and I can't find anything talking about, like, I can't find an article about this. I can't find, like, whenever people say that this is an issue, and if you look up on Google, and, like, nobody... Okay, question about the intro. Didn't they just debut this a few days ago? Like, they just debuted the new intro a few days ago. I'm missing a ton of context. Okay, but what? Like, what? What context? Okay, the problem people were actually having was the bullying that Brian W. Foster that sicked on people. What? Like, how is that a problem with the intro? If it takes place in an African-inspired setting and they're doing this because they're in a jungle, because like they're wearing adventuring gear, and like, see what I mean, guys, about how like people need to actually be concerned about real issues that we have going on. Like the ice shelf that literally just is about to chip off and raise the sea level by over a foot. It's not the kind of thing that I can react to in real time. Okay, but I'm not seeing any context in this. I've been trying to look up any information as to why this is a problem, and I'm not finding anything on it. Because if this is the kind of discourse that's happening in small communities and not like, you know, if they had done something that was actually racist and problematic with this, I think we'd be able to find a news outlet talking about it, not a couple of people on Twitter. The woman, okay. There, to be frank, there are SWA&A creators who made some critiques about it, and the costume designers. What is SWA&A? I'm not familiar with that. They're offended because some people want to make issues out of air, and I think that look, every single time Critical Role does anything, it creates outrage. And I legitimately just don't think that the people that are like invested in the Critical Role, or the people that, I don't know, have a problem with Critical Role for whatever reason, have a real perspective on the actual issues of the world. Yeah, I don't see any Southwest, okay, I guess it's Southwest Asia, North Africa. Think about it. There's something CR related or Twitter related at least. Okay. If it's enclosed onto Twitter, but like I can't see, like, I mean, I would go over to Twitter to go check this stuff out. However, I'm also not a big fan of the way that Twitter handles themselves in this kind of a situation, you know? Like, again, I made this criticism earlier. The thing that I see constantly come up whenever people are bringing up a kind of controversy or calling someone out on Twitter is like, oh, hey, Critical Role did something really offensive with their new intro. By the way, go buy my merch. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like it's clout concern, okay? That's the way I see it, is I see a lot of people that are willing to call out like Critical Role for some perceived slight, and then they use it to self-promote their own work, you know? Now, how is that a problem for real? How location doesn't... Yeah, okay. Like, I am... Here's my main rule, right? Like, I try really, really hard in my life not to be an asshole, you know? Yes, please link it, Ari. Please link it. I'll read through it and see what it says. I'm more than happy to try and get more context here. If people are just saying that somebody of whatever said that this was a problem, like, I'm not getting any context here as to why this is a thing. This outrage is why WotC changed that disabled character we talked about in the beginning of the stream. People unrelated to the issue getting offended for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I'm real curious, like, what is going on with the Twitter thread? Show me. I'm happy to read it. Happy to read it. Because, like, as I'm seeing it right now, it seems to be a bunch of people that are terminally online getting upset at someone in the TTRPG community, or at Critical Role, for daring to... Where'd you post it? Where'd you post that one, Ari? Is it in the comments of this video? Maybe links aren't allowed? If you're in my Discord, can you tell me the account, like the Twitter handle of the person? I'm still figuring this social media platform out. Like, I just don't think that some of these people have a realistic grasp on... Yeah, send it to me over in Discord. Evil Clever Dog. Okay, I feel like I'm actually pretty well like hooked up in the TTRPG sphere, and I've never heard of. I don't know this handle. Okay, they have 7.6 7.6K, wow, sorry, 7,600 subscribers. They're a content creator, cosplayer, designer, and fabricator, and TTRPG streamer, okay? So, scrolling down. Critical Role, wow, this is a 21... This is a 21 thread. Hey, I'm still streaming.
Oh, you're good. Hello, everyone.
Okay. So, it's a criticism of what it says to be colonialist visuals and the importance of costume design. Okay, where do we go? Now, I don't think it's like we should be glorifying, like, any big changes in the errata. Wow, that was a few hours ago. Okay. So, I'm not trying to dissect colonialism. I'm not trying to get into all that, like, you know, whatever. Now, here's my perspective. I look on it as they were dressed up in adventure regalia, right? Like, they're dressed up like they're out to go explore some ruins, right? That's the vibe I got off of it. If you want to delve further into that and to say that, like, well, they're, you know, wearing colonialist stuff, if they're trying to make the comparison that that's a blackface, then they're just wrong. They're just wrong. There is no way that being dressed up as, even if you were like, well, I'm dressed up as a colonialist. Okay, weird, really weird. But, like, it's not the same as dressing up in blackface, okay? I'll say straight up, not the same. Not the same. So when I discuss topics like, I should probably read the whole thing. Okay, been a set designer, costume and prop designer for 7 years. I have a degree in design for performance. For that, I studied film, theater, fashion, costume history. Okay. So when I discuss topics like blackface or Orientalist costuming, I'm not talking out of my arse. I'm thinking critically about elements of visual design and what messages they convey through the media they were crafted for. Okay? I'm trying to cover Twitter drama after 6 hours of stream. Like, I'm not trying to cover Twitter drama, but, like, it's silly to me that this is, like, again, Critical Role getting bashed on something that I'm trying to get any context here that makes it to where what they did is worth anybody calling them out. Whatever, for that intro. Because apparently someone listed it in here as drama. On top of that, I'm a woman of color in a field where historically white people have dictated what parts of the world I'm from look like in media. From the Orientalist painters until now, the Western perception of Southwest Asian, Southwest North African, okay, almost comes from an Orientalist lens. Now, obviously, you don't need a degree to discuss these topics, but I approach a lot of my critique of media through the lens of visual design, because that's my academic and professional area of expertise. It means I'm more likely to notice, say, costuming that evokes colonialism than others may be. So I choose to talk about that specifically because it might help people see another side to the continuing effects of colonialism, or, racism and representation in media. Just because you haven't seen someone discussing that topic through that lens before doesn't mean it isn't valid. Costuming and fashion design are often dismissed in terms of intellectual weight they carry. This is largely because they're perceived as feminine art forms. In the Asians Represent Costume panel, I covered how white people unthinkingly replicate Orientalist designs because there's few genuine portrayals in popular media. If they don't properly research, they only have lazy portrayals from the cyclist. Okay, this is all right. The same goes for explorer visuals. Due to media like Indiana Jones, The Mummy, Tarzan, Uncharted, Jumanji, pith helmets, clear with a shorthand for explorer. Right. Okay, so hang on before, and I know I haven't continued on here, but I'm just saying At this point, I haven't seen the parallel drawn quite yet. This new framing somewhat obfuscates, but still harkens back to the garb's colonious and appropriative origins. So when Critical Role reaches for that explorer aesthetic, they're bringing a lot more than just an homage to Indiana Jones. Are they really? I know, we're finally 9 tweets into it, and we're just now getting to the point of what I think is her getting, okay. These clothes have meaning. Pith helmets were worn by Europeans colonizing African and Asian countries. They evoke cultural trauma still being felt today. I'm not familiar with this term, of this demographic, have a strong political symbolism in Palestine and were later appropriated to the fashion trend in the West. They have a more complex history than I can fit here to tell you, but you get the idea. So when a white-led production company like Critical Role uses their hodgepodge colonialist visuals, this is somebody bringing race into it right here, okay? Like, I know that this is, like, this does not, when did this get to this point? A white-led production company, Critical Role, like, don't they have, I thought, isn't there community, Danny, I thought Danny was, okay, I don't know the person's name to look it up right now, but here's what I'll say, okay? Like, I don't think anybody believes that Critical Role is attempting to evoke a theme like this, okay? And intent is very, very important, all right? This is a person that is assuming maliciousness here. This is, to make a call out like this, is to assume maliciousness, all right? If you are, especially spending that much time to clarify and say, like, you know, I don't want to get into any kind of ad hom thing here, but, like, this is kind of what I mean by, like, let me take 7 posts to clarify what I mean over a third of this thread, apparently, and then I'm going to get into drawing this comparison, okay? Now, what I'll say, should this be a big deal? Should this be a big deal? Where I think it would be a much bigger deal if that was the intent of Critical Role, right? To say that, like, yeah, we want to glorify colonialist themes. We're wearing these clothes with the intent of, whatever you want to say, right? Maybe if they're land grabbing in their, like, campaign setting. Do you all really think Matt Mercer is thinking, like, trying to play some kind of 4D chess move to where, like, he intentionally made a campaign setting that is based off of Africa, and they're going to wear all these clothes that evoke the colonialist themes? Do you really, like, you don't think she reads maliciousness, but rather carelessness / ignorance? But, like, that is, okay, that's called Hanlon's razor, okay? And Hanlon's razor it's a general good means of, I think, learning how to interact, right? And it says that you should not assume maliciousness that could easily be attributed to, I think they say stupidity originally, but it's ignorance, right? Just not really knowing or being informed, right? Now, do I think that Critical Role is still, like, and I know I still haven't read the entirety of this thing, all right? But I'm sensing where this is going, and I'm wondering how much of my brain space I really want to give over to dissecting somebody being upset about the clothes that people wore on Critical Role, rather than the fact that they're literally investigating, like, they are trying to investigate people on the January 6th, like, Capitol riot, right? Like, there's much bigger news going on than this, all right? We have people that literally tried to overthrow the government in the United States that are possibly going to be let off by the near ruling party at this point, okay? And yet, we have people complaining about the clothes that people are wearing. Is she assuming carelessness? Is she assuming carelessness? Did it really warrant a public call out on Twitter rather than an email over to the people at Critical Role? This person has a pretty significant platform. Like, yeah, but people can't really see that, sipping tea Frenchly. It's epic. Okay, hang on. So you can boil down my criticisms of CR to, you're mad because they wore the wrong hats if you want, but you're being very reductionist about the power that costume design has. Design is deliberate. These clothes were chosen for a reason. They have something to say. What? No, they don't. Guys, what is it? This is assuming maliciousness right here. This is implying maliciousness happened. Okay? I don't get what, like, I don't think that this is completely, this doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of charitability at all. Yeah, like, this is what? Are we serious? This person has to, like, have, okay. Whew. All right. This is assuming a lot here. This is trying to imply that what they were doing at Critical Role was intending. This isn't an assumption of, this is no longer an assumption of carelessness at this point. This is this person trying to label Critical Role as pro-colonialist and trying to do so by having their campaign apparent. I haven't seen this third campaign, all right? I haven't seen this third season of it. But by trying to make their newest campaign setting to be more African influenced, by trying to wear these clothes in their... these costumes are only in like a 2-minute intro, by the way. Wait, what? Half of a 2-minute intro? Like, do we really think that Matt Mercer is trying to, like, what, colonize more of the non-white area of the earth? What, really? Do we really think that that's what Matt Mercer holds as an ideal? You mean the company that helped to stream a black female DM on the biggest live stream for TTRPGs out there? Really? We think that they are like, what is this madness? Can we not just use some common sense anymore and just say that, like, hey, there's a chance that some of the people that are, you know, at Critical Role aren't actually, like, assholes like that? But no, because this is what's going to get you, apparently, 45 quote tweets at 1.1k likes. Like, this is why, like, I was real happy to take on my teaching gig, right? Because, like, I don't want to work so heavily in a sphere like the TTRPG sphere. Wait, okay, hang on. These clothes were chosen because they represent explorers to a lot of people, but they have a lot of baggage that was ignored. Like, but this is implied. Okay, you're saying that it was being ignored. However, right here they say, the design is deliberate. These clothes were chosen for a reason. This is her implying that they were being malicious, that they intended to do so. They intended to choose these. Like, this is the stuff right here that we need to recognize as this person is not being completely honest here. Okay, what Matt Mercer, as far as we have been able to tell, Matt Mercer seems to be a genuinely good person. Okay, they have raised so much money for charity. They have been trying to use their platform for good. They have set up a charity, right? Like, this is not like, this is not the kind of thing that a person who is coming at this with completely good faith is going to say. This is, yeah. And I know some people are going to look at this because, like, I know that I still have hate watchers who are waiting for me to, like, say or do something and then splash me over on, you know, Twitter for whatever reason. Look, this is something that I'm going to say right here. This is not coming from a point of charitability. if this is coming from a place of genuine concern for it, you don't, what is it, after you've finally gotten into your point, you don't 5 posts later say that, like, what? I can't say what she meant exactly, but I read that portion of her tweet as referring to they intentionally picked the Explorer vibes. The design is deliberate. The clothes were chosen for a reason. They have something to say. You really think that she's trying to say that about them saying, we want to be explorers? What? Yeah, yeah, now, is there a reason she's calling out Critical Role over calling out Jumanji? Good point, Tristan. Good point. This is what I mean right here, right? I don't think that this person is coming to this argument, coming to the table from a completely, from, what do I want to call it? In good faith. This person is very clearly picking a fight with Critical Role. And the reason why I'm saying this, and again, not because I'm trying to really, like, defend Critical Role, as I said here, hey, I'm not a big Critical Role stan or anything like that. I'm trying to fight for more common sense and just, like, more niceties, I guess you could say, in this sphere, because good God, is the TTRPG sphere ever toxic? Like, I've been really, really happy with the community that I built over in my Discord, and, like, man, because after engaging in a few other TTRPG, like, communities, good God, I am so happy to have my own little, like, group. Read 14, it doesn't make sense. It feels like she's taking it back. As an aside, many questioned what else Critical Role could wear in the intro. They assumed appropriating Swana clothing is the only alternative. They could have worn their own clothes. They could have cosplayed their player characters. It could have been animated featuring their PCs, anything else. Like, I mean, could they have worn something else? Yeah, that's always an option, but, like, no, I'm sorry, not taking it back, but it's really weird. Well, it just doesn't seem like, it's not really a great criticism to say that, well, yeah, they could have just worn something else. Like, sure, that's literally an argument that you could apply to any, like, yeah, anyone could always have worn something else. Like, that's not really, it doesn't seem like we're hitting a lot of solid context outside of these are explorers' clothes, these pith helmets that they wore, which, by the way, not everyone in the video wore them. Like, maybe one person wore it from what I remember. And, like, is that the complaint, that they were wearing this? And, like, my point is, it's both. Oh, wait, Jumanji could probably get a pass because the colonial dress person was the bad guy? Wasn't Jack Black wearing that helmet? Like, one of the main characters was wearing that helmet? My point is that it's both. Those clothes evoke a whole bunch of ideas, and to her and others, the negatives were ignored to the benefit... Wait, what? The negatives were ignored to benefit from the positives. I don't understand what that... Like, I'm really trying to understand what's happening here. Like, I want to understand why, if this is going to be a big controversy, right? Think if that someone had to mention it in here. If this is a big problem, why it deserved Critical Role getting called out on Twitter, rather than this person going to Critical Role and saying, hey, I wanted to mention, by the way, somebody that actually wants to make a positive change isn't going to, like, if they were actually interested in saying, like, hey, we need to talk about this, they're not going to go over on Twitter and use this much space to kind of talk themselves up as to why they get to talk about this situation. Instead, they would approach Critical Role. This is if a person is doing this in good faith. They are going to go and approach Critical Role and say, hey, here's the deal. Just wanted to let you all know, I think that what was worn in your intro could possibly caused some offense and here's why, and talk it through with them in an email rather than post it up on social media and put them on blast, right? Like, I mean, like, I hope I'm making sense, right? You think I nailed it? People on this list are usually assume malicious intent first. Yeah, because this is what's going to get the tweets, the retweets. This is what's going to get the likes. And this is probably somebody who, yeah, only this person who is followed or mentioned can reply, right? So they haven't mentioned Critical Role. They didn't tag Critical Role in this. Critical Role apparently can't respond because they weren't tagged in this. So they can't even, they can't reply to this. Public pressure is a powerful tool, but like, did Critical Role fuck up here? I think that, like, if you want to say, even by the biggest stretch of the imagination, like, what they did here was not doing something to intentionally try to stir shit up with anybody. They did something that was supposed to be a fun little, like, intro, and if someone's really going to be pissed off at the hat that Laura wore, like, oh my god, yeah, guys, she's not, like, dressed in blackface or anything like that. Like, okay, the hat. So then, yeah, they shoot another intro so that they wear a different hat? Oh, man. See, this is it. This is why the TTRPG sphere sucks, okay? Because everyone would rather put everybody else on blast. Because that's the way you apparently get ahead, right? It's this Ayn Randian approach of selfishness is the virtue, okay? Of you have to step on someone else's head in order to get ahead in this industry. And that is such a shit way for any business model to work. I say business model, any industry to really work, right? If us as freelancers, if us as people that are supposed to be like trying to add to this architecture, if the way that we're supposed to get ahead is by pushing other people down, what? Who wants to be a part of that? It's a dog whistle? What do you mean? You mean like, wait, something I said or something this person said? Oh god, I could read more, but like, I can already tell that this person is being pretty malicious here, and they don't exactly have a really, really firm reason for calling Critical Role out. Sadly, the people she says they offended do not care. And see, that's what I said earlier about the, like, some people being offended on other people's behalf. Like, and I'm not trying to speak on this as somebody, like, as if I'm in this demographic or anything, right? I'm just saying that generally what I've seen people get called out for on Twitter is some white person saying that another person is being racist against a race that they are not, right? They're trying to be offended on somebody else's behalf. And this has happened a lot, specifically in the TTRPG sphere. A lot, okay? Yeah. Like, wait. As I said before, the size of their platform and the products they'll make means CR's marquette and the go-to setting for portraying a fantasy version of... What? Okay, so... they're saying that... Okay. No, that's not... Okay, Ari, that's not, I think, the person that Joe is talking... Drunk Yoda. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is a constant thing with Critical Role, where there are always going to be these controversies that pop up. And it's because their fandom doesn't want to see... Like, there's a group in the TTRPG sphere that realizes that what actually gets them ahead is by calling out Critical Role. Because there are people that feed off of this drama. And it's not healthy. It is not healthy to ingest this much vitriol, you know? we have to really check our mental health here, because I tell you what's going to really, really damage you. It's going to be constantly feeling like everyone in the world, all they want to do is just take each other down. While I don't doubt the expertise on the subject presented, I'm under the impression this whole thread is working under the assumption that they thought the process operated with malicious intent towards insensitivity. This reeks of clout chasing by not going through proper channels. Yes. Okay, so there's a thing that you don't do. There's a thing that you don't do if you've got a problem with your boss. Now, you bring up, usually what you're supposed to do, unless it's a pretty major issue, is you're supposed to talk about an issue that you have, you know, about whatever, with them person to person, okay? Now, if this person does not change, then you can do what's called going over their heads, okay? Now, if before you give that person a time to change, right, you instead go immediately to their boss and complain about them, that's seen as a pretty dickish move, and it's a real easy way to never be on someone's good side, okay? This is like Brian Foster's response to all this is what really made it viral. Oh Christ, what did Brian say? Oh, there's Gwen. No, Gwen's good peeps. Gwen's good peeps. Brian, does anybody have a link to what Brian said? Because, like, I know Brian's just generally not good with Twitter, from what I saw. And, like, I don't see people that are really adding to the conversation at this point. Thank you for this hell of a thread. Thank you, hands emoji. I don't see anything from Brian. Like, I'm willing to hear out the point on why this is apparently a big controversy, but, like, Brian deleted it. What did Brian say? Give me the shorthand. Somebody. I mean, come on, it's Critical Role. Somebody. Brian Foster's bullying is why people are outraged? Okay, then, hey, Brian Foster's bullying is its own different context. Like, this overall, I see as like, okay, this person very likely should have gone to, like, and voiced their complaints. If they actually wanted them addressed, voice their complaints with Critical Role, right? Maybe get an email. Maybe they could say, like, hey, Critical Role probably won't see it because they get a bunch of emails a day, whatever. Whenever they're doing this kind of a call out right here, especially whenever we know that, like, they also didn't tag Critical Role when they could have up here, and giving Critical Role a chance to actually defend themselves in the comments, because this is a person who has set it to where only people that they follow or mentioned can reply. Like, I'm starting to see that this is a person that is not coming to this with a genuine sense of there may be a problem that needs to be addressed. You know, and again, I'm like, oh my God, there's such bigger problems out there in the world, guys. Like, we're literally about to, like, lose our coastlines, and, like, this is what people are using to put their energy towards. Yeah, I mean, without seeing what Brian Foster said, I don't... If someone can give me a link to it, then I'm happy to check it out, but, like, I haven't seen... maybe I'll look it up over here. I don't know. His tweets, and I don't try to defend Brian Foster. I know he said some stupid shit on Twitter in the past, or just generally not great. He's not great at standing up to people that are trying to accuse him of things. And you guys, there's a term that you all should definitely be used to seeing and recognizing, okay? And it's crybullying, because it's happening more and more often, all right? Now, like, if people are going to emotionally manipulate you like that, they are the bullies, okay? They are being emotionally manipulative, and you need to cut that out of your life, okay? And the TTRPG sphere has a large amount of cry bullies that happen, okay? So, like, oh man, I don't know what happened with the Brian Foster situation in this context particularly, because either Brian deleted it or I don't know what. But yeah, so my thoughts on this right now, because I'm just seeing this, because somebody asked me about it. I don't think that this person had the intention of Critical Role actually responding to this. Looking, it's Mr. Massfeed from 2 to 3 days ago. Wait, I need to make sure. Hang on. Because it never fails. I'll open something up on Twitter. And someone's reposted some porn or something that gets me in trouble. It's who? Archive some of the deleted tweets. Okay. Where are... Most fans obsessed with celebrities have 0 friends. Okay. Who is Rick Freeman? Like I'm really trying to find where it is archived. Okay, I mean, I can tell that they're really talking a lot about the Critical Role community. But I don't see any of Brian Foster's stuff. I'm on December 14th. Still on December 14th, okay. Okay, and then this person retweeted somebody that is talking in favor of the intro in a very positive light, because they say that it, where was it? Indian culture is one that I enjoy sharing. There's always a place for people at the table. So when I see Indian content and it's into a thread, I'm really trying to see. Okay, here we go. December 14th. It isn't harassment. A rich white man with colonialist fantasies. Yeah, but you tweeted not super long after this something that was praising it. Defending Critical Role's weird colonialist fantasies by retweeting with 6K and mobbing his white followers who... What? Wait. What? They're in screenshots. He sent to me on Discord. I'm like... What? Okay, hang on. Let's see what's happening with this. Yeah, we wandered a pretty far bit. 19 to 21. Okay, I'll take a look. Okay, so Brian said, "We lose in 2024 if the left can't stop eating itself. My experiences with Critical Role has made me so aware of how folks with pure hearts and massive cultural impact can still be torn apart by fans who want them to replace those who hurt or abandon them. Vote the truth. Nothing tragic or Okay, so this is him retweeting the thing. Nothing or tragic or horrible going on in the world will ever compare to the new Critical Role intro video. Set us back to... Okay. Now, okay, but here's the thing. If they call out Critical Role, if they're calling out Critical Role, and then they're complaining that Critical Role responded to the call out, or like, I mean, you know, Brian Foster, who's not a part of it anymore, but like, guys, if you call someone out, especially someone with a platform, and you're like, wow, you really responded to mine? What a bully. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh, seriously. No, that is emotional manipulation. That is cry bullying right there. What are they supposed to do? Just say like, oh yes, please slap me harder, daddy? They, like, okay, Brian Foster, I don't know, you know, whatever, but like, for real, like, basically the same sentiment I had, right? Like, there are way better things to be concerned about than Critical Role wearing a stupid hat in this intro. And like, it just, yeah. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I think Brian Foster, like, definitely needs to get off Twitter, because it's already shown to be not a great community for him, not great for his mental health. And like I said earlier, it seems to be that as soon as someone gets a platform, notice that this is happening on Twitter and nowhere else, right? You think Reddit is going to take a thread like that? Like, you know, and it's not just because Reddit gonna Reddit, right? It's because Twitter gonna Twitter. And this is an example of Twitter doing Twitter. I didn't know we were streaming mental gymnastics on Twitter today. Like, for real. Like, I don't think that Matthew Mercer had the intention of ever invoking a theme like that on Critical Role. I don't think that Critical Role is intentionally trying to glorify colonialism like that. That is a ridiculous take. It is a ridiculous take that somebody is trying to simply back up by saying that they're an all-white cast. Like, come on now. Can we please stop treating each other like dog shit? Like, I'm just so sick and tired of, like, getting involved with the TTRPG community. And then whenever I get involved, I start to see every single day exactly why I was super happy to take a normal full-time job and not engage with it. Just not engage with it, you know? Like, oh, man, this just, it blows me away that we still haven't had a return to sanity. Man, like, I am all okay with having, like, when the VOD is up, there's a fair bit of talk and then moving on to the Runesmith. Yes. You'd encourage reading the rest of it. Okay. I'm going to try. All right. Where'd you say? I'm trying, but it's also like whenever I can tell or I get the feeling that this person isn't exactly coming to this trying to actually address the issue, but is rather trying to call out Critical Role without calling out Critical Role or giving them a chance to respond, and then calling them bullies whenever they do respond. Yeah. This is a strange mix of soapbox preaching and echo chamber defending. Yeah. Is that on me? Because like I'm fine with dissenting opinions. And aside, many question what else Critical Role could wear in the intro. We saw that, but the issue with Critical Role isn't that they wore pith helmets or khaki in itself. It's confounded by the wider context of Critical Role as a white-led and owned media company creating and profiting from a Swana setting. As I said before, the size of their platform and the products that they make means that CR is Marquette in the go-to setting. So do you want them to cancel it? Like, I mean, I just saw another thread where people are like, yeah, cool, like, let's keep this going. Like, I like... One of the people that was also using this as a means of calling out Critical Role retweeted somebody saying that they were really happy that this... Like, you see what I mean? The whiplash in this. As well as this, the white main cast will be very public faces of the setting. No amount of guests, writers, or consultants will ever change that fact. They stand to profit from this forever. Meanwhile, no doubt, underrepresented Swana creators will be told we're copying Marquette. Or our products won't sell well because Marquette will dominate them. Heh. Given all this, the intro's lazy homage to colonialist visuals with media underscores the haphazard care they're approaching Marquette with. It's not only the costume choices themselves, but what they indicate insofar as their guardianship of my and others' cultures. A guardianship that they seem to have unthinkingly walked into when they chose to portray this setting with their multi-million-dollar platform. And again, it's like, you want to keep mentioning the fact that they're rich? Like, okay, we get it. We get it. We know. We're aware. We saw the Twitter leaks. Like, yeah, this drama is way overcomplicated and toxic. I have never, nor will I ever, say that you cannot put a character in a pith helmet. Wait, what? What? The context of Marquette is what makes it a bad choice? So you're saying that the fact of... Hold up. Okay. Hold up. What was that? There was a Hearthstone expansion. Okay. There was a Hearthstone expansion called League of Explorers that featured predominantly, yes, they did just do that, but, and I'm trying to, I know that if that gets clipped, they're going to say, no, I made the context, whatever. Okay, I will clarify that here in a second. Now, League of Explorers, predominantly like Murlocs in, you know, the helmets and like an Indiana Jones overall kind of an aesthetic, jungle themes and all this other stuff. Now, I think that if we're trying to draw the difference here, again, I haven't seen this campaign of Critical Role. I just cannot put the time into it, because I just, yeah. The choice of Marquette makes it a poor choice. Okay, so you're saying that because they chose a setting in which kind of invokes the theme of, like, you know, that therein, the fact that they wore this helmet in this intro is problematic. Oh, man. Like, okay, I'm not trying to defend Critical Role here. I'm trying to see the logic here and why this is such a big deal, okay? Pointed out inevitable missteps. Quit talking like they are, like, if this was something that was actually worth getting worked up over, this would be covered by more than just your Twitter thread. Like, I think it's white folk running a setting in a non-white area of the world combined with colonial... So, is the conversation then that white people cannot run a campaign setting that is not European or, like, Eurocentric or American? And then... Or is it that... See, this is what I mean, okay? It's that this doesn't seem to be a thing that's an issue on previous things in culture that aren't currently relevant. It seems to be the big talking point on... It seems to be the big talking point now in the TTRPG sphere because it's Critical Role, right? I mean, kinda. I don't know what that was in. I don't know what that was in response to. Yeah, and see, Drunken Yoda, that's the thing. That's where I'm at with this. Is like, this is going to get to the point where content creators are not going to create anymore, because if people are just going to say that, like, okay, of course. It's not that you really think that Matthew Mercer is trying to draw up some, like, colonialist fantasy here. You really think that that's what's going on? Yeah, exactly. The only way to play this is not to play. Like, Critical Role as a company needs to take more responsibility than touting out "don't forget to love each other" when it comes to their fandom sending racialized harassment at voicing concerns about their content. Okay, like, is the fandom... Oh, okay, Now, yes, Critical Role's fandom has done some real stupid shit in the past. Some real stupid stuff, okay? But someone also voicing a little bit of criticism here isn't racial harassment. It isn't racial harassment. Unless what they're saying is racially whatever, then yes, okay, whatever. But like, if you're getting backlash about a thing because it seems like your argument isn't coming from a place of good faith, then no, it's not. They're not targeting you for harassment based on your race. They're targeting you because they think that you might be a little full of shit somewhere, you know? It does. It seems like this is something that is being, and like, I know I'm gonna get called out at some point for saying like, you really think that you as a Irish dude need to be like, whatever the person that called us out. Look, I'm trying to see whether or not this person is coming from a point of good faith, and it's on them to convince me that what Critical Role did is worth them getting called out like this. And I'm not seeing it, man. Especially not to get called out and for you not to like tag them. If this is a thing that you wanted to be actually addressed, you would have tagged Critical Role. You would have tagged them to allow them to respond. But instead, you're drumming this up. All right? Like, oh man. Yeah, I just think that's... There is such a better way to handle this. If you actually feel like you have a concern with the way that they portray I don't know, whatever you want to say here, then like the good thing to do would have been to actually talk with someone at Critical Role about it. And if you can't get a hold of them for whatever reason, I don't know, Brian Foster seemed to have a pretty easy time finding this tweet. I guarantee you, Matt Mercer knows about it now. Like, wait. Speaking as issues as a teacher, how do I feel about the Stop Woke Act? Look, if it's by DeSantis, then it's got to be a load of horse shit. Which let parents sue if they think teachers are teaching critical race theory. It was trending. I've been super busy with other stuff, so I haven't really caught up on that. But DeSantis is a moron. If you're trying to allow it to where parents can sue teachers, you know what's going to happen? Us teachers are going to leave. Us teachers are going to stop working because they're already having a hard time finding teachers, all right? Like, there is a national teacher shortage. And if they're allowing people to sue us, because, like, I mean, some of the stuff that I teach is, like, hey, I teach American music history. Guess what? It's pretty screwed up what we did to black people throughout American history. We got to wear that, though, because black people are responsible for basically all of our genres of music here. So... you know, if somebody wants to, like, if a parent wants to bring up an issue with me because they said that, like, I was teaching them something that's, like, anti-white, I'm like, I don't know how, what, like, if I'm teaching you the truth about what went on, what are you wanting me to say, that white record producers weren't just allowing white musicians to cover black artists' music because it was more presentable to them? Apparently they wanted to white code their music so that way it could get into more record stores and get them on more stages. Dude, American music history is pretty screwed up. Like, yeah. And if you don't allow it to be taught, then that's just as bad as, I mean, that's just as bad as being complacent with it. Like, that's what it really is. Yeah, like I said, I think that insofar as that whole Critical Role thing went, I think guys, there's a very good reason why, like, I just don't cover Critical Role stuff, all right? I don't cover that crap on my channel because, number one, you're going to get one of two folks that are going to be coming to your channel, okay? Number one, you're going to get people that absolutely love Matt Mercer, and if you're slightly critical of anything that he creates, then you're going to get a lot of hate, all right? Or, number two, you're going to get the people that absolutely hate Critical Role. And if you say anything in a positive light, they're going to absolutely swarm your comments. Yeah. So, I don't cover Critical Role content because I don't think that they have a real good hold on their community. And I really just don't think that the fans or anti-fans have a realistic approach to engaging with I don't know, people that actually just want to talk about D&D stuff rather than Critical Role shit. So yeah, that's my take on that. Anyways, yeah, as always, look, like, take care of yourselves. Please, please, please limit how much of that kind of drama you're willing to engage yourself with. Because, like, I mean, you saw me get worked up here, right? And, like, I get worked up over something that, number one, I mean, do I really care about Critical Role? No, not really. But someone mentioned that it was drama that was worth looking at for a second. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, if all you ever hear about is Critical Role drama, what you can assume is that some of that drama is probably either manufactured, or do you really think that Matthew Mercer is, or the people at Critical Role are that terrible to have that many controversies surrounding them? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've never heard any, like I said, as much as I dislike kind of the ethos and the sphere that, like, Critical Role encompasses now for the TTRPG scene, that sucks. It sucks that basically you can't talk about D&D without eventually talking about Critical Role. But, like, as much as I cannot stand the fact that, like, Critical Role really takes up that much of the D&D sphere, I will not go to the extreme of saying that I think that they're shitty people. And I definitely won't go so far as to say that, like, they're worth getting called out like that on Twitter, especially whenever you are, like, you're not allowing them to respond to the call out like that. Like, if you actually feel like you got a problem that needs to address, the thing that you do is you bring it up with the person. You don't... Yeah. But then again, I don't know. And then I'd hear some, like, retort like, oh, well, don't you think that that's going to mess with that's going to trigger my anxiety about this stuff? And I'm like, you really think doing a public call out of, like, the biggest TTRPG live stream is not going to be, like, get you some flack? I don't know, like, oh man. And hey, people disagreeing with you is not them inherently, because they disagree with you, is not them harassing you. Harassment is a very different kind of a thing. All right, harassment is whenever someone refuses to leave you alone. If they're sending you hate speech and all that stuff, yeah, okay, they're harassing you, all right? But if people disagree with you, they're not harassing you, okay? Whoop. Coffee. Okay. Oh, my God. Guys, ask me something about that's not about Critical Role shit, please. I put music back on. Wait, what time is it? Oh my God, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Okay. Oh. Look, there's people in here. You got 2 rune things. Yeah, well, okay, so I've been streaming for 7 hours, so I definitely need to get off of here. So I do want to say, here at the end of the stream, like, look, it's okay to disagree with people. I disagree with the intent. I think that it's fine to, if you see a problem, you know, if you see a problem that you're actually concerned about, it's probably worth it to bring it up with that person rather than Aunt Mug. Right. It's worth it to bring it up with that person rather than to take it out on Twitter and call them out. Right. There's certain actions that deserve a call out like that and, like, very public blasting. We've seen instances of, have I seen Critical Role do something that I think was worth a call out? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't. I mean, we're still talking about a fandom that sent, like, death threats to somebody over her character potentially, like, accidentally causing the storyline that caused a character to get killed. Like, come on. Are we really talking about dealing with rational people? Like, yeah. So, like, really, there are better things in this world to be worried about. You know, we have a significant amount of people starving, people in poverty. Student loan debt is absolutely insane right now. And hey, those loan payments are about to come up. Sorry to reignite any worry that some of y'all have out there. You know, we're dealing with the world absolutely falling apart. And apparently, some people think that the worst goddamn thing in the world is that someone wore a stupid hat in a less than 2-minute intro. So, really try to put it into perspective as to what the important things are out there. And how much drama you're really willing to engage with. And really, you know, like, man, these people doing this thing where they wore a hat in an intro is not indicative of their character. Like this person is trying to make a claim towards, okay? And I'm doing what I can to assume that this person is not. You have PTSD of Critical Role Ship Wars. Yeah, go live life. You know, that's my last message. Is like, please, please, please. If you are someone that really likes Critical Role, and you're watching my thing here, like, first off, hey, nice to have you. I hope you didn't waste your entire Friday with me, because I got some work done. Or wait, is it Friday? No, it's Thursday. It is Thursday. No, wait, it's Wednesday. Did I have anything to do today? Uh-oh. It's Wednesday. I really hope I didn't have anything to do today. Well, I did this. Yeah, look, and I just want to wrap that up with this. I know that I just, like, kind of ended that on, like, kind of me getting frustrated there. I've dealt with the TTRPG community, in the past, trying to label me as, like, a racist and a homophobe. I've dealt with that, and I feel like, the actions and everything I've shown over the last, like, year and a half or whatever, have shown otherwise. And, you know, I've tried to make amends and make apologies for the way that some of the things I may have said were intended in the past. And I feel like I got a unique perspective as someone that was kind of being accused, that not everyone that's making an accusation is actually making the accusation as a form of trying to make you Drunken Yoda. Probably not. Not everyone that's making the accusation is coming from a point of trying to see rehabilitation happen. They're sometimes making it because it's drama that they can fester up as a means of being possibly persecuted. Because it seems to be the trendy thing to be persecuted. And look, like, the way to stand out and be a better content creator is to just make better content. You know, if the way that you think you need to up your platform is to, you know, tear somebody else down, then, like, and, you know, I'm not trying to have done that in this live stream at all. I just don't think that their arguments were coming from a point of good faith. I wasn't trying to make, like, general character assessments about them or anything like that. But I'm really, really tired of seeing people in the TTRPG sphere feel like they need to tear other people down in order to build themselves up. If the platform that you've created is built completely on spite for somebody else, for whatever reason, then no, you don't really have a platform. You're just developing a hate mob, you know? Yeah. So, hey, Matt Darnus, you actually caught me as I am signing off. You know, be careful how much you are willing to engage with that kind of activity. Oh, I'm signing off, but you can catch the VOD. What about a second level feature that you can invoke for free? If it lets you inscribe it for free, then I think that that's fine. Hey, there's going to be a 7-hour VOD about to go up, so you have plenty to watch, all right? So I felt the unique perspective of having about 5 to 10 people try to go out for your blood and try to get you to never be able to get, like, any kind of a presence or even work in this sphere. I have felt what that feels like, and it is terrifying. It is traumatizing because I still have, you know, memories of thinking about, like, oh crap, is this going to happen to me again for whatever reason, right? Yes, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I'm very, very ready to get off of here. So, but what I'm saying is, like, you know, while we might think that it's interesting or like good popcorn or whatever to like look at drama going on, good tea, man, except in situations where it's pretty clear that like there's a real crime going on, I tend to look at this as like, I just feel real bad for the people that are getting accused of something that chances are they don't really know. They don't really know where they went wrong. And I don't think that it's necessarily fair to use a pretty significant platform to put someone on blast and not allow them to defend themselves. That's where will immediately always, because that's what happened to me. All right. I don't think that that's necessarily right. And that is immediately always going to make someone look like they're coming from a point of bad faith, in my opinion. All right. So that's kind of my thought on that. I'm not trying to speak as someone that's an expert on any of that culture, because I'm not. I'm just looking at this as someone that's looking at the arguments that were presented, and I don't think that the accuser in that situation was coming from a point of good faith. So yeah, or coming to the argument in good faith. So anyways, that is going to be it on this 7-hour live stream. Go check out further before if you want some design tips, all that stuff. Hear my opinions on the errata and all that. I am feeling about as scraggly as my hair looks right now. Anyways, hey, I was really happy that you chose to spend it with me. Sorry you're sick. I hope you get to be feeling better. Thank you to everyone that made donations. I really, really appreciate you. Let me see if I could, Delyvine and Eric Fry. Hey, you guys absolutely rock. Anyways, that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Huge shout out to my Patreon sponsors. Hey, Spencer, thank you so much. But all you other ones out there, you all are absolute heroes. Everybody, get good sleep. Go watch a good movie, read a good book, all that